Chapter 783. Adding more chapters for the Full Moon Night Alliance Master. The Sea Soul Fish Demon obviously realized that it had gotten into trouble. It no longer had any intention of playing around and began to flee desperately. The Sea Soul Fish Demon was indeed a platinum-quality deep-sea creature. Its speed was too fast, and it was constantly changing directions. It was obvious that after suffering from silence, it was consciously avoiding Jiang Zhao's silence domain. One man and one fish, one frantically fled while the other chased. In less than 20 seconds, Jiang Zhao's speed slowed down slightly because the bright golden halo that was scurrying up and down in the darkness suddenly disappeared. In the area where the Sea Soul lamp could not illuminate, the Sea Soul Fish Demon, with a halo of nostalgia, kept scurrying and suddenly disappeared. The scene was extremely strange, and it made Jiang Zhao secretly vigilant. Judging from the position where it disappeared, the Sea Soul Fish Demon definitely did not escape more than 80 meters away. Why did it suddenly disappear? Jiang Zhao perked up and swam forward carefully, but he slowly opened his mouth. It was all thanks to the Sea Soul Lamp's diligence. Otherwise, Jiang Zhao would have choked to death with seawater when he opened his mouth. Why was Jiang Zhao surprised? Because within the illumination range of the Sea Soul Lamp, he saw a sunken ship at the bottom of the sea. A sunken ship at the bottom of the sea in a dimensional space? This, Jiang Zhao carried the Sea Soul Lamp and slowly approached the sunken ship. Obviously, the Sea Soul Fish Demon had entered the ship and blocked the light of the halo. Jiang Zhao also saw clearly that the heavy big guy was not a ship, as he imagined, but a submarine. Was this left behind by humans when they explored the ocean? Jiang Zhao looked at the broken submarine that sank to the bottom of the sea and became anxious. He could not help but speed up. Are there any survivors here? Jiang Zhao did not know much about the model of the submarine, but this guy was at least 80 meters long. To Jiang Zhao, it was a huge guy. Moreover, there were no windows on both sides. It should be a combat-type submarine? Jiang Zhao subconsciously swam up. In his impression, there should be a command room and windows above the submarine. As he got closer and changed his angle, Jiang Zhao saw a trace of blue light that shone out from the crack of the submarine. Jiang Zhao looked for the light and swam downstream. He finally stood at the bottom of the sea and stirred up layers of dust. He also saw the broken part of the submarine. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but be speechless. What kind of creature could cut such a heavy thing in half? The reason why he defined it as cut was because the cross-section of the two broken sections of the submarine was too smooth. Jiang Zhao moved his mind, and the seawater in the field tear domain surged into the crack of the submarine with its perception. At the next moment, Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao sensed 4 or 5 Sea Soul Lamps within the range of the Tier Domain C, the prize for third place in the Elite Invitational Tournament. The incomparably precious and rare Sea Soul Lamp. 4 or 5 of them appeared in a row. Jiang Zhao licked his lips and stuck his body to the crack in the submarine. He tried his best to sense it before swimming in sideways. In an instant, the surroundings brightened up. Along with the rich blue light, a group of bright golden halos appeared in Jiang Zhao's eyes. 4 or 5 Sea Soul Lamps. No, this was 4 or 50 freaking Sea Soul Lamps. In this vast sea spirit region, Jiang Zhao only saw one Sea Soul Fish Demon, a living creature. But now, there was a group of Sea Soul Lamps gathered here. They should have been collected by someone, right? Could it be this was the treasure room of the Sea Soul Fish Demon? Jiang Zhao's mind raced, and a smile appeared on his face. How long would it take to collect so many precious and rare Sea Soul Lamps in this vast sea spirit region? You yelled at me? You're still playing with me? Don't blame me for being unjust if you're heartless. I'll take all the treasures in your treasure room. Jiang Zhao stretched out his arm and gathered the Sea Soul Lamps together, opening the door of the Shadow Ruins. It turned out that the water pressure here was really high, but under the protection of the sea spirit surface, Jiang Zhao didn't feel any pressure and even had the illusion of weightlessness. The moment Jiang Zhao opened the Shadow of Calamity Ruins, seawater poured into the Shadow of Calamity Ruins, and 8 or 9 Sea Soul Lamps were sucked into the Shadow of Calamity Ruins. In the Shadow Ruins, whoosh. The fireworks macaque got a great shock and hurriedly retreated sideways, almost getting blasted away and extinguished by the thick water cannon. Even though the fireworks macaque retreated continuously, water droplets inevitably splashed onto its body, and the interaction between the seawater and its burning body also caused steam to emerge. Under normal circumstances, people wouldn't be able to hear the fireworks macaque's shouts. After all, this creature was very obedient. However, this time, the fireworks macaque transformed into the mischievous child, Yin Xiaomu, and yelled loudly. Huh, what happened? Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin rushed over quickly, only to see a few fireworks macaques retreating. Stop! Han Jiangxue gave it a thought, and the few fireworks macaques guarding the door suddenly stopped in their tracks, allowing the seawater to continue to soak their souls. Waves of steam began to spread. What's this? A handheld lamp? Xia Yin walked over curiously and stepped on the cold seawater, feeling a piercing chill that seeped into her body from the soles of her feet. She leaned over and picked up a kerosene lamp. Oh my God! Xia Yin's beautiful eyes were filled with fascination as she looked at the exquisitely designed sea soul lamp that was emitting a soft blue light. She sighed and said, "What's so magical about this?" Before she could finish her sentence, another water cannon shot in from the open door of the Shadow Ruins. What level are Star Warriors or Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue? They reacted extremely quickly and retreated quickly. The huge wave brought along a large amount of seawater and more than 10 sea soul lamps. The cold seawater spread out, but the Shadow Ruins was huge, and Jiang Shao opened and closed the door very quickly. Hence, only a small area was soaked by the seawater. Where's Xiaopi? Xia Yin couldn't help but step on the seawater. Splat! Splat! Water splashed everywhere. Han Jiangxue glared at Xia Yin and hesitated for a moment before saying, "It should be underwater, and it might be very deep." The water rushed in, not flowed in. Yes. Xia Yin nodded in agreement and lowered her head to look at the magical lanterns. Whose aquarium did he steal? Right? Why did he steal so many lanterns? Before Xia Yin could finish her words, she stopped. It was because a sea soul lamp slowly floated up. Xia Yin was dumbfounded. Although Han Jiangxue had already thought of something, she only confirmed her thoughts when the exquisitely constructed sea soul lamp floated up automatically. Han Jiangxue said, "This is a type of star beast. Think about the story that Jiang Shao told us previously. It's about the reward for the third place of the Elite Invitational Tournament." Xia Yan's eyes lit up, and she came to a sudden realization. Is this the sea soul lamp that he was talking about? A sea soul lamp floated up, followed by another sea soul lamp that emitted a soft blue light and floated into the distance. Woo! A strange sound was heard. Han Jiangxue turned around abruptly, only to see the sea soul surface that had been playing by itself floating over. It even circled around the sea soul lamp, as if it had met someone familiar. It might not be a familiar friend, but rather a familiar figure. Xia Yin said in a dumbfounded manner, "This world is too strange. The lanterns can float on their own, and the masks can speak." Han Jiangxue was speechless. It was also the first time that Han Jiangxue had heard the sea soul surface make a sound. Xia Yin thought about it and said, "Xiaopi will open the door again later. I'll rush out with the blade of death and see what's going on." No. Han Jiangxue immediately rejected Xia Yan's suggestion and said, "You've seen it. Xiaopi opens and closes the door very quickly. Besides, the intensity of the water rushing in is very high. You'll probably be cut in half by the calamity door." Xia Yin muttered, While the two of them were talking, the water cannon blasted in again, shooting more than 10 sea soul lamps. Xia Yin scratched her hair and looked at the soft blue light that lit up everywhere in the space. It was so heartwarming. She smiled and said, "We can decorate the Star Pet Paradise now. We can even decorate our resting area." Han Jiangxue thought about it and said, "Yeah, when you're training, use the fireworks lamp to shine. Their flames are red. When you're sleeping, use the sea soul lamp to shine. They're blue." At the same time, in the submarine, Jiang Shao hugged the last dozen sea soul lamps and gathered them together. Behind Jiang Shao, a slender figure swam down from the round door on the upper level, his handsome face full of anger and hatred. Jiang Shao turned his head and looked at the sea soul fish demon that appeared in the distance again. Jiang Shao smirked coldly. Jiang Shao waved his hand, and the door of the Calamity Shadow ruins opened again. In the submarine, only the sea soul lamp in Jiang Zhao's hand was left. Jiang Shao snatched away all the treasures that the sea soul fish demon had painstakingly collected just like that. The sea soul fish demon roared angrily, but it only managed to make half a sound before it was punished by the silence domain. The sea soul fish demon's chest heaved up and down as it coughed continuously. It grabbed the round door above with one hand and tried to swim upwards. However, Jiang Shao dared not approach it. He could move and breathe freely in the sea because of the help of the sea soul mask and the field tear domain. Once Jiang Shao entered his silence domain, it would be a big problem. That was equivalent to Jiang Shao sealing the sea soul mask on his face and the field tear sea around him. The diamond endurance was passive. It was added to his physical fitness, so it would not be sealed. Jiang Zhao's body would definitely not be crushed, but whether he would choke to death in the sea, that was uncertain. Jiang Shao grinned as he watched the sea soul fish demon crawling away. He thought to himself, "How dare you provoke me? Today, I'll let you know what it means to." Jiang Shao was startled. He saw the sea soul fish demon crawling to the upper level disregard the diamond domain's confinement effect. It climbed down the round iron door and swam extremely hard. There was no longer any anger on its handsome face. Instead, it was full of panic. Jiang Shao was a little shocked. What was going on? What could scare a platinum-grade sea soul fish demon so much that it would flee in panic? In the process of the chase, Jiang Shao had the absolute initiative, but he did not see the sea soul fish demon being so afraid. As the diamond domain disappeared, the sea soul fish demon immediately sped up and immediately rushed out of the crack of the submarine. Without the diamond domain, Jiang Shao hurriedly chased after it, but his body suddenly stopped. From the round iron door on the upper level, a cloak slowly floated down. It was a pitch-black cloak. The part of the cloak that was wrapped around the body was empty. There was nothing there, but there was a cloud of dark mist under the hood. The cloak quietly floated down and slowly stood in front of the crack of the submarine. It stopped. Slowly, the cloak turned around. Under the hood, in the pitch-black mist, no organs could be seen. To be honest, Jiang Shao was a little panicked. The unknown was always the most frightening. When were you most afraid of ghosts? When ghosts did not appear at night, when there were always strange sounds in the living room and corridor, you were most afraid. When ghosts really stood at the head of your bed, revealed their true form, and met you face to face, you were not afraid. *T. You should be afraid, and you should cry. Jiang Zhao's body slowly floated back, but he stretched out a hand and was ready to use diamond silence. Based on the principle of not moving until the enemy moved, Jiang Shao was still not prepared to provoke this unknown, mysterious creature. The pitch-black cloak just stood there, motionless. Only under the impact of the current, the wide cloak swayed in a beautiful rhythm, revealing its empty body. Jiang Shao thought for a while, stretched out his finger, and pointed outside the crack of the submarine. Gulp, gulp. The translation was, "The sea soul fish demon is running that way." Hiss, 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 hiss. At the next moment, Jiang Shao heard the miserable cry of the sea soul fish demon. There was only an intermittent sound, and then there was no other sound. The voluminous cloak fluttered back a little. Jiang Shao held the sea soul lamp, focused, and carefully observed its every move. Slowly, from the entrance of the crack, another cloak floated in, but it was not empty. In the wide cloak, there was a sea soul fish demon. The once handsome face of the fish demon had now become extremely hideous, and its face was distorted to the extreme. A pair of eyes protruded out, and there were faint traces of blood floating in them. The human body and the fish tail were wrapped tightly in the cloak. The cloak faced Jiang Shao, and under Jiang Zhao's gaze, the body of the sea soul fish demon rotted and melted bit by bit. In the end, not even a bone or a fish scale was left. The fish demon's handsome face had also turned into a pitch-black haze. The two cloaks faced Jiang Shao and silently watched him. Gulp! Jiang Shao swallowed his saliva. In the enclosed submarine, He had nowhere to retreat. Damn, the two cloaks moved. They slowly floated towards Jiang Zhao's position. Go to hell with your grandpa. Ghost or demon, eat my diamond silence first. Bang! For 1,000 words, I hope everyone enjoyed reading. There will be another update at 20 in a while. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 784. What kind of creature could melt a platinum quality sea soul fish demon in just 30 seconds? Jiang Zhao was really scared. The killing methods of strange creatures were too strange and efficient. What kind of lethality was that? Jiang Zhao shot out the diamond silence one after another, as if it was free. Yes, at this time, Jiang Zhao only wanted to live, not money. Jiang Zhao raised his hand, and a countercurrent light directly hung on the body of a black cloak. At the same time, Jiang Zhao also felt that his vitality continued to decline. While sharing star power, he also shared his vitality. He could feel that the other party was not feeling well in the sound of silence. Jiang Zhao held the sea soul lamp in one hand and pressed it against his chest. Bells started to ring. He threw the sky halberd in his hand a few meters away and got ready to move in silence. The diamond silence hit the two black cloaks one after another, making their bodies stiff and extremely difficult to move. The diamond silence that was attached with a heavy strike and confinement effect was really deadly. However, a problem also arose. The black cloaks were still trying to swim forward, getting closer and closer to Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao had nowhere to retreat. If this went on, Jiang Zhao would not dare to use the sound of silence anymore, because Jiang Zhao was not an underwater creature. Once he was hit by the sound of silence, he would die. Jiang Zhao leaned against the back of the submarine and watched helplessly as the two cloaked figures swam towards him slowly. Feeling helpless, Jiang Zhao sighed. Whoosh! With a flash, Jiang Zhao's figure disappeared without a trace. Are you stupid? I can teleport. Jiang Zhao appeared outside the submarine, still swinging his sound of silence at that area. Damn it! I'm going to smash you to death today. How dare you scare me? Something strange suddenly happened in the field tear domain. Jiang Zhao's eyes suddenly widened, and the perception of the cloaks came from the field tear sea behind him. There's still a cloak outside? Jiang Zhao turned around abruptly, but the speed at which he turned and looked at them could not catch up with the speed of the cloak. Only the field tear domain that protected Jiang Zhao could clearly feel that the cloak was still behind him. Jiang Zhao hurriedly flashed again and distanced himself. However, he felt a corner of the cloak wrapped around his calf. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao had indeed flashed away, but the cloak that was wrapped around his calves had also caught up. Under normal circumstances, when Jiang Zhao teleported away, his clothes, weapons, and other belongings would teleport along with him. This was also the reason why Jiang Zhao did not get naked after teleporting in the intense battle, even if his mind was focused on the battle. But could this be considered as underwear? This was clearly a dimensional creature. No matter what, it had already happened. Something had happened. Something big had happened. The cloak teleported away with Jiang Zhao and quickly enveloped his body. The hood was also placed on his face. In an instant, Jiang Zhao's body was shrouded by the dark fog inside the cloak. A peculiar feeling also surged into Jiang Zhao's body. Immediately afterwards, a heart-wrenching pain spread from his skin to his limbs and bones, as if thousands of needles were pricking him. Is it trying to devour me? Gulp, gulp. Jiang Zhao opened his mouth and struggled continuously while spitting out a string of bubbles. The huge cloak wrapped Jiang Zhao's body tightly, revealing only his horrified face. Such a scene was exactly the same as what happened to the sea soul fish monster just now. Whoosh! Amidst the pain, the halo of nostalgia lit up on Jiang Zhao's body. To be precise, two halos of nostalgia appeared on Jiang Zhao's body, one above and one below. One rotated clockwise, while the other rotated counterclockwise. Jiang Zhao, who was being attacked and eroded, had his vitality drop rapidly due to the opponent's attacks, but it also rose rapidly due to the halo of nostalgia. The black fog spread and devoured Jiang Zhao's black cloak ferociously. His vitality and star power were decreasing rapidly. The black cloak which was supposed to be on the offensive, felt that something was amiss the more it devoured. What's going on? Am I the one devouring him? Why am I getting hurt the more I devour? The more I devour, the faster my star power is draining. After more than 10 seconds, the cloak let go of Jiang Shao and floated backward. The fog in the hood was expressionless, but Jiang Shao could imagine its thoughts. Gulp, gulp. Jiang Shao spat out a string of bubbles and turned to look at the black cloak. In other words, it was, "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" The black cloak looked at Jiang Shao silently. One person and one cloak floated quietly in the sea, and the scene was very awkward. Jiang Shao picked up the sea soul lamp and shone on the black cloak's foggy head. He then hooked his hand at it and said, "Come on, face me." The black cloak was speechless. After another 2 or 3 seconds, the black cloak seemed to have made up its mind and turned around to float away. Jiang Shao was annoyed. "What are you doing? You've touched my whole body, and you want to leave just like that? You won't recognize me if you let go of me? Scum!" Jiang Shao immediately chased after it. The black cloak seemed to have sensed something and turned around in a very human-like manner. In the hood, the fog became darker. When the black cloak saw Jiang Shao chasing after it, it immediately turned its head and ran. Swam. "Hurry and come over." Jiang Shao flashed and stood in the path of the black cloak. The black cloak that was drifting around frantically pounced on Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao threw the sea soul lamp away. "Field tier. Let's go." The surrounding water frantically pressed against Jiang Zhao's body, pressing the black cloak firmly against his body. 2 halos of nostalgia lit up on both of them, one clockwise and the other counterclockwise. At the same time, countless star power water daggers appeared in the field tier rain within an 8-meter radius, frantically tearing at the black cloak's body. Death by 1,000 cuts is nothing more than that, right? The black cloak was being torn apart frantically, and under the pressure of the surrounding field tier rain, it couldn't escape at all under Jiang Zhao's tight embrace. However, the problem was that the star power water daggers couldn't tear the cloak at all. What level of defensive power is this? The daggers that were constantly tearing at the black cloak were not ordinary water daggers, but the star power water daggers from the diamond field tear domain. The star power water daggers did not tear the black cloak apart. Instead, Jiang Zhao's diving suit was already in tatters. The black cloak, which was constantly being pierced and cut, was also displeased. Jiang Shao could tell that this strange creature was rather unyielding. It actually tried to devour Jiang Shao again, rather like a soldier who would rather die than be humiliated. However, the black cloak sadly discovered that the more it attacked, the faster its vitality and star power were being depleted. Hence, it had no choice but to stop attacking. However, at this moment, Jiang Zhao's eyes were red and the field tier rain was already filled with tears of sorrow. That was a terrifying star technique that burned the enemy's vitality. It was a diamond-level tears of sorrow. It didn't matter if it was painful or not. It just wanted to see if it would cry. Dozens of seconds later, the black cloak suddenly tore apart with a series of ghostly wails. Finally, it shattered. The black cloak was indeed torn apart, and Jiang Shao was embarrassed. The diving suit on his body had also been torn apart, so at this moment, he was completely naked. Fortunately, no one was looking around, and Jiang Zhao's attention was also attracted by the scene in front of him. The tens of thousands of pieces of the cloak fluttered in the water and continuously gathered in front of Jiang Shao, gradually condensing into a dark mist. Whoosh, the water rippled and the black mist dissipated completely. A black star bead slowly floated down in the seawater. Jiang Shao grabbed the black star bead, and at the same time, a piece of information appeared in his internal star map. Sea Devouring Star Bead, Platinum Quality, Star Technique. 1. Sea Devouring Robe. Condenses star power and summons a cloak made of special materials. It can be freely controlled in the sky or in the sea. Platinum Quality, Upgradable. 2. Sea Devouring Punishment. Condenses star power and summons special star power water to melt the target's body. Platinum Quality, Upgradable. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Oh my god, that's amazing. Although there were only 2 star techniques, they were enough to make such creatures the overlord of the sea. In particular, The platinum-quality star technique, sea-devouring punishment, was specially prepared for devouring creatures. The introduction of the star technique clearly stated that it was meant to melt the target's body and not the target's vitality or star power. Damn it, there's a specialization in this field. The so-called sea-devouring punishment is indeed a torture technique that deserves its reputation. The sea-devouring robe had encountered a toxic healer that it couldn't defeat or escape from. It couldn't do anything to Jiang Xiao at all. Jiang Xiao had diamond endurance in the first place, and the sea-devouring punishment was specially designed to melt the body. How could Jiang Xiao be melted? Although it was painful, Jiang Xiao's physical defense was extremely strong under his diamond endurance. Although the sea-devouring punishment was considered a specialization in this field, there would inevitably be a side effect when it melted the body. Objectively speaking, it would also reduce the opponent's vitality. However, the speed at which the sea-devouring robe consumed Jiang Xiao's vitality was not even as fast as the speed at which Jiang Xiao's vitality was replenished. How do I fight it? The sea-devouring soul that dominated the bottom of the sea and controlled the life and death of all living things was completely subdued by the toxic healer. Jiang Xiao was overjoyed and planned to put away the sea-devouring soul star bead. Then, his movements slightly stiffened. It was awkward because his clothes had been torn to pieces. Jiang Xiao hurriedly disguised himself and used star power to conjure a diving suit. He then kicked the star bead into the pocket of the suit that was made up of star power. Jiang Xiao looked around and swam for more than 10 meters before picking up the sea soul lamp that was floating in the sea. He then flashed and returned to the outside of the submarine. The two sea-devouring souls were still floating outside the submarine, and when they realized that their prey had returned, they immediately pounced towards him with their fangs and claws. To the surprise of the sea-devouring souls, their prey seemed to have gone crazy and pounced towards them like lovers reuniting with one another. One of the sea-devouring souls was clearly hesitant. It seemed to have a higher IQ as it temporarily stopped in place and watched its companion move forward. The other sea-devouring soul had already hugged Jiang Xiao tightly, and the halo of nostalgia lit up on its body. The field tears were mixed with tears of sorrow and were wrapped in a black cloak. There was a layer of tears cleansing inside the black cloak. The tears cleansing was wrapped in a layer of camouflage clothes. The clothes wrapped around Jiang Xiao's body. It was clear and logical. Under the gaze of the other sea-devouring soul, its companion was finally shredded into pieces of clothing and gathered into a cloud of mist. It then shattered and a star bead fell. Jiang Xiao held the star bead in one hand and turned to look at the last sea-devouring soul. The sea-devouring soul turned around abruptly and scurried away. Jiang Xiao flashed and hugged the black cloak in his arms. The hood of the black cloak was pushed back, and the cloud of mist in the hood was constantly swaying from side to side, seemingly begging for something. Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned. He thought about it for a while and spat out a string of bubbles. Sigh. Everything has spirituality. How can I bear to kill you? While thinking about it, Jiang Xiao reached out and rubbed the hood of the cloak before letting go of the black cloak. You should leave. I, the poisonous healer, am merciful. Seeing that you're so pitiful, I'll let you live today. Go. Go find your companions and join the rest of the team. I'll follow behind you. To his surprise, the black cloak did not escape. Jiang Xiao was rather stunned to see such a scene. The black cloak circled around Jiang Xiao a few times and actually draped itself over Jiang Xiao's body. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. What kind of godly development is this? Although everything has spirituality, isn't it a little too much? You're the king who controls the life and death of all living things in the sea. Why are you draping yourself over me? Do you have dependence in your biological characteristics too? Speaking of which, since you have the image of a piece of clothing, you should be wearing it in the alien sphere? Are you wearing it by some overlord-level humanoid creature? After going through layers of projections, you appeared here. But because you're strong, you also have a higher level of intelligence. Such habits and characteristics are still in your body's subconscious? Jiang Xiao subconsciously scratched his head and grabbed the hood of the special material on his head. The 2-meter-long wide cloak was closed. Under the ripples of the sea, a beautiful melody floated in the air. The sea-devouring soul draped itself over Jiang Zhao's body and did not have any intention to attack. Jiang Zhao thought about it and swam forward. He reached out and grabbed the sea soul lamp. With the sea soul mask on his face and the sea-devouring soul draped over his body, it felt like he was fully equipped. Swoosh! Jiang Zhao's body tilted abruptly, and he was propelled upwards by more than 10 meters. Jiang Zhao was shocked. Did this tattered clothes deliberately approach me to dispel my guard and then sneak attack me? While Jiang Zhao was thinking, a trident suddenly appeared under his feet. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Is the sea-devouring soul actively helping Jiang Zhao dodge the attack? Jiang Zhao turned around abruptly, only to see 3 familiar figures. Jiang Xiaofu. Prince Bino, who was holding the trident in one hand, was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao picked up the sea soul lamp and stood in the sea while looking into the distance. Prince Bino swam over in a daze, but he dared not get too close to Jiang Zhao. At the same time, Sophia, who was behind Prince Bino, looked at Jiang Zhao in shock. She sized up the black cloak that Jiang Zhao was wearing. Gulp! Prince Bino's Adam's apple squirmed, and he said in a trembling voice, "Your star slot is already full. So, this is not the Star Technique sea-devouring robe, but the sea-devouring soul of another dimension." Jiang Zhao nodded silently. Yen percent hashtag at yen. Jiang Zhao could not understand a string of words in the West Malayan language, but he could guess that they should mean something along the lines of Holy *T. You? Princess Sophia swam over, but she was much more mature than Prince Bino. She stretched out her slender and fair fingers and gently stroked the black cloak that was made of a special material. How do you get along with such a creature? Do you know what level it is? Sophia looked into Jiang Zhao's eyes in disbelief. You know that it is. Jiang Zhao grinned and said, "There's only one word to describe my life as a toxic healer: conquer." The domineering words came out of Jiang Zhao's mouth like a series of bubbles. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Fortunately, I did not fail to fulfill my promise. From September 27th until the end of the National Day, there were 3 chapters a day and more than 10,000 chapters a day. There was never a shortage of words, and they were always 3,500 words. There were also many chapters with 4,000 words. I hope everyone has a happy National Day. I believe that everyone has seen you's hard work and attitude. I also hope that those who read pirated versions of the novel can come to Qidian Chinese Network and support you. Today is the last day of the double monthly votes. Please send the Toxic Healer on his way. The plot will become more and more exciting, and you will also put in more effort to write. Please, everyone, this paragraph is free. Apex. Chapter 785. Sophia opened a huge bubble with one hand and sucked Jiang Zhao into it. Jiang Zhao's legs turned to jelly, and he almost sat in the bubble. It couldn't be helped. He had been swimming in the water for a long time and was not used to it. The reason why Jiang Zhao did not sit down was that the black cloak floated up with him. Sophia took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She tried to keep her tone calm. "Talk to me, Xiaopi." Jiang Zhao shrugged his shoulders and said, "It wrapped around my body and tried to melt me. How could I be happy? I threw the bell at myself like crazy, and then, Sophia took a step forward, and the tip of her nose was almost touching Jiang Zhao's. Her brown eyes were no longer clear and calm like a lake. She looked at Jiang Zhao with a burning gaze. "Don't try to lie to me." Jiang Zhao leaned back slightly. Due to the arrival of its master, the sea soul opened up to both sides. Jiang Zhao was not used to Sophia's hot breath. It seems that there is no such thing as arrogance in this world. It's just that you don't have what she wants. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the thing that pushed Sophia away was the cloak that he was wearing. The long tail reached Sophia's lower abdomen and slowly pushed her body away. Sophia looked down at the black cloak. In her eyes, this scene was so magical and so perfect. Her lake-like eyes were filled with waves, and her breathing quickened. After a while, she said softly, "What do you want?" Jiang Zhao pursed his lips and said, "What do you want?" Sophia said, "You don't need the cub of the sea soul devourer. You don't need to absorb it as a star pet to make it follow you and protect you. I want this method." Jiang Xiao said. It has a higher level of intelligence, so you need to use your strength to conquer it. Jiang Xiao did not mention anything about the projection in the alien ball or the characteristics and habits of the sea-devouring soul that existed in its subconscious. Sophia said softly, "Do you have enough strength to conquer it?" Jiang Xiao lowered his head and gestured to his huge cloak. "The truth is right here," Sophia said. "Method," Jiang Xiao said. "I have already told you the method. Use your strength to conquer it." This method was already at home. What else could he say? You're going to make a diamond-quality silence? Getting star-grade realm tears and sorrowful tears? Speaking of which, although you are the second princess, have you really heard of the quality of star? Sophia said, "That's almost impossible. It's a ghost in the deep sea, the king here. No one can do anything to it." Jiang Xiao lowered his head and gestured at the cloak on his body. He then repeated, "The facts are right there." Sophia said, "If we meet the sea devourer again, show me again." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips. This girl, Sophia, took a step forward again, not only because she was desperate, but also because she wanted to put some pressure on Jiang Xiao with her actions. She repeated, "What do you want?" However, this time, Jiang Xiao did not retreat or tilt his head back. Jiang Xiao tilted his head slightly and whispered into Sophia's ear, "I want a lot. For example, world peace?" Sophia was dumbfounded. Cough, 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 cough. At the side, Juliet could not catch her breath and could not help but cough. Ha ha ha. Prince Bino could not help but laugh out loud. "My stupid sister, after being tempted, you will not be far from being led astray by the little toxic healer." Jiang Xiao lowered his voice and continued, "If you meet a cub, I will help you catch it. As for the rest, don't think about it. Strictly speaking, I did not defeat it. I just relied on blessings to conquer it." It appeared again. Jiang, speak without thinking, cut, talk nonsense, fart. Sophia frowned slightly. Blessings. Jiang Xiao gestured to Juliet behind him and said, "As this water ball is controlled by Her Highness, in order to ensure Juliet's safety, I will not show it to you personally." Jiang Xiao looked at Sophia with a smile and said, "Besides, you have already experienced that feeling in your backyard." After a while, Sophia nodded and stroked her long, wet hair while staring at the large black cloak with misty eyes. Her eyes were already overflowing with love. Jiang Xiao took a step back again and pressed his hand against the wall of the big water bubble. He then raised his head slightly and gestured to Sophia. Sophia looked at Jiang Xiao thoughtfully. A few seconds later, she stretched her hand out and peeled the sea soul surface off Jiang Xiao's face, which then surged towards Juliet. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, not quite understanding what Sophia meant. Sophia casually drew a stream of water from the outside and gathered it into a ball. She then sent it to Jiang Xiao's face and said, "You still don't know what you already have." Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned. Under Sophia's gesture, Jiang Xiao's hooded head poked into the water ball. Without the sea soul surface, Jiang Xiao's vision should have been blurry in the water. Without the sea soul surface, Jiang Xiao could not breathe in the water. Without the sea soul surface, Jiang Xiao did not lose the two abilities mentioned above. Is this the biological characteristic of the sea-devouring soul after it is put on a human's body? Or is it the so-called star technique, sea-devouring robe? Jiang Xiao finally understood the introduction given in the internal star map. What did the words "enter the sea" mean? At the side, Prince Bino said, "After all, it's not Jiang Tsufu's star pet. It's not loyal. You'd better give it the sea soul surface." "Yes, I don't want to get wet. I'm fine standing in the bubble," Juliet hurriedly said, seemingly enjoying the feeling of breathing freely. Well, that's true. Sophia thought about it and decided that her life was still more important. She raised her hand and curled her index finger slightly, after which the sea soul surface turned into a stream of water and surged towards Jiang Zhao's face again. Whoosh! The spacious cloak suddenly blocked Jiang Zhao's face and stopped the sea soul surface from approaching. All of a sudden, everyone in the bubble was stunned. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "Forget it, let's do this. It's very intelligent, and I believe in my judgment." While speaking, Jiang Shao placed his hand on the wall of the bubble and reached out. His palm had already reached into the water. He said, "Let's go, our time is precious." Then, Jiang Shao plunged into the water. Whether it was Jiang Shao accepting this task, following everyone into the sea, or Jiang Shao choosing to trust the sea-devouring soul, it was all because Jiang Shao had absolute strength to support him. To put it bluntly, it was a star-grade realm tier. The sea-devouring soul, which had higher intelligence, naturally knew what Jiang Shao was capable of. It had also seen how Jiang Shao easily killed the other sea-devouring soul, so it was unlikely that it would betray him. If the biological characteristics of the sea-devouring soul were as Jiang Shao expected, that it was really dependent on the strong, Jiang Shao would not be worried. The problem was that others might not be able to wear this cloak. If it was given to little Jiang Shue, it might harm her instead. The so-called strong might not be purely a competition of strength, but might also be the degree of destruction to the sea-devouring soul itself. Everything that Jiang Shao had done before was already in place. Jiang Shao also noticed the details of the previous battle. When the other sea-devouring soul charged towards him without any scruples, this sea-devouring soul clearly hesitated and stopped in the distance. Did this prove that there were differences in the intelligence of creatures of the same rank? Yes, that should be the case. The savages in the alien ball belonged to the same rank, but of course, there were differences in intelligence. At the side, Prince Bino caught up, but he still did not dare to approach Jiang Shao. He said, "You accidentally broke into this place. Under normal circumstances, we should quickly leave the sea-devouring space. But you promised Sophia to look for the cub of the sea-devouring soul," Jiang Shao said. "Are there sea soul fish demons in the sea-devouring space?" However, Jiang Shao said, "Gulu, gulu, gulu," in desperation. Jiang Shao had no choice but to turn around and return to the water ball where Juliet was, only to find that Juliet was adapting to the sea soul surface and there was no water ball at all. Jiang Shao drew a circle in front of his chest, and his hand trembled as he almost drew a "I love you" shape. Sophia opened a large bubble again. Jiang Shao stepped into it and hurriedly asked, "This place is called the sea-devouring space?" Sophia nodded. "It should be." Jiang Shao said, "Are there sea soul fish demons in the sea-devouring space?" Behind him, Prince Bino floated in the water with his shoulder leaning against the bubble. He said, "Of course not. Creatures like the sea soul fish demons can't even hide from the sea-devouring souls, so why would they run into the sea-devouring space?" Jiang Shao said, "Then this shouldn't be the sea-devouring space, but the sea spirit region. I just saw a sea soul fish demon being melted to death." Sea spirit region? Prince Bino's eyes lit up, and he said, "Good. That's great. These sea-devouring souls randomly entered various spaces, so they should be here to hunt. That's great. If this is the sea spirit region, we can go look for the cub of the sea soul surface and capture the precious sea soul lamp." Jiang Shao turned around and looked at Prince Bino outside the bubble. He said in confusion, "Your sister wants a better sea-devouring soul. Why do you still want the sea soul surface?" The sea soul surface and the sea-devouring soul are of the same quality. There's no such thing as good or bad. It's just whether they're suitable or not. Prince Bino said in a hurry, "The sea spirit surface is more suitable for the combat system, while the sea devourer is more suitable for the magic system. Strictly speaking, the sea spirit surface is far more helpful than the sea devourer. After all, the sea spirit surface is purely a support type astral pet, yeah." Jiang Shao nodded and thought that Prince Bino was right. The sea-devouring soul was clearly more inclined towards output star pets. The melting type star technique was indeed very powerful. It was no wonder that Sophia wanted the star bead very much and wanted it to be her star pet. Prince Bino heaved a sigh of relief, as if the pressure on his body had lightened. The sea spirit region is great. It's much more relaxing. When a team felt relaxed and comfortable in the dimensional space where platinum creatures ran rampant, one could imagine the strength of the team. "Let's go and try our luck," Prince Bino said excitedly. "This is a rare dimensional space. By the way, let's go and take a look at that sunken ship first." Jiang Shao nodded and knocked on the wall of the bubble. Under Sophia's adjustments, Jiang Shao sank into the sea again. Following the crowd to the broken submarine, Jiang Shao thought to himself, "Fortunately, I came early and plunged into the treasure room of the sea soul fish demons. Otherwise, the 40 to 50 sea soul lamps would have all fallen into the hands of the employer." Wow, Jiang Shao, you're such a stingy, smart guy. You didn't even give the employer a few of the 40 to 50 lamps? Give? I won't. What are these nobles going to do with the sea soul lamps? Give them gifts? Curry favor with the other royals? Hence, I definitely won't give them away. Jiang Shao was going to keep them to decorate his scourge ruins. He was going to modify it bit by bit and turn it into what he wanted. If the world really changed one day, that place would become a shelter. A beautiful and colorful shelter. I'll take a break and resume my daily updates. I've been too tired lately. By the way, I saw that many readers on Weibo and Q Group have asked for the Little Toxic Healer's mission card. I'll sort it out and post it to the related posts in the next 2 days. My Weibo, love writing. Welcome to follow me. I'll post on Weibo every day. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 786. Everyone investigated the submarine, but they could not find anything. There was no one here who knew anything. Although Jiang Shao was a soldier, he was not a soldier in the conventional sense. The Little Toxic Healer should be classified as a special soldier who specialized in star studies. People were afraid of packaging. Specialized in star studies. TSK. It sounds very high-end. Everyone swam around in the sea spirit region. Jiang Shao then realized how precious creatures like the sea spirit lantern were. In the huge sea spirit region, everyone searched for a long time and only found a few sea soul fish demons. Not to mention the sea spirit lantern, they could not even find a trace of the sea spirit surface. Jiang Shao finally understood. The sea spirit region was rare, and the creatures inside the space were pitifully few. Therefore, the Sea Spirit Region 3-piece set was especially precious. Or could it be, maybe there were quite a few creatures here, but the Sea Spirit Region was especially big? Jiang Shao increasingly felt that his previous actions were very wise, and he kept all 40 to 50 Sea Spirit Lanterns. That poor Sea Soul Fish Demon, he must have collected for a long time to hide so many treasures. Over there, the sea spirit surface. Prince Bino suddenly said, his face full of excitement. Jiang Shao hurriedly swam forward, and as he got closer, the bright golden halo pointed the way for everyone. As they got closer and closer, Jiang Shao was secretly astonished. The sea spirit surface was essentially made of seawater, so in the deep sea, its body was ingeniously integrated with the seawater, and only a faint outline could be seen. The wrinkles on its face that Jiang Shao originally despised were actually a way to identify it. To be honest, if not for the nostalgia halo, Jiang Shao would probably swim past the sea spirit surface without knowing Prince Bino did not pass on the responsibility. He went up and pinched the sea spirit surface and directly absorbed it. Immediately, Prince Bino said unhappily, "It's a pity that it's an adult." Sophia held Juliet's hand and swam over. She said, "The sea-devouring soul might have cleaned up the surroundings, so there are very few creatures. We should not go too deep to avoid getting lost." Jiang Shao couldn't agree more. After staying in the sea for a long time, Jiang Shao was even afraid that he would forget whether he was in a dimensional space or the Atlantic Ocean on Earth. The environment in the sea was almost identical, and it was almost impossible to tell them apart. According to Sophia's suggestion, everyone returned to the space entrance and swam out of the sea spirit region. They continued to descend towards the unknown bottom of the sea. Prince Bino was very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do about it. He knew that he couldn't go too deep into the dimensional space. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be trapped there for the rest of his life. As long as there was a landmark building, people would definitely be able to find it. The problem was that it was endless, pitch black, and the terrain had not changed. It was the same principle as when humans moved in the desert. At least in the desert, there was still the sun, so you could tell north from south. In this pitch-black deep sea, people couldn't even tell the direction. In the Atlantic Ocean, the group of four kept heading downwards. Wait. Prince Beano, who was diving down, suddenly stopped. The short words that came out of his mouth gradually weakened. Before anyone could ask any questions, Prince Beano kept waving his right hand while placing his left hand on his lips. He looked extremely nervous. Upon sight of such a scene, Juliet's heart was in her throat. She hurriedly swam over and held Sophia's palm with one hand while sticking close to her body. During this underwater trip, Juliet and Sophia's relationship had become a lot closer. As a powerful star warrior, it was rare to see a weak and vulnerable Juliet. However, in the deep sea, the powerful Juliet behaved like a little girl and showed great reliance on Sophia. That scene, well, it was actually a little beautiful. Jiang Shao slowly opened his mouth, and his heart felt like it was about to stop. What did I just see? At the edge of the sea, 80 meters away, a bright golden halo slowly lit up. It was indeed the halo of nostalgia, but it only had one edge. The halo of nostalgia was circular, but when one realized that one couldn't see the arc of the edge of the halo, one would be able to imagine how huge it was. Sophia hurriedly pressed her hand down, and Jiang Shao felt his body diving rapidly. The group of four stood still and moved downwards one after another. Above their heads, a deep-sea monster swam over slowly. It's too big. Is this a whale? Even the biggest whale is about the same size, right? In Jiang Zhao's impression, blue whales are at most 30 to 40 meters long. Forgive Jiang Shao for his ignorance, but he could only associate such a huge fish with whales. This guy's body was about 30 meters long. Because the radius of the sea soul lamp was 50 meters when the deep-sea monster swam directly above them. The whale's head was directly above the sea soul lamp, while the whale's tail was only included in the illumination range of the sea soul lamp for a short while. This image, its body was huge and round, and its head was slightly round. It was black and white and resembled the image and color scheme of a killer whale from Earth. From afar, its body seemed soft, slippery, and bouncy. There were 3 long and straight sail-like dorsal fins on its back. On the 2 sides of its huge body, there were actually 2 sail-like pectoral fins that looked like 2 huge palms. On the back of its huge body, there were also 2 slightly smaller pelvic fins. It was unknown if it had the ability to crawl on land. The black and white color outlined the undulations of the waves. Its huge tail was strong and powerful. It was really in the shape of a love you. The tail could be seen as a heart that swayed gently. Gulp! Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved. The huge guy covered the sky and slowly swam above everyone's heads. Jiang Shao finally realized what a true overlord of the sea was. The sea devourer that he was wearing? Could this black cloak become big enough to cover the body of this deep-sea monster? Jiang Shao turned his head to look at Prince Beano in shock, only to find that Beano and Sophia were communicating with their eyes. Jiang Shao did not want to disturb the siblings. He looked up again and looked at the shocking scene. He suddenly felt that it was worth it. In the depths of this unknown ocean, there lived creatures that Jiang Shao had never even thought of. Be it the sea devourer or the giant whale that was swimming slowly, they all broadened Jiang Zhao's horizons again and again. These things did not exist in the 10,000 books. They only existed in the tens of thousands of miles. A drawn-out sound came from above his head. In this quiet deep sea, this sound seemed so ethereal. It made Jiang Shao feel even more lonely. A normal human's ear would need the help of special equipment in order to hear the whale's cry. At the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, the ethereal and lonely sound lingered in this pitch-black deep-sea environment. The sound was melodious and traveled very far. So, indirectly, it should be a type of star beast, right? The 4 of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Of course, Jiang Shao couldn't say anything even if he wanted to. Only when the heart-shaped whale tail that blotted out the sky floated over their heads did the 4 of them finally calm down. What? What is this? Prince Beano asked softly with a face full of disbelief. Sophia sighed softly and said, "This is exactly why we're here, isn't it? To understand this place and the ocean." Prince Beano grabbed his short blonde hair and said, I didn't even know that our star techniques can't affect it at all. The range of influence of our star techniques is simply. Halfway through his sentence, Prince Beano's eyes suddenly widened. At the same time, Sophia was also shocked, and she hurriedly grabbed Juliet's hand and swam forward. Without hesitation, Prince Beano waved at Jiang Xiao and swam forward. Jiang Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly followed. Everyone fled for their lives. In less than 5 seconds, Prince Beano's face turned ashen, and he muttered, It's over, it's over. It's too fast. Go down, Sophia said, and the four of them quickly dove down. Prince Beano exclaimed, It's targeting us. In short, Jiang Xiao knew that the deep-sea giant monster behind him should have also dived down. At the next moment, Princess Sophia stopped abruptly and flung Juliet behind her. Princess Sophia opened her hands and water bubbles rolled out, weaving a huge net in the deep sea. Jiang Xiao turned around, only to see a huge, bright golden halo rushing towards them from above. In just 3 seconds, the slightly round head of the deep-sea giant whale had already collided with a huge fishing net made of layers of water. The net weaved by the stream of water was easily broken. It was as if it did not cause any hindrance to the giant whale. Sophia's pupils constricted to the size of needles. Under such a crisis, no one could survive. The four of them swam upstream and swam downstream, leaving their fates to fate. The deep-sea giant whale did not open its mouth from the beginning to the end and did not show any intention of attacking. However, to the insignificant humans, even if it did not really attack, the torrential currents it brought along when it passed by were enough for the four of them to suffer. Jiang Zhao's body suddenly tilted, and his palm touched the soft and smooth skin of the other party. Under the currents, Jiang Zhao's body spun rapidly, and he felt the world spinning. Swoosh! Jiang Zhao's body flickered, and he tried to straighten his body while eliminating the effects of inertia. However, Jiang Zhao's thoughts were still on land. When he flickered into the deep sea again, the surrounding spinning currents were still there, and Jiang Xiao was instantly engulfed. In a hurry, Jiang Xiao flickered again in an attempt to leave this sea. He did not intend to flicker too far away. After all, he was not alone and could not leave just like that. When his body stopped in the distant sea, he happened to see a huge figure slowly turning around. Jiang Xiao was shocked. The huge head occupied Jiang Zhao's entire field of vision and covered his entire world. Due to the close distance, Jiang Xiao did not even know which part of the deep-sea giant whale he was facing. To Jiang Zhao's slight astonishment, the other party's speed was very slow, and it seemed to be intentional. Jiang Xiao stood dumbfounded on the spot and raised the sea soul lamp in his hand. However, he saw the black and white wavy skin slowly glide past him. After a few seconds, the undulating black and white pattern stopped. Gulp! Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved, and he reached forward with the sea soul lamp in his hand. Swoosh! A huge eye suddenly opened half a meter in front of Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao found it hard to believe that it was an eye, and he seemed to have seen the night sky descending. It was pure darkness, the darkness of nothingness. It was indeed so. In the next second, Jiang Xiao found himself standing in the darkness. Where was the sea soul lamp? Jiang Xiao tried to pick up the sea soul lamp, but found that he seemed to have no hands. He tried to look down, but found that he also did not have a head. He could not feel his body at all. It was as if his mind and body were no longer connected. That soul-stirring and extremely ethereal sound was faintly discernible, as if it came from the sky and rippled in this dark world of nothingness. It was also at this point in this world of nothingness that Jiang Xiao found 3 tiny figures scattered in the distance. The outline of the very far bottom of the sea was also outlined. Jiang Xiao looked at his side in a daze. He did not know if he had eyes anymore. However, on his left, there was a tiny human silhouette wearing a cloak and holding a lantern in his hand. It was standing there in a daze. Jiang Xiao gradually understood. So, this is the world in the eyes of the giant whale? Jiang Xiao tried to swim forward. The tiny figure beside him really moved forward a few meters. What is this? Vision sharing? Spiritual connection? Slowly, in Jiang Zhao's world, The deep-sea giant whale slowly turned around and left. With Jiang Zhao's vision, Jiang Zhao's perception, and Jiang Zhao's entire world, it drifted away. In the darkness, Jiang Zhao sensed that the four tiny figures behind him had reunited. However, Jiang Zhao could not hear any sound. He, who was closely connected with the giant whale's perception, saw his body sitting posture and the other two human silhouettes standing postures. This should be Sophia, putting him into the water bubble to communicate with him. Jiang Zhao tried his best to shout, "Wave your hands when you hear me speak." In the dark world, the tiny figure behind him waved his hand repeatedly. Jiang Zhao was speechless. "Damn, I was actually kidnapped by a fish?" Jiang Zhao hurriedly said, "My vision has been taken away by that giant monster. I can't see anything around me anymore. I can only see the silhouette now. I should be sharing my vision with that giant deep-sea monster. I can't hear anything you say. Oh my God, if we were any further away, I wouldn't even be able to find myself. It's over." Jiang Zhao's words stopped abruptly. His surroundings fell into darkness again. The giant whale no longer made any sound and continued to swim forward. As for Jiang Zhao, he existed in this world of nothingness. The silhouette at the bottom of the sea and the four tiny figures that were gradually moving away had all disappeared without a trace. I saw this chapter again. I saw the message again. Finally, I'm not alone anymore. Thank you for your company. Thank you. For 1,000 words, please kindly accept. Top. Chapter 787. Can you talk to me? It's too dark here, I'm scared. Jiang Zhao muttered in the void. At this moment, it was as if he only had his consciousness and could not sense his body at all, so he could only allow the deep-sea giant whale to bring him forward. "Brother whale, let's talk it over. Can you let me go?" "Brother whale, even if you don't tell me where we're going, can you at least let me see where we are?" Jiang Zhao was talking to himself. Far behind the deep-sea giant whale, there were a few tiny figures hanging in the distance. Although Jiang Zhao was talking to himself, his body was speaking along with his consciousness. Besides, Jiang Zhao was speaking in Chinese at this moment, so Juliet felt uncomfortable and couldn't understand him at all. Within the large bubble, Sophia controlled the direction of the bubble as she stared at the deep-sea giant whale's tail in front of her, thinking to herself. "Sophia." Prince Bino floated over and said through the bubble, "We can't go on like this. I don't see any hostility from this creature. Perhaps I should go take a look and try to communicate with it." Sophia said calmly, "You might not even know how you died." Bino looked at Jiang Zhao, who was sitting in the bubble with a sullen expression, only to see Jiang Zhao staring blankly ahead with a blank gaze. "But Jiang Zhaofu," Sophia said, "let's follow it for a while and see what it wants to do. Let's increase the distance between us and leave if anything happens." Prince Bino thought about it, but did not say anything. The three of them brought Jiang Zhao and followed behind the deep-sea giant whale. This entire journey could be said to be peaceful and abnormally safe. When a giant beast appeared, all living things would retreat. It was as if all the underwater creatures could sense the threat from the deep-sea giant whale, and no one dared to go near. These creatures that lived in the deep sea were hundreds of times more sensitive to danger than Sophia and the others. 10 minutes later, Prince Bino's body suddenly stopped. Sophia also stopped controlling the bubble and said, "What is it?" Prince Bino's expression changed slightly as he said, "Its figure is gradually disappearing. It should be entering a dimensional space." Heavens! At the same time, Jiang Zhao, who was sitting on the ground, spoke with a blank expression. "Can you hear me?" "Oh, wait, English." "The giant whale is singing again. I can see the outline of my surroundings again. I don't know where this is. This seems to be a city? What a big city. What a big house. The people who live here are the giants, right? This palace gave off the feeling of a temple in Haya. There were so many huge stone pillars. This huge city seems to be abandoned." The three of them looked at each other and floated silently in the same spot while listening to Jiang Zhao's explanation. War correspondent Jiang Xiaopi. He reconnected. "I see someone. It really is an underwater giant." Jiang Xiao, who was sitting in the bubble, said with a hint of surprise in his voice. Then, he seemed to be a little confused. These giants are not moving at all. Are they statues? They lined up in 2 rows at the bottom of the sea. In the middle was a wide road, and in the distance was a temple. But the whale didn't take me there. Jiang Shao sounded excited. It took me through a huge palace. Although it was very dilapidated, it was also very majestic. Jiang Zhao's description fascinated Prince Bino. He looked at Sophia and said, "Let's go and take a look." Sophia hesitated for a moment, but she couldn't help but feel curious and nodded gently. At the same time, in the bubble, Jiang Shao exclaimed, "Oh, in that mysterious dimensional space, a lonely voice lingered in the undersea barren city." The ethereal voice drifted and spread far and wide. Buzz, in Jiang Zhao's perception, it was as if a new world had been opened. The slightly blurry outline of the surroundings suddenly became clear. That was not all. It was as if a map was slowly unfolding for him. A huge and deserted underwater city appeared in Jiang Zhao's range of perception. To be precise, it appeared in the range of the deep-sea giant whale's perception. There was a huge palace with broken pillars, an underwater temple with strange rocks, a slightly blurred wall carvings, and many motionless underwater statues. Was that an arena? As the whale scanned the topographic map like a radar, Jiang Zhao's heart trembled violently. Before this, Jiang Shao was still worried about being kidnapped. But now, Jiang Shao couldn't care less. Even though this huge city was already abandoned, it was still extremely majestic. He passed through the crisscrossing streets, swam past the bustling market that might have once existed, and looked at the huge castle at the edge of the cliff at the bottom of the sea. However, since there were signs of the existence of civilization, what about those intelligent creatures? Jiang Shao already knew that the neatly arranged human silhouettes that he saw just now were probably sculptures. So, where were the living creatures? Which sea did this dimensional space come from? What was its name? What kind of dimensional creatures existed in this place? Buzz, with another ethereal chant, Jiang Shao felt that his body, the giant whale, had passed through a huge arched door and circled around the dilapidated stone pillar. Circling around? In Jiang Zhao's perception, the whale, no longer explored further. Instead, he wandered around the pillars of this huge square, shuttling left and right, playing, rolling, spinning. Jiang Shao seemed to have realized something. This deep-sea giant whale seemed to treat this place as its own playground. After all, there weren't many amusement facilities that could match its size at the bottom of the sea. Ever since he entered this underwater ruin, Jiang Zhao's world had always been open and clear. The deep-sea giant whales singing lit up Jiang Zhao's entire world and every corner of this underwater city. It seemed like the deep-sea giant whale was leading Jiang Shao to play together? Or was it letting Jiang Shao take a look at its own amusement park? At the same time, the 4 of them also entered this unknown underwater territory. This. Prince Bino was shocked. He led the 3 of them in the bubble and swam to the bottom right. As expected, he sensed 2 rows of neatly arranged huge sculptures. Within his field of vision, he also saw 2 huge sculptures. This should be the human-shaped silhouette that Jiang Shao mentioned. Sophia could not help but rush out of the bubble and stand in front of a huge sculpture. It was a giant, a male sculpture in armor. Sophia was about 1.8 meters tall, and her head was the same length as the male sculpture. Sophia turned around and looked. With the illumination of the sea soul lamp, mighty and majestic warriors appeared in front of her one after another. In the middle of the 2 rows of sculptures, there was a broken stone path. This path led to the end of the darkness. However, according to the siblings' senses, it led to a huge palace. Buzz. The chanting that was supposed to be lonely sounded a little cheerful, and the pitch was obviously a little higher. The few of them subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. However, they could not find any traces of the other party, be it in their vision or their senses. The sensing range of the 2 teams was obviously not equal. The 3 of them were carrying Jiang Zhao's body, so they could not find the other party. However, within Jiang Zhao's, the giant whale's, sensing range, he had already scanned the few tiny human silhouettes. This way, this way. We're at the arena. It wants to bring me to the castle on the cliff to play. No, it's going all the way up. In the bubble, Jiang Zhao's words stopped abruptly. In Jiang Zhao's world, the deep-sea giant whale was going all the way up, straight up, and its speed was simply terrifying buzz. Another song was heard. Jiang Zhao was shocked. In his scanning range, he actually saw a barrier. Is that the boundary of the dimensional space? Air wall? Stop, stop. Jiang Zhao's physical body said from afar, causing the three of them beside him to be secretly confused. In the next moment, a muffled sound shook the dimensional space. Such a loud muffled sound was simply shocking. Jiang Zhao watched helplessly as he, the giant whale, slammed into the air wall. At this moment, Jiang Zhao actually felt intense pain. Hiss! Jiang Zhao's physical body, who was far away, could not help but gasp in pain. Along with this intense pain, Jiang Zhao also sensed other feelings. The temperature of the sea, the turbulence of the sea currents. Even the summary in his mind was no longer just the scanned silhouette of the giant whale, but also the underwater world in the giant whale's eyes. This huge impact seemed to have broken through the barrier that connected the senses of humans and whales. As the pain spread into his body, all the feelings came. Jiang Zhao's body was in extreme pain, and his heart was filled with shock. The giant whale's body fell slowly, and suddenly it rushed up again. Boom! Another heavy muffled sound was heard. Every drop of water in the sea seemed to be shaking and trembling. Don't hit it. That's the boundary. Jiang Zhao endured the pain and thought to himself, trying to persuade the deep-sea giant whale. Boom! 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 Again and again, it crashed and fell. It was lonely and stubborn. Don't hit it anymore. Jiang Zhao finally knew why it was so stubborn, because in his mind, the image in the giant whale's mind had already appeared. After trying again and again, under the shared emotions with Jiang Zhao, the giant whale circled under the air wall unwillingly, swimming back and forth, still unwilling to leave for a long time. Jiang Zhao did not know what to say. Slowly, the giant whale stopped struggling and even stopped swimming. It allowed its huge and heavy body to slowly fall down. Even though the 30-meter-long, 200-ton behemoth was slowly falling in the water, it still crushed the broken building into ruins, stirring up waves of stone chips and dust at the bottom of the sea. He received a bunch of private messages on Weibo, thanking him for his support. I wanted to rest for 2 days. Peak. Chapter 788. Adding more chapters for the flying perverted Rat Alliance Master. Come over, it's not hostile towards us, Jiang Zhao said. Even though he could not hear his teammates, Jiang Zhao still said, it's just a little lonely, so it wants to bring us to its amusement park. In the distance, the three of them looked at each other in disbelief. Jiang Zhao, who was originally in a daze, suddenly looked rather embarrassed. Ever since the two heavy blows, Jiang Zhao's and the giant whale's senses had become even more closely connected. After breaking through a thin layer, Jiang Zhao realized that he could actually connect to the other party's thoughts. The connection of their thoughts was mutual. Their language was different, and they were of different species. They could not understand what the other party wanted to express, but they could feel the other party's emotions. They could even feel the scene in the other party's mind. In the giant whale's mind, Jiang Zhao saw the scorching sun, felt the sea breeze, and saw the endless sea. After being in the darkness of the deep sea for a long time, Jiang Zhao felt that he had not seen the sun for a long time. To Jiang Zhao, such a scene was indeed beautiful. Previously, they were clearly at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. As long as they kept swimming upwards, they would be able to return to land and see the fiery red sun and azure sky. Why did this deep-sea giant whale stubbornly find its way back to the dimensional space that it was familiar with and then swim upstream? Was it because the deep-sea giant whale was a native of this dimensional space? And in its mind, there was only such a beautiful scene above the dimensional space where it was born and lived? There was no such scene anywhere else? Jiang Zhao frowned slightly. Friend, your thoughts are restricted. Swim out of the dimensional space that you lived in, just like how you went out to look for a playmate. Swim upstream. With your strength, you can easily see the sun, the sky, and feel the cool sea breeze. Your subconscious has made you to Jiang Zhao's heart skip a beat. After this giant whale was projected down, it actually retained so many memories of its original body. Even the scenes were so clear. In the bubble far away, Jiang Zhao suddenly took a deep breath. Evidently, he had been untied by the deep-sea giant whale, and his consciousness had returned to his body. Xiaopi? Juliet hurriedly squatted down and gently patted Jiang Zhao's back. Not far away, the siblings who were observing the stone sculptures under the sea quickly swam back. Prince Bino hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" Jiang Zhao panted heavily and kept nodding. I'm fine. Princess Sophia hurriedly asked, "What did you mean just now?" Jiang Zhao said, "It connected my thoughts to it, and I saw the images in its mind. I also felt its emotions." Jiang Zhao paused for a moment before continuing. "It's very lonely and disappointed. Our appearance is very similar to the underwater sculptures here, so it chose us. It just wants to take us to its paradise to play." Jiang Zhao added in his heart, "It also wants to bring us to see the scorching sun and blue sky in its memory." However, this sentence could not be said because this information involved the upper dimension and the projection of the alien sphere. In this sea space with the air wall, the giant whale could not have seen the blue sky, nor could have seen the scorching sun. As he spoke, Jiang Zhao lifted the sea soul lamp and pressed one hand on the bubble, but he didn't go out. Sophia digested the shocking information given by Jiang Zhao and subconsciously let him go. Jiang Zhao swam quickly in the seawater, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. Under the illumination of the sea soul lamp, the huge figure landed quietly in the ruins at the bottom of the sea, as if it was not breathing at all. Jiang Zhao floated over and pressed his hand on its cold skin. It was soft and smooth. Jiang Zhao moved forward and followed the pattern of the wavy skin to find the huge eye. The huge black eye was half closed, and there was an endless sense of disappointment in it. As the cloak fluttered, Jiang Zhao moved forward and gently placed his hand on the half-closed eyelid of the giant whale. "Share your thoughts again, friend. Wake up." Jiang Zhao patted the eyelid of the giant whale, but there was no reaction. "Wake up." Jiang Zhao tried to get its attention, but it seemed to be a little tired. It lay motionlessly in the ruins at the bottom of the sea, not making the slightest sound. "Sigh." Jiang Zhao sighed helplessly and spat out a string of bubbles. He leaned forward and gently pressed his forehead against the half-closed eyelids. His two eyes looked into the huge, pitch-black eyes of the giant whale. "Don't be so depressed. I'm here. If you take me out to play, I can take you out to play too. In this lonely sea, have you hit the barrier too many times? Have you been trying so hard, only to return empty-handed? Is that why you're so sad?" While thinking about it, Jiang Zhao suddenly realized that the surrounding links had become nothingness again. This time, Jiang Zhao was extremely excited. Under the thought-sharing, Jiang Zhao's mind provided a scene for the giant whale. It was the sparkling sea. It was the endless starry sky. It was the bright moon in the sky. It was a cruise ship floating quietly on the sea. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds buzz. Finally, in the dark and silent deep sea, the humming of the giant whale could be heard again. Jiang Zhao was overjoyed. Good, good, good. He said good 3 times in his heart, and with the humming of the giant whale, Jiang Zhao's consciousness returned to his body again. That's right. Be happy." Jiang Zhao reached out and touched the soft skin of the deep-sea giant whale. Then, he swam up and sat on the head of the deep-sea giant whale. As the deep-sea giant whale swam slowly, Jiang Zhao thought to himself, "Why did this guy insist on taking me to see the sun and the blue sky? Why did it bring me to see the sea and enjoy the sea breeze? They had only met by chance, so where did its obsession come from? Was it because of the underwater giants? So, this deep-sea giant whale had a good impression of humans?" Jiang Zhao thought to himself, and the questions in his mind increased. Where were the people here? Where were the creatures? And, since it was a projection of a lower dimension, why was there only one deep-sea giant whale? The projections should be endless, right? Could it be that the great senior He Yun speculation was wrong? The creatures of the lower dimension were not projections. After all, the truth was that this was the space where the deep-sea giant whale lived, but it was the only one living here. Or maybe Jiang Zhao's mind was getting bigger and bigger. Could it be that the deep-sea giant whale species had already gone extinct in the alien sphere and the upper dimension? Could it not be projected? Was it really possible for a deep-sea overlord of this level to go extinct? Jiang Zhao sat cross-legged on the wide head of the deep-sea giant whale. As he pondered, he realized that the deep-sea giant whale was gradually coming to a stop. Jiang Zhao came back to his senses and looked up, only to see the Sea Burial King and his brother standing in front of the bubble in a daze. Juliet, who was in the bubble, was also staring at Jiang Zhao in shock. The expressions of the three of them were exactly the same. Jiang Zhao spat out a string of bubbles. He scratched his head and hurriedly stood up, floating toward the three of them. Jiang Zhao entered the bubble, and Sophia also walked in a daze. The atmosphere was very strange. No one asked a question, as if they were shocked by the young man sitting on the deep-sea giant whale's head. Jiang Zhao was also slightly embarrassed. He turned to look at Sophia and said, "Do you also want to ask how to subdue this deep-sea giant whale?" Sophia was speechless. Sophia did ask Jiang Zhao how he managed to get the sea-devouring soul to follow him willingly, but now, this is a big bodyguard. Jiang Zhao said, "With it, we'll be safe wherever we go. Come, let's go take a look at the underwater city here and see if we can find any treasures. When the giant whale scanned just now, I found a lot of interesting things." As he spoke, Jiang Zhao grabbed Sophia's arm with one hand and patted her shoulder with the other. He said comfortingly, "I was just lucky. When I was escaping, I accidentally flashed to its side. It should have a good impression of humans. If you were the one who flashed to it, it should have brought you to this amusement park to play." As he spoke, before Sophia could react, Jiang Zhao grabbed Sophia's hand and pressed his other hand on the bubble wall. Sophia's mind moved slightly, and the bubble wall no longer restrained them. Jiang Zhao rushed out of the bubble with her and entered the deep sea. The second princess let Jiang Zhao hold her hand and swam forward. Prince Bino, who was floating in the sea, and Juliet, who was standing in the bubble, looked at each other. Although they knew that the little toxic healer was comforting Sophia, the scene of the two swimming together was getting more and more harmonious as the Sea Burial King and the only Starry Stage Warlock got in the team. The second Princess Sophia felt a huge psychological shock. Prince Bino frowned slightly. "Damn it, I'm also the Sea Burial King. Why didn't you comfort me?" But then again, the little toxic healer's ability to make friends was really strong. He overcame the language barrier, crossed the race and strength, and actually became friends with this deep-sea overlord-level creature. It was simply Prince Bino looked at Jiang Zhao, who was swimming forward while holding Sophia's hand, and thought to himself, "Should I make him my brother-in-law? Marry a commoner?" Sophia did not shake off his hand, but let him lead her forward. This scene was the same as the scene of the little toxic healer sitting on the head of the giant whale. They were both extremely incredible. My stupid sister, I should really record this scene and send it to Father and Big Brother. Let them see what you look like now. Come on, little toxic healer, take her away. From now on, I can spend my days in Little Baimu's manor alone. While he was thinking, Prince Bino felt a huge object slowly swimming past his head. Prince Bino looked up, only to see the deep-sea giant whale chasing after Jiang Zhao and Sophia. Prince Bino leaned forward and swam forward as well. Hey, over here." Juliet could not help but stomp her feet, causing the bubble to shake 3 times. "What?" Prince Bino stopped and turned around, only to see the infuriated Juliet. At this moment, Juliet was trapped in the bubble, as if she had been abandoned, floating alone in the sea. "Ha!" Prince Bino could not help but laugh out loud. He waved the trident in his hand, and with the push of the water, the bubble floated over. Juliet was furious. She was so angry that her face turned red, and she stomped her feet angrily. It's really made of plastic. There was one more chapter at 20. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 789. Prince Beano looked at Juliet with a smile and said, "I'll pop the bubble. You can move more freely and more conveniently with the sea soul mask on." To Prince Beano's surprise, Juliet, who liked to breathe freely in the bubble, nodded decisively and said, "Sure." Juliet thought to herself, "It's better to come out first than to be forced out." When Sophia really forgets about the bubble and the seawater pops the bubble, I'll be in a more passive position. Prince Beano and Juliet swam under the belly of the deep-sea giant whale. The two also discovered that their destination should be the huge castle on the cliff in the sea. In front, Jiang Zhao's black cloak fluttered in the wind. He held the sea soul lamp in one hand and the second princess in the other as he slowly swam towards the huge castle. Magnificent, spectacular. At the bottom of the cliff, Sophia could only see the exterior of the castle. At this moment, the two were swimming on the stone road in front of the castle, their hearts filled with shock. On both sides of the stone road, there was a row of huge sculptures. Moreover, they were not pure people, but some strange people. Under normal circumstances, there should be sculptures on both sides of the stone road, but on the road leading to the castle, there was only a row of sculptures. Such a construction feature did not match with Jiang Zhao's idea of city construction. Jiang Zhao spat out a string of bubbles and tugged at Sophia's hand. He held the lamp in his other hand and shone it towards the left. Sophia raised her head and saw a familiar figure. Centaur spirit. Centaur spirit sculpture? In fact, when she approached this place previously, Sophia had already sensed the shape of many things. However, Sophia had been in a state of being bombarded by a large amount of information, so it was difficult for her to think carefully and process the information. When Sophia saw the huge sculpture of the centaur spirit with her own eyes, she was dumbfounded. How could there be a creature from Haya in the dimensional space at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean? The sculpture of the centaur spirit was extraordinarily heroic. From its appearance, it was clearly a male centaur spirit. It had 4 strong and powerful limbs, and its upper body was that of a human's. Its muscles were bulging, and it had a pair of powerful arms. It knocked a bow and shot an arrow, looking like it was ready to go. The two of them swam upwards and stood on the huge palm of the centaur spirit statue. They raised their heads and looked at its slightly ugly face. Sophia sighed softly. She had some guesses in her mind. Before the city sank to the bottom of the sea, there should have been many, many creatures. In a situation of unequal information, Jiang Zhao knew that the intelligent creatures should have intersected in the alien ball. They might have formed an alliance, built a city together, or formed a force. The reason why the statue of the centaur spirit was here was because Jiang Zhao would easily think that the centaurs were warriors under the command of the underwater giants. Besides, they were brave and good at fighting. Hence, they were worthy of being made into statues for people to revere. Jiang Zhao was still admiring the mighty and majestic appearance of the centaur spirit when his body tilted, and he was dragged by Sophia to the back. The second statue was also a familiar face, the sea soul fish demon. The sea soul fish demon was a female. The face should have been very beautiful, but perhaps because it had been immersed in the sea for a long time, the face of the statue was slightly blurred. However, its charming face could still be vaguely seen. In the left hand of the sea soul fish demon, there was a huge sea soul lamp. Sophia dragged Jiang Zhao forward and gestured to the cheeks of the huge face of the sea soul fish demon. There were 2 carvings of waves on the cheeks of the sea soul fish demon. She said, "Sea soul face, the open state of the sea soul face." Jiang Zhao was speechless. There were too many elements in the statue. So, is this the complete body of the sea soul fish demon in the alien ball, wearing the sea soul face and holding the sea soul lamp? This should be a battle mage. Needless to say, the star technique of the sea soul fish demon, together with the sea soul face, could cause blindness even if the sea soul lamp was not much of a threat to people. It was not difficult for Jiang Zhao to imagine how powerful the sea soul domain 3-piece set in the alien ball would be after they were combined into one. As Jiang Zhao thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. The centaur spirit was obviously a land creature, but the sea soul fish demon was obviously a marine creature. Why would they appear on the road leading to the huge castle together and be built as statues for people to worship? Could it be that, before this ancient city fell to the bottom of the sea, it was already involved in both the land and sea? It even had the right to control both? Oh my God! Sophia sighed softly and swam back again. The third huge statue was a figure that Jiang Xiao had never seen before. This is a birdman? This birdman had a human torso and limbs, but the thighs and knees gradually turned into bird claws. The four claws on the claws were firmly grasping the ground, and the nails were sharp and long. Looking up, above the human neck was a bird's head. The shape of the head was very similar to that of a human. The sharp beak was not long, but it was a little big. On the back of the birdman, a pair of wide wings slowly spread out. The wings were very thick, and the feathers were very dense. In its strong and powerful hands, there was a double-edged battle axe. The whole statue was carved in a flying posture, and it was very exquisite. So, land, sea, air? Was it arranged like this? And it was arranged according to battle achievements and merits? Jiang Xiao turned to look at Sophia and pointed at the birdman. His face was full of doubt. Sophia looked a little surprised and said softly, It should be called a gold feather walker. It is a creature from the gold feather dimensional space unique to Lanxi country, and it is a legendary creature. Jiang Xiao. Sophia sighed softly and calmed her complicated emotions. She said, It is said that in the early 1960s, there were 3 special dimensional spaces that appeared in Lanxi country. Is this gold feather dimensional space? The reason why it became a legend is that the gold feather dimensional space is extinct. It was destroyed as soon as it appeared. There are many rumors. Some say that Lanxi country was attacked by some forces. Some say that there was a problem with the Lanxi country's army. In short, the only 3 gold feather dimensional spaces disappeared. Since then, the gold feather dimensional space has not appeared on Earth for nearly 60 years. Jiang Xiao listened to the old story in a daze. A creature that he had never learned about in books had actually appeared at the bottom of the sea. Sophia sighed softly. In the past 60 years, even though there were old people who confirmed its existence, there were still many young people who did not believe it. Lanxi country even became the laughingstock of Europe. This was because most European countries had their own unique dimensional spaces and unique dimensional creatures. Only Lanxi country did not have them. People believed that the Lanxi nation had fabricated this story and fabricated this dimensional space in order to prove that their nation also had its own unique dimensional space and dimensional life forms. Sophia brought Jiang Xiao and slowly floated to the side of the huge statue. She reached out and gently stroked the thick wings. Her brown eyes were slightly blurred. I didn't expect that we would find evidence of the gold feather walker's existence here. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Let's go. Sophia could not wait any longer. She brought Jiang Xiao past the huge statue of the gold feather walker. It was also the last statue on the way. They swam towards the huge castle. 10 seconds later, the two of them slowly stopped in front of the castle gate. Even if it was an ancient castle in human society, the gate of the castle would be huge, let alone the gate of the underwater giant's castle. Jiang Xiao and Sophia were like 2 dwarfs floating in front of the huge gate. Sophia reached out her right hand, and the undercurrent in the sea surged. Kacha! Kacha! The castle gate slowly opened to both sides. It was not completely open, so Jiang Xiao swam in. In fact, a small gap was enough for 2 dwarfs to enter. With the illumination of the sea soul lamp, the dark castle lit up. In the middle of the huge hall, Jiang Xiao once again saw a statue. It was much bigger than the statues he passed by. Jiang Xiao held the sea soul lamp and slowly swam up. He finally realized that the statue was wearing a cloak, the soul of the sea devourer. As he swam up, Jiang Xiao saw a pair of huge hands holding a book. Jiang Xiao hurriedly swam up. Even the stone book was intricately carved. It was filled with strange words that Jiang Xiao could not read at all. Gulp, gulp. Jiang Xiao tugged at Sophia and gestured to the words on the book. Sophia frowned and looked at it carefully for a while. She shook her head. It's not English, Spanish, Portuguese, Spanish, French, German, Italian. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What the hell? You're AF asterisk King Genius? Jiang Shao also pretended to look at it. He thought to himself, it's not Chinese. It's Russian, Korean, and Japanese. Although Jiang Shao could not speak Japanese, he could still recognize the words that were formed by the radicals on the side of the language. Of course, Jiang Shao also recognized some signs in Japanese, such as no entry before the age of 18. I won't go into the details. The difference in the environment they grew up in was clearly reflected at the level of language knowledge. Sophia slowly turned around and stood on the huge book. She looked up, but she could not help but purse her lips. She seemed to be a little nervous. Jiang Shao also hurriedly turned around and shone the lantern upwards. He saw a human face, a pure human face. The human face was hidden in the hood of the soul of the sea devourer. Although the hood was a little low, Jiang Shao could still see the appearance of the book when he looked up. It was a young man, like a scholar. Seeing this, Jiang Shao was not sure if the cloak on his body was really the soul of the sea devourer. After all, humans had the ability to make clothes. After soaking in the sea for too long, the young man's face was a little blurry. Perhaps, when he was carved, he was reading very seriously. The spirit of the centaur, the soul of the sea fish demon, and the golden feather walker were relatively easy for Sophia to accept. However, when this pure human figure appeared in front of Sophia, holding a book and studying, her heart was in a mess. What exactly was the origin of this dimensional space? Did the giants really live here before? They were so powerful, so why did they perish? In a situation where the information was not equal, Jiang Shao thought more. There was no doubt that there were not only intelligent creatures and human civilizations on the foreign sphere, but there might also be city-states and alliances. They might even have a glorious history. However, the lower dimension was a projection of the upper dimension. The environment of the lower dimension was derived from the environment of the upper dimension. Essentially, it came from an area in the alien sphere. If that's the case, did this civilization fall in the alien ball? Buzz. A lonely chanting sound could be heard, and the deep-sea giant whale slowly floated in. The castle was huge enough that even the deep-sea giant whale could play around in it. Hearing this sound, Jiang Shao could not help but think of the city information that he had scanned when he shared senses with the giant whale. Jiang Shao immediately dragged Sophia and swam upwards. The giant sculpture in the castle stood in the middle, and there were circular corridors surrounding it. At the corridor on the 4th floor, Jiang Shao stopped and swam to the side. Passing by the dilapidated houses, Jiang Shao brought Sophia into the 3rd house. What he saw was a huge wooden bed with some furniture around it. There was even a bookshelf in the distance, but there were no books on it. Jiang Shao lowered his head and swam under the bed, but he accidentally touched one of the legs of the bed. Swoosh, the soft wood that had been soaked in water for years simply shattered with a touch. The leg of the bed suddenly turned into debris and floated away. The bed also tilted slowly. As it slid, the entire bed turned into debris and scattered all over the ground. Everything seemed to have turned into nothingness like a dream. Only the debris floating in the water proved that there had been a bed here just a moment ago. Jiang Zhao's body suddenly stiffened. He wanted to take out the item under the bed, but as the bed was completely shattered, Jiang Zhao's hand froze there, and he did not dare to pick it up. Not only did he not dare to move, but he even used his realm tier in a moment of desperation to isolate the waves and debris outside to ensure that the thing wouldn't break. Sophia gently waved the debris away and swam over. She looked down and hurriedly grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm. Don't touch it." Jiang Shao nodded gently. What did he want to pick up? A huge book. This castle, and even this city, gave off a feeling of being deserted. And from the giant whale scan, Jiang Shao knew that the book hidden under the bed might be the only book left here. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 790. Sophia controlled Jiang Zhao's body and carefully left the room. She could not think of a way to take the book away while keeping it intact. At the door, the two of them looked at each other and hesitated for a while. Sophia said softly, Let's look at other places first. Jiang Shao nodded. He had already seen this place in the map scanned by the giant whale. Apart from this building, there should be nothing else. 20 minutes later, Sophia cut the fart. Prince Beano's shout could be heard from below. In the castle, Juliet was swimming in the corridor on the second floor with the sea soul lamp in her hand. She was looking at a faded and blurry oil painting and trying to find any clues. Upon hearing Prince Beano's voice, she hurriedly swam out. The four of them gathered at the statue in the middle of the castle. Prince Beano used his trident to gently knock on the ground under the statue and said, "It's empty." "Huh?" Sophia raised her eyebrows slightly. Beano said, "This castle is built on a cliff. This tunnel might lead to the mountains below. There might be treasures inside." Jiang Shao frowned slightly. Why didn't the giant whale scan it? Is it because it's sealed? Can the giant whale only scan the surface? Sophia nodded. "Let's look for the mechanism." Beano said, "What mechanism? We can just blast it in." Sophia said, "We should be careful with the products of this civilization. After all, this is a secret tunnel." Prince Beano scratched his head and looked at Jiang Shao. "Flash in and open the door from the inside. It will definitely be easier than looking for the mechanism outside." As he spoke, Prince Beano looked around and couldn't help but grin, looking like he didn't know where to start. Jiang Shao was speechless. "Are you going to throw caution to the wind?" Jiang Shao slowly dived down and pointed to the ground. Prince Beano stood at the foot of the huge statue, his body sticking close to the tail of his cloak. He tapped the ground with his trident and said, "Yes, right below this statue." As he spoke, Prince Beano knocked on the ground with his trident and said, "It's all empty. They are huge and the tunnel is huge. You don't have to be afraid of flashing into the stone. It's very spacious." Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders. All right. He had taken the money and helped them eliminate disasters. Everything was fine. Carrying the sea soul lamp, Jiang Zhao's body suddenly flickered and directly entered the underground tunnel. Ah! Jiang Shao blinked and spat out a huge bubble. He saw a staircase leading downwards, which was very spacious and spacious. He didn't know where this staircase led to. At least the range of the sea soul lamp couldn't illuminate it for now. Jiang Shao looked around and realized that there were indeed protruding stones on the walls. Jiang Shao floated over and looked at the 7 huge round stones on the wall in front of him that formed a circle. What kind of operation was this? Jiang Shao reached out and knocked on the stone, but there didn't seem to be any reaction. Can this wall be pressed in? There was obviously a circular gap. Jiang Shao pressed his palm against the center of the stone circle, and green glow covered his palm before gently pushing it forward. As expected, the huge stone circle was pressed down. Kacha! With a muffled sound, Jiang Shao looked up, only to see that the base of the huge statue of the young man holding a book was slowly moving. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. A few seconds later, Prince Beano had already scurried in and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head approvingly. Jiang Shao tilted his head back with a look of disdain on his face. However, when he tilted his head back, the cloak on his body sensed Jiang Zhao's movement. It suddenly raised its tail and sent Prince Beano flying. Jiang Shao was speechless. Sophia and Juliet had just swam in when a figure scurried out from beside them, creating a turbulence. Swoosh! Juliet was dumbfounded. What thing scurried past me? A few seconds later, Prince Beano swam back with a look of resentment, but he didn't dare to approach Jiang Shao anymore. Jiang Shao lifted his shoulder and tilted his head, rubbing the side of his face against the cloak to show encouragement. "You're so awesome. Let's go," Sophia said. Prince Beano glanced at Jiang Zhao's cloak in dissatisfaction, but he still took the lead and quickly dived down. This trip was beyond everyone's expectations. This castle was built on a cliff at the bottom of the ocean. According to the team of 4, this tunnel should lead to the interior of the mountain, where there should be a special stone room or a treasure vault. However, based on the speed at which they had dived, they had probably already passed through the mountain and entered the underground. "Exit," Prince Beano suddenly said, and his body scurried out. Jiang Shao and the others rushed over and were stunned by the scene in front of them. The spacious area exceeded everyone's expectations. This was not a secret room, but a forest. Looking over, they saw a dense forest. In this pitch-black environment, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to see far into the distance. However, there were specks of starlight floating everywhere in this forest. It was as if this was not the bottom of the ocean, but a real forest on land. Beautiful fireflies were flying everywhere. Was that a type of star beast? Prince Bino said, "We didn't find any living creatures." Jiang Shao was stunned. He pointed at the sparkles that filled the sky and spat out a string of bubbles. Prince Bino understood what Jiang Shao meant, and he shrugged and said, "It should be the sparkles emitted by this forest." Jiang Shao grinned. "This is a forest? This wood will probably shatter with just a touch, yet it can still emit light?" The few of them swam forward. This was a completely different world under the ocean. The trees in the forest weren't too tall, and most of them were about 20 meters tall. They weren't too lush either. Be careful. If you touch them, these trees will shatter. We should try not to damage the environment here. After we go back and report this, we will ask the professionals to come here to explore. As the group gradually approached the forest, Princess Sophia instructed. "Okay," Prince Bino said casually. He carefully dodged the trees and sized up the towering trees with leaves. "Will they really shatter with just a touch? I see that they're growing very well. Look at the leaves. They are still very green." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shao and Sophia, who had just entered the edge of the forest, suddenly stopped. The two of them looked at each other, and Sophia suddenly shouted, "Come back. Hurry up and come back." Huh? Prince Bino was shocked. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly retreated. Just as he was about to retreat, the trees suddenly changed shape. The tree trunks seemed to be able to extend endlessly, and they rapidly swept towards Prince Bino. At the same time, the entire underwater forest came to life and grew rapidly. They were like countless thick tree vines that swept towards the group. Hey! Prince Bino's body was like a nimble fish. He moved around in the water and narrowly dodged the huge trees several times. Just as he was sneering and dodging them with ease, a thin tree vine rapidly shot out from the ground and wrapped around his ankle. Yen #at. Prince Bino was shocked. He cursed and quickly stabbed the vine beneath his feet with his trident. The moment his body was grabbed, the thick trees were like pythons. They were extremely flexible and tough, and they instantly bound Prince Bino tightly. Moreover, they were still binding him tightly. Prince Bino immediately cried out in pain and spat out a large amount of bubbles. His body was tightly bound and twisted, and the trident in his hand slowly fell to the ground. Juliet hurriedly stretched out her hands. In an instant, the pain on Prince Bino's body lessened slightly. With a flash, Jiang Shao arrived beside Prince Bino. He picked up the trident and aimed it at the thick and tough tree trunk before stabbing it. This time, it was a stab with a gold-quality green glow. Prince Bino was bound by the tree vines and was blasted into the ground. The tree vines seemed to be in pain and quickly retracted. Before Jiang Shao and Prince Bino could move, they felt a strong current attacking them, and they were quickly swept back to Sophia's side. My God, Prince Bino was trembling in pain. He pressed his shoulder with one hand and pulled it up fiercely. "Fix my own bones?" Jiang Shao hurriedly threw out a bell, which shuttled back and forth between the two of them. Looking into the distance, the quiet underwater forest had already begun to boil. The huge and long trees were like huge pythons, swaying back and forth in the water. It was as if they were demonstrating to the group of four, "There are no living creatures." If Jiang Shao could speak, that sentence would have been thrown at Prince Bino's face. "What are they guarding?" Sophia muttered to herself softly. At the side, Prince Binuo had a bitter look on his face. "Are you my biological sister? Do you really not care about me at all?" Juliet suddenly patted Sophia's shoulder and pointed at the tip of her nose. Sophia's eyes lit up, and she seemed to have understood what Juliet meant. "Let's try." Juliet nodded and hid behind the three of them. She then slowly extended her hands. Ka-cha, ka-cha. The ground was tearing and dust was flying everywhere. Juliet was not a star warrior of the earth element or mud element, but she specialized in the plant element. She was not tearing the ground apart, but uprooting the trees. The trees near the edge of the forest suddenly swayed wildly and danced back and forth. The huge trees swept up a torrential flood, growing crazily like huge whips, lashing towards the few of them. Sophia stretched out her hand, and countless streams of water swirled into a vortex that spiraled upwards. Under the stirring bubbles, Jiang Shao saw a large net that was pieced together. Smack! 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 The huge inflexible trees continuously whipped the huge fishing net, and Sophia's posture changed from one hand to the other. Kacha! Several giant trees were finally uprooted by Juliet. At this moment, it was as if they had lost their lives. The swaying trees no longer moved, and it was as if they had really become trees that were being torn apart by the surrounding trees that had yet to be uprooted. It turned out that there was a unique god in a unique domain. At this moment, the forest that even the two sea burial kings were having a headache was being uprooted by Juliet, and the trees fell and died. Everyone advanced step by step, and Juliet was also conquering the forest step by step. The amount of work required was vast, but it could not stop everyone's determination. Juliet had always been a mascot in the team, and now that she finally had a chance to show off, she was willing to repay everyone's care and protection. After an unknown period of time, the forest finally lost all signs of life. It was as if it had become real trees that floated in the ocean and scattered underground. Following the fall of the forest, another problem arose. The specks of light that provided light to the sea also dissipated. At this moment, only the two sea soul lamps in the team remained to provide light. Prince Bino tilted his head slightly and carefully sensed before saying, "There are no living creatures." Hearing this, Jiang Shao slowly swam to Prince Bino's side and stretched out his hand to turn his shoulder to face Bino. Then, gulp, gulp, gulp. Sophia, Juliet, Jiang Shao had actually spat out bubbles on Prince Bino's face. Jiang Shao had used a bubble attack. Prince Bino's body hurriedly floated backwards, and he waved his hand to disperse the bubbles. He looked slightly awkward as he said, "There really aren't any living creatures this time." "Take the lead," Sophia said as she gestured to Bino. Bino looked resentful, but he still swam over. Chapter 791. But this time, Bino was careful. He swam from the top and stuck close to the stone wall above. Everyone carefully passed through this underwater forest. Only then did they realize that this forest, which was neither big nor small, should be a barrier. It should be a magical plant planted by the underwater giants themselves. Because after passing through the forest, everyone quickly found a magnificent building. "Is that an altar?" Sophia asked. Everyone went all the way down. Under the illumination of the sea soul lamp, they saw steps that extended all the way into the darkness in the distance. As everyone moved forward, the appearance of this giant altar was finally revealed. There was a small stone circle on top of a stone circle, and an even smaller stone circle on top of it. In the center of the stone circle, the crowd saw two huge footprints. Looking up, they had already explored the end of this place. In front of them was a slightly blurred mural. "Juliet," Sophia pointed at the mural on the wall. "Carve this image down." As she spoke, under the surging sea current, a piece of broken wood floated over. Juliet pouted in dissatisfaction. She took the broken piece of wood floating beside her and floated over with the lamp in one hand. And in front of her, Jiang Shao had already carefully observed every part of the mural. This mural seemed to be telling a story. The story of a group of deep-sea giants conquering the world. Jiang Shao did not recognize most of the creatures, but he saw the two-headed strange bird from the kingdom of Fin. He also saw the three sculptures of star beasts on the way into the castle. Obviously, the race of the three sculptures should have surrendered to this group of underwater giants. Jiang Shao looked up and down, all the way to the right. Finally, he saw the carvings of the altar on the mural. He saw the underwater giants lining up and stepping onto the altar. The scene came to an abrupt end. What does this mean? Jiang Shao turned his head and looked at the real altar below. The footprints on the altar were made by the undersea giants in a line. Where did they go in the end? Through the altar, they ascended to the cosmos? And at the center of this huge mural, there was a young, deep-sea giant wearing a cloak. He raised his head and opened his arms, as if he was embracing the world. This seemed to be the main message. Hum. An ethereal chanting sound came from afar. Jiang Shao froze for a moment. The deep-sea giant whale was still up there. I actually forgot about Big Cutie while I was playing. I've sinned. Although the underwater passage was huge, it was still very small for the deep-sea giant whale. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao walked toward Sophia and drew a circle. Sophia understood and created a bubble with one hand. Phew, Jiang Shao took a deep breath and said, "You guys stay here and investigate. I'll send it up to see the sky." I promised it. Sophia was obviously stunned. "What?" Jiang Shao said. "Giant whale, you guys have fun in this city. I'll be back soon." Sophia frowned slightly and said, "No, it's very easy for you to get lost. After we finish investigating this place, we'll search the city again and think of a way to get the book back. After that, I prepare to return to land. This journey was enough for us. There's too much information. It's time for me to inform some people." Jiang Shao thought about it and nodded. "Okay, I'll go up first." With that, Jiang Shao left the strange underwater altar and swam up along the passage for a long time. Finally, he returned to the huge castle. There was another soft whistle, and a huge creature brushed past the giant sculpture. Jiang Shao swam up with the sea soul lamp and stroked the soft and smooth skin of the deep-sea giant whale. He even squeezed it. Wow, it's so soft and bouncy. Hee. Jiang Zhao's body circled around the body of the deep-sea giant whale and swam out of the castle. The deep-sea giant whale also twisted its body and chased after him. However, its body was too big, so it twisted its body to a larger extent. The heart-shaped tail behind it accidentally smashed a huge stone pillar. Jiang Shao was shocked and hurriedly looked back. Fortunately, the castle was still considered sturdy. Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief and led the deep-sea giant whale to the open ruins of the city. He came in front of it again and reached out to pat its huge eyes. The deep-sea giant whale was obviously a highly intelligent creature. It immediately understood what Jiang Shao meant and connected with Jiang Zhao's thoughts again. This time, the image that Jiang Shao provided to the deep-sea giant whale was a scan map of the ruins at the bottom of the sea. It was not a complete scan map, but the process of the scan map when the deep-sea giant whale was singing. With the help of the deep-sea giant whale, Jiang Shao carefully observed the scan map again. "Let's go and play in the palace." Jiang Shao controlled his body with his consciousness and swam forward. The small figure swam up and down happily in front of him, leading the way. The huge creature behind silently sensed the little fellow in front of it and quietly chased after Jiang Zhao's figure. The scene was so beautiful. The sculptures in front of the palace were no longer sea, land, or air. Instead, they were pure deep-sea giant warriors. Jiang Shao also discovered that the young man in a cloak and holding a book in his hand was everywhere. In the huge palace, there were also sculptures of him. He seemed to be the leader and the leader of these deep-sea giants. The huge castle was empty before, and at this time, the palace was the same. Except for the sculptures, murals, and stone pillars, there was nothing else. In the huge palace, there were a total of 7 sculptures. They were all embedded in the wall and really looked like gods for people to worship. The young man in the cloak that Jiang Shao discovered previously was placed in the main position in the wall, directly opposite the entrance of the main hall. This made Jiang Shao even more certain of his judgment. There were men and women among the 6 sculptures. From their body shape and the weapons in their hands, it could be seen that they were either magic awakened or combat awakened. The division of the combat awakened was very clear. There were combat awakened and shield awakened. The Temple of Gods? The man and the whale played in the city, touching and looking around. When Bino found Jiang Shao, he discovered that Jiang Shao was holding the heart-shaped tail of the giant whale with both hands and swaying his body as the tail swayed up and down. He looked like he was riding an undersea roller coaster. Prince Bino's mouth twitched awkwardly. "You really know how to play. Let's go, Jiang Shao." "Huh?" Jiang Shao let go of the whale's tail, turned around, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Prince Bino said, "We've gained a lot from this undersea trip. We need to return immediately and report this matter to my father. Let's go. They're not going to catch the sea soul noodles anymore? Well, indeed, there was too much information in the undersea ruins. It was no wonder that the Sea Burial King and his brother wanted to go back immediately. Jiang Shao nodded and looked at the giant whale that was twisting its body and turning its head back. Jiang Shao hurriedly waved his hand and gestured for it to follow. Buzz, after receiving a response, Jiang Shao quickly swam towards the exit of the dimensional space in the undersea ruins. There, Sophia and Juliet were already waiting. Jiang Shao discovered that Sophia was holding a water ball with both hands in front of her chest. There was a clear boundary between the water ball and the water at the bottom of the sea. Floating in this huge ball of water was the huge book. Jiang Shao secretly praised, "You're really daring. You actually dared to take it. Aren't you afraid that the book will break?" Sophia stared at the huge book in front of her chest with a solemn expression. She held the water ball with both hands and said, "Let's go. Let's go up vertically. Make your movements smaller and slower." "Oh, Sophia, my movements can't be small or slow. You don't know how much the child behind me yearns for the blue sky." Jiang Shao took the lead and floated out of the space gate. There are probably not many space gates that could accommodate the giant whale at the bottom of the sea. Clearly, the undersea ruins were one of them. When the giant whale passed by, all living beings retreated. Its huge body chased after Jiang Shao and swam out. None of the three dared to snatch it away. As soon as the three of them swam out, they saw Jiang Shao and the giant whale swimming up vertically and crazily. Prince Bino looked helplessly at the heart-shaped tail of the whale that was flapping back and forth. However, Sophia's voice came from beside him. "Guard me. Slow down." Prince Bino replied, "Okay." Above, Jiang Shao held onto the large hand on the left side of the deep-sea giant whale's body and allowed it to bring him up. "Charge!" With their minds connected again, Jiang Shao provided beautiful images one after another for the giant whale. Buzz, it was very obvious that the giant whale's speed was getting faster and faster. Despite having such a heavy body, it was actually swimming at such a fast speed. This was clearly beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. The whale's roar scanned all the illusions around it and outlined all the contours. This time, there were no more boundaries. This time, there were no air walls to stop it. "Charge! Charge! Charge!" Jiang Shao controlled his body and slapped one of the giant whale's pelvic fins vigorously. With their minds connected, he continuously transmitted the thoughts and images of the upstream to it. It did not hesitate at all, and its speed became faster and faster. Was it because it trusted Jiang Shao? Or was it because even if there was a boundary, the giant whale had already made up its mind to smash through it this time? Jiang Shao did not know any of these. The water surged around him, and the giant tail flapped back and forth. All the creatures on the way upstream scurried around and dodged frantically. However, there were always some weak creatures. Perhaps their senses were weak, or perhaps the giant whale's speed was too fast. Jiang Shao once again found an old friend. A school of cold-scale fish that were swimming slowly. Whoosh! The giant whale plunged into the shoal of cold-scale fish and disrupted their formation. The small fish rolled up streams of water, mixed with bubbles, and surged in all directions. Whoosh! Jiang Shao spat out a string of bubbles and held onto the giant whale's pelvic fins tightly. He was almost unable to keep up. "Cloak, give me some strength. Help me bang." There was a loud sound. There was an explosion of water. "Ha! Cough, cough. Cough, cough." Just as Jiang Shao laughed out loud, he coughed. Without the support of the water, Jiang Shao was directly thrown out. Whoa, whoa. Jiang Shao was flustered, and his spinning body suddenly stopped in the air. Behind him, the wide cloak fluttered and Jiang Shao slowly descended. His feet stepped on the surface of the sea. "Oh my God!" Jiang Shao rubbed his eyes and looked up in bewilderment. The giant whale rushed out of the sea, but it did not fall because of gravity. Instead, it continued to swim and swim. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Shao would call this action flying, but for the giant whale, it was really swimming towards the night sky. In the dark night, the stars in the night sky were bright. The bright moon shone on the surface of the sea, and the water droplets slid down the giant whale's body, sprinkling a sparkling light. The giant figure slowly swam upstream, as if it was looking for the end of the starry sky. The sea was covered in the night sky, and the fish were flying in the starry sky. Jiang Shao raised his head and looked at the giant figure that was gradually disappearing under the bright moon and the galaxy. He stood on the surface of the sea and murmured softly, "Let's go. Your world is no longer shackled." Buzz, a cheerful chant echoed in the night, penetrating the layers of the night and drifting far away. In his sight, the giant figure that was gradually disappearing slowly turned around and swam back towards Jiang Shao. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 792. Bang! The giant whale plunged into the surface of the sea, causing a huge splash and causing Jiang Zhao's body to tilt. Jiang Shao covered his face with his hands, and before he could even react, he was lifted up by the round head of the giant whale and thrown into the sky. Jiang Zhao's body swayed, but with the help of the black cloak, he managed to stand steadily in the night sky. He lowered his head and looked at the giant whale rolling around in the sea. Jiang Shao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He then pointed to the south, which was the direction of the Atlantic Ocean. "Swim over there. It won't be long before you see the sun and the blue sky." Puffed! A pillar of water suddenly spurted out from the bottom of the sea like a fountain, brushing past Jiang Zhao's body and splashing all over him. Jiang Shao wiped his face and thought, "Are you really a freaking whale? You can even spray water? Why didn't I see any breathing holes? Oh my God, how big is your lung capacity? How long has it been since you last breathed? You probably haven't breathed at all, right? Does this mean that you can live without using your lungs to breathe?" Jiang Shao lowered his head and looked at the deep-sea giant whale swimming back and forth in the sea, unwilling to leave. Jiang Shao scratched his head, but it was on his hood. "Do you want to follow me?" Buzz! The soul-stirring sound was heard again, but Jiang Shao looked a little troubled as he slowly floated down and sat on the back of the giant whale. He pinched its soft dorsal fin and said, "But I don't have a sea at home. Fatty fell in love with a wild horse, and there's no grassland at home." Regardless of the technique used in the lyrics, Jiang Zhao's words meant exactly what they meant. "I do love you very much, but there's really no sea at home. If you want an aquarium, I can get one for you, but you're not a creature that lives in a pond at all. Not to mention a pond, even river, lake, and river won't be able to satisfy you. Only the sea, and not the shallow sea, but the deep sea. The endless deep sea is the place where you can live. Otherwise, how would you be any different from being imprisoned before?" Jiang Shao gently stroked the whale's back and said, "Let's go, friend. We'll meet again if fate allows it. I can't give you what you want." The cheerful chanting slowly changed color. The voice became much softer and softer. "Don't be like this. Do you know why the love between the hero and heroine of the Titanic became eternal? Because they died after falling in love at first sight. The feelings between them became eternal. The scene of their encounter was forever fixed at that moment. But if both of them survived, these two extremely romantic people would break up due to trivial matters within a week of marriage, and they would go their separate ways." Jiang Zhao's expression was a little strange as he said, "So, if you leave now, it might be better for both of us." Jiang Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "By the way, your star technique is very special. How about this? I'll subdue you as my star pet, and we'll be spiritually connected. That way, I can always accompany you, and you can always play in the sea. When you miss me, we'll talk and have a chat. I can teleport, and this cloak will allow us to meet whenever we want. When you don't miss me, you can play in the sea. How does that sound?" Hearing the whale's high-pitched voice again, Jiang Shao murmured softly, "Is it really Play-Doh?" Jiang Shao summoned the black and white candle, hugged Little Candle, and sat on the back of the giant whale. "I'm relying on you, Little Candle. I've got a big job for you." Little Candle raised its head and blinked its eyes at Jiang Shao, seemingly not realizing that it was sitting on the back of the whale. Jiang Shao reached out and patted the ground before asking, This guy, can you do it? Uh, Little Candle jumped out of Jiang Zhao's arms, but it slipped and fell. Jiang Zhao was taken aback and hurriedly reached out to grab it. The cloak had done something again. The tail of the cloak suddenly floated up and wrapped around Little Candle, which slipped away and sent it back into Jiang Zhao's arms. Black and White Candle pouted and buried its face in Jiang Zhao's arms, not wanting to get out again. With the help of the cloak, Jiang Zhao slowly floated forward and said, "The way I'm with you will be very special. I need this little guy to rely on you, so that you can enter my star map. Don't resist, you're too strong. If you resist even a little, I'm afraid something will happen." While thinking, Jiang Zhao directly opened the internal star map. On the fourth plate, the information of the golden red candle, mutated, black and white, silver grade level 0, was listed. Its name no longer had the word cub. This was good news, but Jiang Zhao was still worried. For the giant whale, was the golden red candle's grade too low? There should be no harm in making it stronger, right? While thinking about it, Jiang Zhao looked at his skill points. 4,157. Without hesitation, he threw 100 skill points into it, and at the next moment, Little Candle's name became Golden Red Candle, mutated, black and white, gold grade level 0. Jiang Zhao took a closer look, only to realize that the grade had been increased, but the quality of the star techniques had not changed. Wait a minute. Jiang Zhao was shocked. Originally, on the fourth plate, there was an arrow pointing to the lower left below the image of Little Candle, which was aimed at the image of the black and white candle bear. The arrow pointing to the lower right corner was blank, obviously waiting to be filled in. When Little Candle was upgraded from silver quality to gold quality, there was an additional arrow. Jiang Zhao was slightly stunned and suddenly realized that the brass quality black and white candle seemed to only be able to rely on one creature. However, after it was promoted to silver quality and confirmed that the dependent form was black and white candle bear, the number of dependable creatures given was 1/2. The star technique dependence was an exclusive and special star technique that could not be upgraded. But after the owner's grade was increased, there was an additional form of dependence. Damn it, I should have discovered it long ago. The internal star map gave me a hint long ago. Why am I so stupid? I can rely on 1 brass quality creature, 2 silver quality creatures, and 3 gold quality creatures. Gulp. Jiang Zhao swallowed his saliva and tried to add another 1,000 skill points to the grade of the black and white candle. Whoosh! Golden red candle, mutated, black and white, platinum quality level 0. Jiang Zhao was surprised and overjoyed. There was another arrow pointing downward. Damn it. What bamboo bear? What giant whale? The real godly pet has always been in my arms. The skill points had also become 3,057. It would be impossible to promote Little Candle to the diamond quality in a short period of time. Jiang Zhao held the black and white candle in his arms and looked at Little Candle in a daze. Little Candle's eyes flickered as it stared at Jiang Zhao blankly. The expressions of the human and the pet were almost the same. Friend, you're already a platinum quality godly pet. Other star beasts have a huge breakthrough in the gold quality and their bodies have become bigger. Why haven't you changed at all? Well, it can't be said that there hasn't been any change. The body of the black and white candle has become heavier. Maybe its body has become stronger? Well, it's more like a chubby boy now. Jiang Zhao floated up and immersed half of his body in the sea. He held Little Candle, who was trembling in fear, and walked towards the giant whale. Jiang Zhao was infuriated. You're already of the platinum quality. Can't you have some dignity as a platinum quality godly pet? Why are you trembling? Jiang Zhao rubbed the soft and bouncy body of the black and white candle and comforted it softly. It's our friend. It's very friendly and intelligent. It won't refuse your dependence. Don't worry. In the future, if you want to play, you can also swim with it at the bottom of the sea. Huh? The black and white candle blinked its eyes adorably and looked at the eyes in front of it that were larger than its entire body. Don't be afraid. Try it. Your white candle isn't afraid of water. In the future, you can go to the underwater world to play with it. Jiang Zhao coaxed and coaxed as he pressed Little Candle's body against the eyes of the giant whale. Buzz, Little Candle's careful and coquettish voice was accompanied by a long and ethereal chanting sound that drifted under the night sky. At the next moment, a message appeared in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Fusion successful. 2/4, second dependent form, black and white candle whale. Jiang Zhao was so shocked that his hands trembled and the black and white candle in his hands disappeared. The dark eyes of the deep-sea giant whale in front of him suddenly turned into burning white candle eyes. The giant whale let out a soft cry and slowly swam away. Its white candle eyes slowly dragged out a white flame line in the sea. This scene actually had a strange sense of beauty. Jiang Zhao hurriedly looked at the internal star map. Below the image of the black and white candle, Jiang Zhao saw the image of a black and white candle whale, along with the arrow that was still pointing to the bottom left. The giant whale was a huge creature, but after becoming smaller, it actually seemed a little cute. Its black and white skin was wavy, and there were 3 sail-shaped dorsal fins on its back. There were huge pectoral fins on both sides of its body and 2 slightly smaller pelvic fins at the back. The whale's tail was heart-shaped, slender, and powerful. That huge eye, floating with dense white flames, had already become the eyes of a candle. Second dependent form, black and white candle whale, diamond quality level 1. Jiang Zhao exclaimed, "Damn it, diamond quality?" Jiang Zhao continued to look down. Second dependent form, black and white candle whale, diamond quality level 1, star techniques, 1. Collision, silver quality level 0, 2. Icy chill, silver quality level 0, 3. Bright, silver quality level 0, 4. Dependence, unknown quality, mutated candle whale exclusive, cannot be upgraded, 5. Whirlpool, controls the rotating whirlpool to break through, besiege, or strangle the target. Platinum quality level 1, 6. Tide, sets off monstrous waves that cause a devastating blow to the target. Platinum quality level 1, 7. Sea language, emits a special sound that accurately detects environmental information within a certain range. Platinum quality level 1, 8. Sea dream, spiritually connects with a specific target and senses are interconnected. Diamond quality level 1, 9. Ode to the perishing of the seas, sings the song of perishing at the cost of one's life. Spiritually connects with all things and buries all creatures within the range of the song. Diamond quality level 1, 10. Sea candle vortex, when the black and white candle whale uses its 5th star technique, the sea vortex star technique, there will be an additional effect of the ice candle flame. Unknown quality, dependent form, exclusive star technique, cannot be upgraded, oh my god. Diamond divine pet, star technique 10. Jiang Zhao suddenly felt a little dizzy and intoxicated. It might be because of happiness, but it might also be because of the cold sea breeze. The black and white candle whale did have 1 less star technique than the black and white candle bear, but it lacked the negative state star technique. Even if the star techniques, dependence, and ode to the dying seas were excluded and the relatively overlapping sea vortex and sea candle vortex were considered as 1 star technique, it still had a total of 7 star techniques. He then looked at the quality of its star technique. 3 platinum quality, 2 diamond quality. My goodness, that's impressive. Is this the true strength of a diamond pet? You're so powerful. I'm so stressed out. There must be some diamond-level creatures in the alien ball. How am I supposed to survive? Jiang Zhao sighed deeply. Just as Jiang Zhao was lamenting in his heart, he suddenly realized that his thoughts were connected to the black and white candle whale again. Buzz. As it chanted softly, Jiang Zhao could clearly feel that it was comforting him. Jiang Zhao thought about it and retracted the black and white candle flame before putting it into the star map. Although Sophia and the others were moving very slowly in order to protect the books, it wouldn't be wrong to take it back earlier. Jiang Zhao gently rubbed the giant whale's eyes, which were cold to the touch. I can also put you in the star map, but you like the sea, right? Buzz, let's go. I'll always be with you in your mind, Jiang Zhao said softly. If you miss me, chat with me. If you encounter any danger, remember to call me. I'll flash dozens of times, and I'll definitely reach your location. Let's make an agreement. Jiang Shao said softly, no matter what happens, don't sing that song that symbolizes death. Jiang Shao knew that it could only sense his emotions, but did not understand the specific meaning of his words. It didn't matter. When he returned, he would slowly teach it Chinese. In the future, it could use images to transmit Chinese messages. Coupled with the spiritual connection and sensory connection, everything would be easy to solve. Let's go. Swim in that direction. Don't go near the shore and don't look back. Jiang Shao stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance. Day and night, the blazing sun and galaxy, the boundless sky, the endless sea. Everything you want is there. A few minutes later, Prince Bino emerged from the surface of the sea and looked at Jiang Shao, who was standing alone on the surface of the sea. He wondered, where's that whale? Jiang Shao gestured into the distance. In fact, the giant whale had just left reluctantly. Prince Bino turned his head to look and saw a giant whale rushing out of the surface of the sea in the distance. It drew a mesmerizing arc under the night sky and floated in the air for a while before slowly diving back into the sea and swimming further away. Prince Bino was shocked. You actually let such a creature go? Jiang Shao turned to look at Bino and asked, can you keep it? Prince Bino hesitated and did not respond. Judging others by your own standards, why did you keep it? Jiang Shao smiled and said, you can't even keep me, yet you want to keep it? At the side, Sophia swam out of the sea and stepped on the waves. She was still holding a ball of water with a huge book floating in it. Hearing this, Sophia glanced at Jiang Shao thoughtfully and said softly, these 10 spatial star beads were well spent. Stay with us for 2 more days. I have to prepare a commission for you. Hearing this, Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he hurriedly nodded. No problem. I can stay for a few more days. Prince Bino was speechless. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 793. Juliet, where's the thing I left with you for safekeeping before we went into the sea? Sophia asked while standing on the waves. Oh. Juliet reacted and hurriedly unzipped her diving suit. She dug around in her inner pocket and took out a small electronic object. Juliet looked at the small screen and identified the location of the 2 flashing dots. She said, our cruise ship should be at. As Juliet spoke, she turned around and said, the oil tanker is in that direction. Sophia said, no, we're not going over. Let them come over and press the call button. They'll come and pick us up. Sophia held the water ball with both hands and tried her best to ensure that the water flow was still. She was afraid that the book in the water ball would shatter. She said carefully, we have to accurately determine the coordinates of this place so that we can accurately find the other party's location the next time we bring other people over. Prince Bino said helplessly, if we report this, we'll definitely be criticized. However, Sophia said, it doesn't matter if we're criticized or even locked up. We have to report such information. Yes, yes. Prince Bino nodded repeatedly. He had been lectured by Sophia again. It's really unbearable. Prince Bino, who was trying to change the topic, saw Jiang Shao standing in the night sky. His black and wide cloak was fluttering in the sea breeze. TSK, little toxic healer. Aren't you too cool? Hey, Jiang Shao, what are you thinking about? You haven't spoken for a long time, Prince Bino shouted with his head raised. I'm looking at the sea. Jiang Shao snapped out of his trance. He was indeed looking at the sea, but he was not looking with his own eyes. Instead, he was looking through the eyes of the giant whale. Ever since he took in the deep-sea giant whale as his star pet, the 2 of them had a clearer and more realistic mental connection. At this moment, the image that Jiang Shao was looking at was not the topographic map or environmental outline map that the giant whale had scanned using sea language. Jiang Shao was looking at the world that the giant whale saw with its own eyes. TSK. The more Jiang Shao looked at it, the more magical he felt. He was clearly looking at the sea in front of him, but his eyes were the sea in the eyes of the giant whale. He wouldn't have to worry about insomnia in the future. Lying on his own bed, He could enjoy the sea breeze, listen to the rolling sound of the waves, and look at the endless sea. Wouldn't he be able to fall asleep in minutes? An immersive experience. It was like a sleeping device built into the brain. Buzz, in the distant night sky, the faint singing of a giant whale could be heard. The song lingered under the bright, starry sky. Clearly, the giant whale had sensed Jiang Zhao's emotions and responded to him with its unique voice. "Okay," Jiang Zhao suddenly said, scaring the others. Jiang Zhao thought to himself, "From now on, I'll call you Humming Whale." Prince Bino hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? What did you find?" "No, nothing," Jiang Zhao said perfunctorily. His mind was clearly on the deep-sea giant whale. "Humming bear, humming whale, Jiang Zhao. You're a genius at naming things. These two astral pets are so lucky to have a master like you." After waiting for a few hours, they boarded the tanker and set off for the Sima Kingdom. 3 days later, the moment the Sea Burial King's siblings landed on land, they were picked up by the people sent by the royal family. They originally wanted to bring Jiang Zhao back with them, but Jiang Zhao disappeared without a trace in a flash. Jiang Zhao did not have time to be scolded. Needless to say, the siblings were being scolded, and Jiang Zhao was probably going to be interrogated. Jiang Zhao would not make things difficult for himself. However, he still had to pay them. Hence, Jiang Zhao planned to wander outside for a few days before returning to the Little Baima Manor to wait for the Sea Burial King siblings. Blocking their doorstep to ask for their debt was a perfect plan. The city where the tanker docked was still St. Neas City in the Sima Kingdom. It was a coastal city and also a tourist city. It was close to the Mediterranean Sea, so the weather in October was not bad. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhao tied the soul of the sea devourer cloak into shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, then went to the crowded beach. He found a place with relatively fewer tourists, dug a sandpit, and buried himself in it, only revealing his disguised face. After basking in the sun for a day, he slept soundly. As for being robbed or stolen, Jiang Zhao was not worried at all. Even if he was worried, he should be worried about the robbers. After all, he was not wearing a real cloak. Instead, he was wearing a terrifying platinum-ranked star beast, the kind that could swallow people whole without leaving any bones behind at night. The bonfire dance on the beach woke Jiang Zhao up. A group of people were playing loud music and gulping down alcohol. Men and women were twisting their bodies and making eyes at each other. A slightly ugly white youth yawned as he stuck his hands out of the sandpit and stretched. The next moment, his body flashed and disappeared into the night. Jiang Zhao returned to the pitch-black sea, far away from the coastline. He activated the shadow ruin and slowly landed in the cloak. He also changed back into the disguise of the ugly youth. As soon as he entered, Jiang Zhao heard Erha cheering excitedly. "Yohu, yohu, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah." Jiang Zhao grinned and floated towards a corner of the gym in the shadow ruin, following the sound. Along the way, Jiang Zhao also saw the sea soul lamps floating in the air. Together with the dim, starry sky and shadow ruin as the background, the sea soul lamps looked extremely beautiful as they floated quietly. Huh. Xia Yan was still cheering when she suddenly felt that something was amiss. She turned around abruptly and condensed a sword of desperation in her hand. Han Jiangxue, who was beside her, also turned around with a faint smile and frowned at the person who was approaching from afar. You. The sword of desperation in Xia Yan's hand shattered. She stretched out her index finger and pointed at Jiang Zhao, who was slowly floating toward her. "You can actually fly? TSK, how dare you? How dare you point fingers at this Empyrean? What a scandal!" Jiang Zhao pretended to put on his hood and spread open the sleeves of his cloak. "Ignorant young man, the exalted immortal is here. Hurry up and kowtow to greet her." Xia Yan opened her mouth wide and stared at Jiang Zhao, who was floating in the air with his cloak fluttering without any wind. She couldn't help but turn to look at Han Jiangxue and ask, "Can I slash him?" Han Jiangxue held onto the barbell with one hand and flicked the strand of hair that was stuck to her forehead because of her perspiration. Smiling, she said, "Go ahead." "Wayaya." Xia Yan reached out to pick up a barbell and placed it vertically on the side of her body. She then moved up and down slightly, causing the barbell pieces on both sides to fall off. Carrying the barbell stick, she dashed towards Jiang Shao. Today, I'll show you the battle of the late galaxy. Jiang Shao floated down and acted as if he didn't see Xia Yan's attack. He asked, "Have you advanced to the star power realm?" It turned out that she was cheering because she had advanced to the star power realm. Oof. Of course. The barbell stick in Xia Yan's hand was wrapped in a layer of star power. She rushed over and smacked Jiang Zhao's arm with it. He could tell that she was just playing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used such a weapon and would have used the sword of desperation instead. Besides, if it were a real battle, the star power on the stick wouldn't be so little. Something that surprised Xia Yan happened. Just as the stick was about to hit Jiang Zhao's arm, the end of the cloak was suddenly lifted and blocked the stick. Huh? Xia Yan looked at the cloak in surprise. However, Jiang Shao didn't move at all. What's this? Xia Yan casually threw the barbell stick away and strode forward. She then stretched out her fingers and gently picked up a corner of the cloak before twisting it with her thumb and index finger. A platinum-grade C devouring soul. It has high intelligence and strong defense, Jiang Shao said. Xia Yan's eyes lit up and she asked, "This is actually a creature of another dimension?" Yes. Jiang Shao nodded and continued. Its star technique is very magical. It can release a special substance that can completely melt and devour the human body. Xia Yan pursed her lips and hurriedly let go of the cloak. Jiang Shao took out 2 sea devourer star beads from his arms and explained the specific star techniques of the star beads to the two of them. He then tossed the 2 star beads to Han Jiangxue and said, "There's nothing you can't do." "Did you get these sea soul lamps from the same place?" Xia Yan asked curiously. "Yeah, I went to the bottom of the sea with a few royals of the Shima kingdom. It was very exciting," Jiang Shao said smilingly. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pair of cold eyes staring at him. Jiang Zhao's body trembled slightly. He had indeed acted first and reported later. Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly and hurriedly changed the topic. "We found the underwater civilization. It's a huge underwater city that has already been reduced to ruins. It should have been built by the underwater giants. There are many sculptures, murals, and..." Jiang Zhao's voice became softer and softer. Under Han Jiangshue's gloomy gaze, Jiang Shao felt his scalp go numb. Jiang Shao could completely understand her worries. If Han Jiangxue were to go there without Jiang Zhao's company, Jiang Shao would definitely be infuriated too. "The Husky has made a great contribution again," Xia Yan said with excitement and envy. "Hurry and tell me about it. Come, let's go to the sofa and sit down." "Wow, I'm so excited. I'll go get a bag of chips." Xia Yan then dragged Jiang Shao towards the rest area like a maniac. Han Jiangxue was speechless. Jiang Shao turned around awkwardly and frantically waved at Han Jiangxue. Come, I'll tell you a story." Rip. Xia Yan tore open a bag of chips, took out 2 pieces, put them in her mouth, and chewed them. She then blinked her large, beautiful eyes and looked at Jiang Shao with anticipation. Crunch, crunch, Jiang Shao chuckled and couldn't help but reach out to rub Xia Yan's head. "There are many stories, some bizarre and some horrifying," Xia Yan said. "Horrifying? Let's talk about the horrifying ones first." Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "Don't worry, I even helped a big fish. I have many stories, some of which are fascinating and some of which are heartwarming." Big fish? Xia Yan took out another 2 pieces of chips and tossed them into her mouth. "Let's talk about the big fish first. What kind of big fish is it? How did you help it? How did you know it?" Jiang Shao sighed silently and said, "The child doesn't have a mother. It's a long story." Xia Yan was obviously stunned for a moment, and she actually asked, "Where's the child's mother?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Chapter 794. Jiang Shao told the 2 girls stories for the entire night and cleaned up the shadow ruins again. Then, he walked out of the shadow ruins and returned to Little Bei Mu's manor. When Jiang Shao came out, the sky was pale and he realized that he had been telling them stories for the entire night. Sigh, time always flies when I'm with little Jiangxue in the morning, Jiang Xiao returned to Little Bei Mu's manor. Jiang Zhao's way of returning was extremely brazen. He teleported all the way back. The Sima Kingdom was not big, but it was not small either. In particular, they had set sail in the southwest of the Sima Kingdom, while Little Bei Mu's manor was in the middle of the Sima Kingdom. Hence, Jiang Xiao had to travel across most of the Sima Kingdom's territory before returning to his destination. Jiang Zhao's teleportation had not reached the level of a single flashback. Hence, during the process of Jiang Zhao's teleportation, he had definitely attracted the attention of some people in the town and caused a certain impact. However, Jiang Xiao did not care. Anyway, this was the Sima Kingdom, not his home. If he did not do it now, when would he do it? When Jiang Xiao returned to Little Bei Mu's manor with a map, he was filled with a sense of achievement. I'm such a genius. The King of Sea Burial and his brother were indeed not at home. They should have been left at the royal manor. Jiang Xiao returned to his guest room under the hospitality of the attendants and took a comfortable shower to wash away all his fatigue. I'm the king of toxic healers. How can my body be salty and astringent? It was supposed to be sweet and fragrant. What is the shape of hope in the eyes of children? Is there a swing in the yard? Is there candy in your pocket? Jiang Xiao hummed a song and walked to the coffee table in the living room. He picked up his phone and could not help but smack his lips. It was only 66% charged. It looked so sad. Jiang Xiao turned on his phone while continuing to hum. The light of the bayonet is polished by hatred. It's barbaric in the distance, but she's smiling and doesn't panic. Jiang Xiao stopped singing. As soon as he turned on his phone, he saw a bunch of messages and missed calls. Not bad. Jiang Xiao, who said you don't have friends. Jiang Xiao felt the buzzing vibration of his phone. He ignored the messages and saw a familiar name in the call records. Jiang Xiao opened WeChat and sent her a video call. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the busy man actually picked up the call after 2 to 3 seconds. Good morning. Jiang Xiao waved his hand. However, second last seemed rather sullen in the video. Jiang Zhao's palms stiffened slightly, and he asked carefully, "What's wrong?" Second last looked up and seemed to be looking at someone. Jiang Xiao also shut his mouth in the nick of time. Second last continued to look out of the camera and said, "You did well in your previous mission. Come over anytime. The team wants to give you some encouragement." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. The day before yesterday, he had spent more than 1,000 skill points on the interface of the black and white candle. Today, he had come to sponsor it. Would it be a third-class new moon medal or a second-class crescent moon medal? Of course, a first-class full moon medal was out of the question. Jiang Xiao thought about it carefully and felt that according to the difficulty of the mission and the impact it would have on the entire Conkind, it should be more than enough to give him a crescent moon medal. Although the mission seemed simple to Jiang Xiao, that was only because he was fancy and made the best use of it. The mission was extremely tricky and had troubled the Guardians of the Night for so long. Hence, there was no doubt that it was difficult. Jiang Xiao hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll stay here for another 2 days. When I get paid, I'll go to your place immediately." Second last finally looked at the screen of her mobile phone and said, "Come now, I have something to talk to you about." Jiang Xiao got a great shock and carefully said, "I came to the Shima Kingdom because I applied for leave from you." Before Jiang Xiao could finish speaking, second last interrupted, "Inform me before you come to Minoya City. I'll send someone to pick you up." Second last then hung up the communication. Jiang Xiao smacked his lips in discomfort and thought, "I hate people who don't finish their sentences the most. All of you deserve to live long lives." Jiang Xiao put on his clothes and walked out of the room to look for the attendant. "Think of a way to inform Prince Bino as soon as possible. I have to return immediately. Tell him to contact me as soon as possible." "Okay, sir." The attendant nodded and quickly left. A few minutes later, he received a call from Prince Bino. Jiang Xiao frantically picked it up. "What's the matter? You can't stay any longer? You're leaving?" Prince Bino asked 3 questions at once. "I have something urgent to attend to." Jiang Xiao scratched his head. "You don't want the reward anymore?" Prince Bino asked. Jiang Xiao said, I believe in the strength and character of the Shima Kingdom's royal family. It doesn't matter if I get it sooner or later. Tell Sophia to inform me when she's done preparing the payment. I have to leave now." Hearing how determined Jiang Shao was, Prince Bino also realized that he really couldn't keep Jiang Shao around. Anyone who was about to get 3 spatial star beads would probably be more than willing to wait here, right? Prince Bino hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll arrange a plane for you. I can't get away for the time being. If you have any requests, just let the butler know. Someone will look for you later. He'll be in charge of your return." "Okay," Jiang Shao answered decisively. "Then thank you for your help this time. Remember to pick up my call next time we go to the bottom of the sea," Prince Bino said with a smile. "Okay," Jiang Shao muttered. "Answer the phone. I'll definitely answer it." Although that was what he said, answering the phone was really just a matter of fate for Jiang Shao. It was fine when he was in school, but once Jiang Shao entered a dimensional space, the Shadow Ruins, or went out to carry out a mission, he would basically not be able to pick up the phone. Prince Bino said, "Hey, by the way, our software has been interconnected with your country's Weibo recently. Follow me." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Prince Bino said, "Set me as a special follower. Once I send a message, your phone will buzz." The corners of Jiang Zhao's mouth twitched. "I thought you were being scolded at home, but you're playing with your phone?" Prince Bino humphed and said, "I'm playing while I'm being scolded. If I don't get scolded, I won't have time to play with my phone." Jiang Shao was speechless. Prince Bino continued, "Remember, you have to interact with me no matter what I send. Let the people of the world see our friendship." Jiang Shao said, "Don't you feel especially proud to be friends with the world champion?" Prince Bino was immediately displeased. "It's your luck and honor to be friends with the 3rd prince of the Sima Kingdom." Jiang Shao said, "Tisk, who cares about this honor? How about this? I'll follow your sister. If there's anything, you can just ask her to send me a private message. I don't open private messages from strangers." Prince Bino was speechless. After hanging up the phone, the so-called butler that Prince Bino mentioned arrived a few minutes later. The old man carefully arranged various matters for Jiang Shao. However, when Jiang Shao said that his destination was Conkind, a problem arose. Applying for a flight route for a private jet was far more troublesome than Jiang Shao had imagined. If it was Europe, it would still be manageable. In fact, it might not even be difficult to expand the scope to ordinary countries. However, when the destination was Conkind, everything became troublesome. When Jiang Shao heard the old butler say that he might need a few weeks to communicate with him, he felt like he was about to collapse. A few weeks? In that case, I might as well return to China and take a military flight to Conkind. Jiang Shao had no choice but to get in touch with Second Last again. After one phone call, the communication went from a few weeks to 2 hours to receiving accurate information. An hour and a half later, Jiang Shao had already obtained permission to board Prince Bino's private jet and rush to Conkind. The pole was still there, but the girl was nowhere to be found. Jiang Shao resumed his old business and started playing video games. Fortunately, he still had the save file of Uninhabited 4 that he played when he came during the 5 to 6 hour journey. Jiang Shao played the game according to the previous save file, but he still failed to clear the game. It was extremely awkward because he had already reached the end of the game. The plane slowly landed in a civilian airport on the outskirts of Manoia City. When Jiang Shao hurriedly saved the file and looked out of the window, he saw a familiar figure, Fu Hei. Jiang Shao had never fought with Fu Hei before, and his understanding of him was limited to the descriptions of others. It was said that Fu Hei was a captain who was willing to work for Second Last as a soldier. In fact, he wasn't even a captain. The results of his work were really gratifying. Jiang Shao bid farewell to the attendant on the plane politely and flashed to the side of the military vehicle. "Nice cloak." Fu Hei glanced at Jiang Shao before turning around and hopping onto the green, convertible military vehicle. "Let's go," Jiang Shao asked. "Do you know why she asked me to come? Why is she in such a hurry?" Fu Hei smacked his braid, which was very short, and Jiang Shao had no idea how he tied it up. He placed one hand on the door frame, and the strands of fringe on his forehead danced back and forth with the roaring of the military vehicle. He looked extremely suave and said, "Ask her, I won't tell you." "Oh, there's something that our Captain Fu doesn't dare to say?" Jiang Shao asked as he turned around and looked at Fu Hei. But Fu Hei laughed and said, "Weird and mischievous?" Jiang Shao was speechless. Fu Hei smiled and said, "She'll just punish me and demote me to a soldier at most. If I dare to offend her during such a critical period and get kicked out of the team, no one in the Guardians of the Night will accept me. Do you want me to join the Wasteland Reclaimers? They're a bunch of boorish men who only know how to charge around. Their missions are too simple." Jiang Shao said, "Watch your words." "Haha." Fu Hei laughed and said, "I almost forgot that you're also a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Tell me, are the missions of the Wasteland Reclaimers very specific? You don't have to use your brain, and you just have to do it?" Jiang Shao looked at Fu Hei and said, "I'm from the Tail Feather team of the Tail Feather Regiment. Strictly speaking, I'm also your superior. Even if I can't become a political commissar, I can still become a deputy commander." Fu Hei pursed his lips and said, "Aha, Commander Jiang, look at what you've done. The Wasteland Reclaimers are the best team in the country. As a Guardian of the Night, you actually managed to infiltrate the Wasteland Reclaimers. You're really good at being a soldier." Jiang Shao felt that he was up to no good, but he didn't have any evidence. Jiang Shao said, "Tell me, what's the matter with her?" Realizing that Jiang Shao was determined to seek answers, Fu Hei's expression turned solemn, and his lackadaisical attitude changed completely. After staying silent for a while, he said, "She locked herself in the hut for 2 days. She just walked out of the hut the day before yesterday. Everyone could sense that she was trying her best to control her emotions. I even think that if she weren't the leader of the Tail Feather team, she would have already done a lot of things that are out of line." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" Fu Hei said in a deep voice, "The problem is very serious. It's very serious for her personally." Jiang Shao frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Fu Hei said, "First Tail, you must have heard of him. He's the leader's old teammate." Jiang Shao said, "Of course. Su Li, the old leader of the Tail Feather team. In fact, I met him not long ago and had a drink with him." Hearing this, Fu Hei's face stiffened even more. Jiang Shao frowned and said, "Speak. This is an order." Fu Hei did not expect Jiang Shao to have a personal relationship with First Tail. After all, the members of the Tail Feather team lived and died. When Jiang Shao joined the Tail Feather team, the team was already dead in name. Fu Hei hesitated for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "First Tail is dead." Jiang Shao exclaimed, "Huh?" Fu Hei opened his mouth and seemed to be preparing his words. After speaking a few times, he didn't say anything in the end. Jiang Shao asked, "How did he die? Where is he?" Fu Hei sighed softly and said, "He died during a mission. You'd better talk to second last about the details." Jiang Zhao's heart sank. The man who was drinking and chatting with him at the round table by the sea left just like that? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 795. The military vehicle slowly drove into the eastern part of Manoia City. Compared to the bustling city center, the streets here were deserted and even a little desolate. Desolate was a good word to describe Conkind. However, it also had to be divided into specific areas. As one of the largest cities in Conkind, Manoia was comparable to the capitals of small countries of the same level. Konkind's development was somewhat abnormal. Some of the larger cities that were better protected still had a good living environment and atmosphere. However, for some of the rural villages, the large number of dimensional spaces that were opened up made the people there miserable. Coupled with the lack of strength of the local army and the constant civil strife, it also led to the current abnormal development of Conkind. In front of a courtyard, the military vehicle slowly stopped. Under Fu Hei's lead, the soldiers standing guard on both sides did not stop him, and Jiang Shao walked in. This place was quite similar to the courtyard houses in China's imperial capital. It was considered a small military camp, and the number of guards was neither too many nor too few. Walking into the courtyard and looking at the busy figures of the soldiers, Jiang Shao felt as if he had entered the headquarters of the Chinese army in the last century. There were 3 houses in front of him, but after following Fu Hei, Jiang Shao realized that there was another world inside. According to the entry, at least 4 entrances into the courtyard walls, before he finally saw familiar figures in front of the bungalow on the east side of the courtyard. Hou Mingming and Zhao Wenlong. Both soldiers were dressed in black night guard uniforms. They stood motionlessly at the door, and there were no soldiers going in or out of the other 2 houses. Occasionally, there would be soldiers passing by, but they would continue to the courtyard at the back. Hence, the courtyard was very quiet and no one came to disturb them. As soon as Fu Hei led Jiang Shao into the courtyard, Hou Mingming and Zhao Wenlong looked over. However, apart from moving their eyes, their bodies did not move. Fu Hei said softly, "The other teams have been sent out. We are the only team here. You can go in directly. I'm going to rest. I still have to stand guard for Hou Mingming later." Okay. Jiang Zhao's heart was heavy. He nodded and walked over. When passing by the 2, Jiang Shao gently patted Zhao Wenlong's arm, nodded at Hou Mingming, and gently knocked on the door. "Just go in directly." Hou Mingming's voice came from behind. "Yes." Jiang Shao opened the door and strode in, only to see the living room. The room on the left seemed to be the workspace, while the room on the right was the resting area. Without thinking, Jiang Shao walked straight to the room on the left and opened the door to see modern equipment that did not match the exterior of the house. There were communication equipment, tables and chairs, a sand table, and a topographic map. That familiar figure, however, had slightly changed her appearance. Her hair was loose and not tied up in her trademark low ponytail. The dark red headband that Jiang Shao gave her during the Lunar New Year was also tied around her right wrist. At that moment, she was sitting behind the office desk in the inner part of the room. Her legs were crossed and rested on the desk. Her elbows were on the armrests of the chair, and the back of her hand supported her face as she quietly watched the scenery outside the window. Jiang Shao wondered which department was stationed in the courtyard behind him. He strode over and asked softly, "Second last?" "Yes." Second last snapped back to her senses, but she did not look at Jiang Shao. Instead, she gestured at the red box on the table and said, "This is yours. The higher-ups have instructed us to hold an award ceremony for you." "Oh, okay." Jiang Shao did not feel anything about the so-called ceremony. All he cared about was the reward. Jiang Shao strode forward and picked up the red box on the table. He then opened it and took a look. Crescent Moon Medal, second class. Clearly, the mission to capture the leader was far more significant than Jiang Shao had imagined. At the same time, he received a message from the internal star map. Obtain Crescent Moon Medal, 3,000 skill points. What Jiang Shao didn't know was that on the upper right corner of the internal star map panel, a medal that was emitting a cold and clear moonlight had quietly appeared and been placed under the Crescent Moon Medal that Jiang Shao already had. The 2 Crescent Moon medals were hung vertically, and the pitiful Starfire medal from the Wasteland Reclaimers had already been suppressed to the point where it could not emit any sparks. Jiang Shao was in a bad mood, and he did not feel the joy of obtaining the medal. He stood in front of the desk and looked down at second last. "Are you in a bad mood? Since you already know, why bother asking?" Second last said slowly. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "I forced Fu Hei to tell me. Don't blame him." "Okay." Second last humped casually and turned to look out of the window. She was still supporting her face with the back of her hand in the same posture as before. There was silence in the room again. Jiang Shao stared at the side of second last's face silently, only to see that she had become thinner and had a sullen expression. Her long and narrow eyes were filled with boundless menace that couldn't be hidden at all. When a person remained motionless and terrifyingly quiet, her eyes would be filled with extreme emotions. Jiang Shao shuddered in fear. Jiang Shao was already terrifyingly powerful, and he could already ignore most people and look down on most of the so-called powerhouses. However, his aura was real. Strength and aura could not be completely equated. Moreover, this beast in front of him was calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. Not only did she have an aura, her strength was also terrifying. Even though Jiang Xiao was the closest person to second last, he was still a little afraid that she would fly into a rage. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "You've told me many times in the snowfield or during missions that dying on the battlefield is the glory of a soldier. It's also the best ending for a soldier." Second last suddenly said, "Both of you, go and guard the entrance of the courtyard. Don't let anyone in or out for 5 minutes. Anyone who wants to pass will have to take a detour." At the entrance, Mingming and Zhao Wenlong, who had received their orders, walked towards the 2 doors of the courtyard. Second last slowly turned around and looked up at Jiang Xiao. "I can accept his death, but I can't accept the way he died." "Huh? Didn't he die during a mission?" Jiang Xiao looked at second last in bewilderment. Second last gestured at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao walked around the desk and walked towards second last. Bang! Second last reached out to grab Jiang Xiao's collar and pulled his upper body down. At the next moment, Jiang Xiao hurriedly grabbed his cloak for fear that it would attack second last on its own. Second last grabbed Jiang Xiao's collar and slowly pulled his ear towards her. She said in a hoarse voice, "He was beaten to death." Jiang Xiao paused for a moment. Without the need for any other information, Jiang Xiao could already tell how terrifying Su Li's death was. Su Li was a shield warrior in the Starfall stage. He was beaten to death. If Su Li were a Rules Awakened or a melee fighter, the situation wouldn't have been so serious. Su Li was a shield warrior. In particular, he was a light chaser. How strong would he be? How strong would his defense be? So, how long would the death process of Galaxy Shield Warrior Su Li be? What kind of cruel methods did he go through? Jiang Xiao reached out and pressed second last's hand that was grabbing onto his collar. He gently pried it away, but her grip was extremely tight. Jiang Xiao said softly, "Second last, wake up. Calm down." Second last gently let go of his hand and gestured at the information bag on the desk. "Your mission." Second last then turned to look out of the window and said in a hoarse voice, "No, it's not your mission. This is my request to you." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips in thought. It's not a mission between superiors and subordinates, but a personal request? Jiang Xiao seemed to have realized what she was going to do. He picked up the information bag and pulled out more than a dozen folders. There were not many papers in each folder, and most were only 7 or 8 pages, while the least was only 1 page. There was a person's information in each folder, some of which were detailed, some of which were brief, and some were even blank. Second last let Jiang Xiao flip through the documents without disturbing him. She simply looked out of the window quietly, and the slight trembling in her eyes proved that she had a violent heart, which was completely different from her calm appearance. Jiang Xiao arranged the 13 folders in order, and there was a portrait on the first page of each folder. Jiang Xiao said, "You said that this is not a mission, but a personal request." Second last said, "You found your target." "Yeah." Jiang Xiao pointed at the 13th folder and said, "Sophia Karen." Second last said in a hoarse voice, "These 12 people came from all over the world, and they jointly established an organization called Star Conversion. Among them, there are 9 veterans, and 3 of them have been accepted by this organization." Jiang Xiao looked at the middle-aged Caucasian man in the photo with a sullen expression. Second last said, "Their goal is star beads, powerful star techniques, and powerful star pets. The rare spaces guarded by every country might be on their hunting list. What they wanted was everything of the highest quality in this world. Maybe they want to become the strongest star warrior or have other goals." Hearing this, Jiang Xiao sneered and said, "These people are not young anymore, yet they're still so naive." Second last said, "They did it." Jiang Xiao asked, "Huh?" Second last said, "They've left their traces in all the countries in the world, and they've already caused unimaginable damage to this world. The damage is still ongoing." Hearing her words, Jiang Xiao nodded gently. Second last asked, "Let me give you an example from our country. Do you know which dimensional space the Void Calamity lives in?" Jiang Xiao said, "Yes, it's called Void." Second last asked, do you know where void is? Jiang Shao shook his head and said, I don't know. That kind of dimensional space is a national secret. It's completely confidential, and its geographical location is not disclosed to the public. Second last said, but these people know. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Second last said, besides, when they were snatching the star beads, they had already destroyed a void dimensional space. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened slightly, and he wondered, what kind of people are the Chinese army guarding the void dimensional space? What kind of powerhouses are the Guardians? Are they that strong? Second last said, it's the same for our country and other countries. These 12 people are the most wanted criminals in the world, and each of them has star techniques of the space series. Their whereabouts are secretive, and no one knows where they are. Jiang Shao said, you keep saying that there are 12 people, but there are 13 folders with information about 13 people here. Second last said, he's the one who was assessed and is in the process of being assessed. So he went to the Dragon Cave and found Su Li. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Ever since Second Last was transferred to the Northwest Army, Su Li was actually ordered to guard the Dragon Cave. Second Last said, the Dragon Cave is very special. It's a dimensional space that was opened on the border of the two countries. There shouldn't be any information transmitted from a dimensional space of such a level, but it's jointly owned and guarded by the two countries, which led to a series of problems. Besides, when the Dragon Cave first appeared, it caused a huge commotion and couldn't be hidden. Second Last said, so, the soldiers who were ordered to guard the Dragon Cave have to be extremely strong and politically competent. Su Li was entrusted with an important task. As you can see, he's dead. Jiang Shao looked down at Sophia Karen's profile picture with a sullen expression. Second Last asked, do you know when Su Li disappeared? Jiang Shao frowned and asked, when? Second Last said, after he attended Hai Tianqing's wedding, he never returned to the team. With a sullen expression, Jiang Shao cursed, F***CK. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 796. Jiang Shao hurriedly continued to ask, it's already mid-October now. Has he been missing for more than 3 months? Second Last said, Su Li is a special warrior who holds a special position. No one will know about anything that happens to him. The army has been trying their best to search for him and find his whereabouts. However, Su Li seemed to have vanished into thin air. A week ago, Sophia Karen sent a video that lasted for a few minutes to the troops of various countries around the world. We finally found out where Su Li was. Jiang Shao said with a sullen expression. Second Last said, you don't want to know how Su Li spent the past 3 months. All you need to know is that Su Li didn't reveal any information about the Dragon Cave until the moment of his death. He still won last, and he lived up to his nickname. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. 3 months? There are many ways to obtain information. Doesn't Sophia even have a star technique like illusion? Or is Su Li so tenacious that he withstands everything as long as it's not a star technique that directly controls the mind? Up to this day, Jiang Shao had never heard of any star techniques that could read human thoughts in this world. Jiang Zhao's black cloak, Soul of the Sea, seemed to be able to understand its owner's thoughts, but in fact, it was just the Soul of the Sea that made its own judgment and choices based on Jiang Zhao's inclination. The only star technique that Jiang Shao had encountered was the diamond fish that he had encountered. Besides, the two of them were connected mentally and not purely reading other people's thoughts. Second Last continued. In the video, Sophia expressed her admiration for Su Li and openly stated that his assessment mission was still ongoing. Before he joins the Star Organization and is truly accepted by them, he will still go to many places around the world and visit many people. Jiang Shao asked, he's actually that arrogant? Did the Star Organization allow him to do that? Second Last said, Sophia isn't a member of the Star Organization yet. Besides, the Star Organization might not care about this at all. They're wanted all over the world anyway. Sophia is very smart. The people of some countries saw Su Li's tragic state. Maybe Sophia's next mission will be carried out better. Jiang Shao picked up Sophia's information and asked, Then why isn't this a mission but a request from you? Second last said, everyone is trying to capture him, including our country. I've applied for a mission to capture him, but the higher-ups are keeping me here. It's not our mission to capture him. Jiang Shao placed the document on the table and looked at second last before asking, tell me, how do you want him to die? Second last looked up at Jiang Shao and said, going after him in private might make you violate some rules. Jiang Shao did not react at all. There was no response, but it was also a response to her. Second last continued, although Sophia Karen has yet to join the Star Organization, he has already shown his strength and value. If he's really appreciated by the members of the Star Organization, you might encounter some obstacles in the process of hunting him down. This is also the reason why I gave you 13 points. Of course, if that organization doesn't accept him, you won't see other members appear. Jiang Shao said, are there any other Star Warriors in the Star Organization who are in the Starry Sky stage? Second last nodded and said, maybe there are. The oldest couple in the information is the founder of the organization. They might be in the Starry Sky stage, but that's just a speculation. No one knows their true strength. Is there really someone on Earth who has entered the Starry Sky stage? Judging from his age, he's probably one of the first few Star Warriors to awaken, right? Or perhaps it was a dimensional reduction attack, and he was lucky enough to escape after cultivating in the upper dimensions for a few decades? Or maybe they're not Star Warriors in the Starry Sky stage at all, and that's just a wrong guess? No matter what, second last didn't expect Jiang Shao to not have much of a reaction to the Starry Sky stage. Jiang Shao simply picked up the folder and pointed at Sophia's information. Is he in the Starry Sky stage? Second last shook her head and said, no. Jiang Shao repeated what he said just now and said, tell me, how do you want him to die? Second last squinted slightly. Jiang Zhao's words were exactly the same, but second last could tell a lot of things from his words. She also understood the message that Jiang Shao was trying to convey. Second last said in a hoarse voice, I don't want him to die. I want him to be alive and kneel in front of me. Jiang Shao asked, must he kneel? Second last's eyes were filled with a trace of cruelty, and her voice was hoarse and creepy. It doesn't matter if he's missing an arm or a leg. As long as he's conscious and breathing, that's fine too. Jiang Shao nodded solemnly and put away the folders on the table one by one. He said, I'll accept the mission. Second last looked up and stared at Jiang Shao, sorting out the documents. Her heart skipped a beat and her hand that was supporting her face trembled slightly. Jiang Shao. Huh? Jiang Shao turned to look at second last, only to realize that she was staring at him silently with her long and narrow eyes glistening slightly. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Jiang Shao lowered his head and continued to put away the folders. Don't look at me like that. You've never turned me down when I ask you for help. Second last said, I owe you one. Huh? Jiang Shao pinched the thin thread of the folder and wrapped it around the lock of the folder. We owe each other too much. Let's just owe each other. Don't pay me back. Upon hearing this, second last didn't continue to harp on the issue. Instead, she said, your target is a powerful Star Warrior who imprisoned a Star Sea Stage Warrior for 3 months and made Su Lixing suffer. You don't seem to be worried. Jiang Shao put down the information bag and picked up a separate folder. He said, I'm here to accept your mission, not to retreat. In the endless world, there might really be someone who can kill me, but Jiang Shao pointed at the folder and said, but it's definitely not them. Second last's ears twitched a little. 5 minutes later, Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong returned. Second last gestured to the door and said, go and rest in that room. Someone will call you for dinner. No, I'll just look at it here, Jiang Shao said as he lowered his head and looked at the documents quietly. The room fell silent again. Sophia Karen, nickname Master of Elements. Born in 1980 in Los Angeles, United States. 38 years old, 176 centimeters tall, Catholic, highly educated. 28 star slots, special elemental star map, shadow of elemental creatures, rules, summoning, Known star techniques. Fire elemental summoning releases lava rays. Water elemental summoning removes negative effects. Earth elemental summoning releases earth walls. Wind elemental summoning uses wind blades and can fly. Thunder elemental summoning releases electric current. Void elemental summoning changes position with owner. Elemental fusion becomes one with the summoned element. Elemental. Halo increases the power of rule star techniques. In the category of known star techniques, Jiang Shao focused his attention on Void Elemental. Without a doubt, it was a powerful star technique that could allow one to escape from the battlefield. If he wanted to make Sophia stay, he had to pay attention to it. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao looked at the materials and said, "You two, go out and stand for a while. Come back when I give the order." Outside the door, Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong looked at each other and hesitated for a while. However, they still obeyed Jiang Zhao's orders and strode away. Nominally speaking, Jiang Shao was indeed their superior, but he had never been in the team and didn't really care about anything. Jiang Shao looked at Second Last and said, "As you said, his whereabouts are rather secretive. Where should I go to find him?" Second Last thought about it and answered, "My friend in the Russian Federation revealed to me a piece of news. Recently, there seemed to be traces of elemental creatures near the Dragon Cave. He hasn't gotten the proof of allegiance yet, but it seems that he's determined to go to the Dragon Cave. Or perhaps this is an assessment mission given to him by the Star Conversion Organization." Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and said, "That's a place guarded by the Chinese Army and the Russian Federation Army. It's a very serious occasion, so I won't go and cause them trouble." Second Last frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao said, "You said that their goal is powerful star beads, star techniques, and star pets." "Yes. Regardless of whether they have other goals or not, there's no doubt that they have one. They've snatched too many star beads and star beasts on too many occasions to strengthen themselves. There's no doubt that they want to become stronger." Jiang Shao said, "So if Sophia wants to pass the assessment, we have to cater to their interests." Second Last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao circled around the white thread, opened the information bag, and placed a folder into it. He then said, "Arrange a plane for me. I'm going back to Beijing." Second Last asked, "What do you want to do?" Jiang Shao said, "I just won the Elite Invitational Tournament with my black and white candle bear. Perhaps the participants of the so-called Invitational Tournament aren't of high standards, but that doesn't affect the evaluation of the black and white candle bear's strength." Slightly stunned, Second Last asked, "You mean?" Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said, "The bamboo bear is of the platinum quality and is one of the top creatures on Earth. Even if Sophia knows that there are diamond-quality creatures in the Dragon Cave, it doesn't affect the strength and rarity of the black and white candle bear. The most important thing is that my black and white candle bear is a mutant." Jiang Shao thought about it and continued, "I'll take out the video of the black and white candle bear and post it on the internet. I'll interact with the fans and talk about how my black and white candle bear is a mutant, unique, and terrifyingly strong. Just don't mention that the bamboo bear is a combination of candle flame and bamboo bear. Just say that the bamboo bear is a pure and unique mutant. Anyway, the Star Beast Research Institute has already allowed me to use star pets. This matter will be made public sooner or later. Then, I'll take the black and white candle bear to the night market, eat at roadside stalls, and celebrate my victory. Finally, I'll return to my home and wait for him to come." Second Last frowned and said, "That's not a wise move. You might attract not only Sophia, but also the rest of the Star Organization." Jiang Shao smiled with confidence that Second Last had never seen before. "Isn't that better?" he asked. Second Last said quietly, "You might not only attract the Star Organization, but also other troublemakers. You've pushed yourself to the edge of the storm." Jiang Shao stood up and strode forward before reaching out to grab the dark red headband on her wrist. He then tugged it gently and untied it. "I also feel that I've been living too comfortably recently." While speaking, Jiang Shao walked behind Second Last with a dark red headband and reached out to tie her long hair. Second last, let Jiang Xiao tie her long hair. After staying silent for a while, she finally put her feet down from the table and leaned forward slightly before lowering her head. Carry out your plan here. No. Jiang Xiao tidied her hair and carefully tied the dark red headband. This place is too far away from the dragon cave. If I want to lure him out, I'll have to send myself to him. Since he's at the border, I'll go back to Jiangbin. Since I've won the championship, I can go home to celebrate. It won't seem too deliberate. Second last pursed her lips and said in a hoarse voice, "Is it worth it?" Jiang Xiao stretched his hands to both sides and tied a dark red bow knot. He then tied her signature low ponytail and said, "It's worth it. It's the most worthwhile thing to do when it comes to revenge." Jiang Xiao gently patted second last's shoulder and said softly, "You have to adjust your state. He's been entertaining you for more than 3 months. It's a good tradition of our race to return the favor. When I throw him in front of you, I hope to see you in the state you were in when you fought against the female leader kind." Second last lowered her head and said calmly, "Okay, climax." Chapter 797. That night, Jiang Xiao and second last carefully studied the personal files of the 13 people and didn't sleep at all. The next morning, Jiang Xiao took the star power handcuffs and neck cuffs provided by second last and rushed back to Jiangbin City in Beijiang Province. Jiang Xiao had a plan that he had to carry out, and it had to be foolproof. Hence, he had to treat the guests with the highest standards. It was indeed time for some people to return. The so-called people were not real people but bait. In the morning, in the upper dimension, in the birch forest tribe, Jiang Xiao, I'm back. A little savage scurried into the courtyard of his wooden house with a long heavenly halberd in his hand. The bow and necklace around her neck made a tinkling sound, and her short hair fluttered in the wind. There was a hint of joy and anticipation in her big, beautiful eyes. "How was your training today? Have you improved?" Jiang Xiao, the bait, asked while wearing a circle mask and standing in the flower field in the courtyard, staring at the mountains in the distance. It was already autumn, and the forest had already been dyed brown. "I've entered the galaxy stage," He Chongyang exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Xiao nodded silently with his back facing He Chongyang. "Okay, very good. You've entered." Jiang Xiao turned around and looked at He Chongyang dumbfoundedly. "Galaxy stage, galaxy stage, galaxy stage. I've just turned from star transformation into martial arts." He Chongyang stabbed the heavenly halberd into the ground and scurried over. Although he was very fast, he was very careful not to step on any flowers in the autumn garden. He Chongyang came to Jiang Xiao, put his hands under Jiang Xiao's armpits, and threw Jiang Xiao into the sky. His small body was filled with explosive power. "Oh, galaxy stage," Jiang Xiao was speechless. "He's already in the galaxy stage? Do you know that on Earth, countless talented contestants are still at the pinnacle of the galaxy stage even now? You're just playing around, and you're already at the galaxy stage?" However, He Chongyang had indeed been very hard-working in the past 6 months under Jiang Zhao's supervision and guidance. Not to mention He Chongyang, even the savages were working very hard. This society was relatively primitive, and people spoke with their fists. The savages were also aggressive. Hence, they were especially enthusiastic about the guidance and training provided by Jiang Xiao. Especially after obtaining unexpected results, the barbarians became even more enthusiastic about training. At this moment, in the birch forest, Jiang Xiao had already become a godlike figure, and his prestige was almost on par with Madame Zhuyu's. She was Lady Zhuyu, who had enlightened them and brought them into the farming era and the Iron Age. All right, put me down," Jiang Xiao said anxiously. Ever since he found out about Su Li, Jiang Xiao had been in a bad mood. After He Chongyang's antics, he felt much better. He Chongyang caught Jiang Xiao and did not throw him into the sky again. "You have to be gentle with me in the future. You're already in the galaxy stage. My body is very fragile, you know?" Jiang Shao pressed his hand on He Chongyang's head and rubbed it hard. If you pinch me into a pile of star power with your little hands, I'll be in big trouble. He Chongyang stretched her arm out and wiped her nose with a signature smirk. Jiang Shao, you said you're going to give me a surprise. What is it? Surprise, Hearing this, Jiang Shao rubbed his head. He was afraid that it would be a pleasant surprise. Sensing He Chongyang's big, expectant eyes, Jiang Shao said, there will be a surprise, but it depends on whether you're obedient or not. Obedient? I'm very obedient. He Chongyang hurriedly put her hands behind her back and looked up at Jiang Shao obediently. It's been more than half a year, and this is the first time you didn't train with us. The savages are very concerned about you, but I told you that my Jiang Shao is going to give me a huge surprise. Jiang Shao nodded and said, Little Chongyang, do you know what day it is today? Huh? He Chongyang put her hands behind her back obediently and looked up at Jiang Shao. She blinked her big, adorable eyes and was full of confusion. What day is it today? Autumn. I know it's autumn, right? The weather has turned cold and the leaves of the birch trees have turned yellow. Yes. Jiang Shao nodded and said, It's indeed autumn, but do you know what month and date it is today? He Chongyang shook her head with a bitter expression. Jiang Shao said, Today is October 17th, 2018. He Chongyang immediately said, October. Autumn. My mom said that September, October, and November are all autumn. Yes, you're right. Jiang Shao smiled and rubbed He Chongyang's head. We Chinese have a traditional calendar to calculate the date, which is called the lunar calendar. He Chongyang asked, and Jiang Shao said, Today is September 9th of the lunar calendar. He Chongyang blinked and seemed to have realized something. Jiang Shao said, Your name comes from your birthday. If I'm not mistaken, it should be September 9th of the lunar calendar because the Chongyang festival is only held on September 9th of the lunar calendar. He Chongyang nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. Okay. Birthday. Okay. Jiang Shao had a doting smile on his face. However, due to the fact that his face was a circle mask, the scene looked rather strange. He continued, There's another tradition during the Chongyang festival, which is to worship our ancestors. He Chongyang said, Jiang Shao said, Pick some flowers and let's go to the cemetery to worship your mother. Okay, I'll definitely pick the prettiest one. He Chongyang turned around and looked at the autumn flowers that were specially planted in the flower bed. He then hurriedly began picking them up. White ones. Jiang Zhao's emotions were rather complicated. He reached into his bosom and touched the carved stone tablet. There were some words that he didn't know how to say. It's already been half a year. If I leave again this time, will you still cry? Let's go and see Mom. He Chongyang picked a handful of white flowers that were in full bloom. The petals were huge and emitted a faint fragrance. Jiang Shao nodded and said, Let's go. The two figures, one large and one small, strode out of the small courtyard and walked in the huge savage tribe. In the past 6 months, Jiang Shao had established a very high prestige here. Along the way, be it the heavenly halberd soldiers, giant bladed soldiers, archers, shield bearers, or the savages who did not participate in the battle but focused on building, farming, and other activities, they all greeted Jiang Shao continuously. The division of labor of these savages could be seen from the way they greeted him. The savages who were in the battle line all stood at attention and saluted Jiang Shao with their eyes, showing great respect. After all, Jiang Shao was their chief instructor. The savages of other professions were much more casual. They waved, greeted, and smiled. The atmosphere was also more relaxed. The two figures, one large and one small, passed through the huge birch forest tribe and walked on the open land. They followed the river and headed all the way west towards the birch forest in the distance. The time on the alien ball should be synchronized with Earth, at least in the seasons. It was autumn, the sky was clear, and the weather gradually cooled down. The beautiful scenery of the birch forest in the distance was something that Jiang Shao could not see on Earth. All the animals and plants here were huge, and so was the birch forest. On the thick white tree trunk, the cracks in the white birch bark formed pitch-black eyes that watched the two people walking in the forest. The branches swayed in the wind. Yellow leaves drifted down from the sky, landing on the two's heads and shoulders. Ever since entering the birch forest, Chongyang had been much quieter. She held a handful of white flowers in her hand and muttered something. Jiang Shao listened to the conversation between her and her mother and said, "You can keep it and say it in front of her." Oh, Chongyang rubbed her nose and didn't speak again. The savages were prosperous and developed. Ever since Jiang Shao settled in, he had not been militaristic. He also continued Ms. Zhu Yu's mission and began to teach the savages language and Chinese characters. The savages were very intelligent, but they had no foundation. Jiang Shao thought that he might bring them some books the next time he came. From the scene in front of him, it could be seen that the savages were really developing well. In the huge cemetery, there were a few savages in twos and threes with children kneeling in front of the tombstones to worship. Jiang Shao didn't think that they knew that it was the Chongyang festival today. Their behavior should be considered a normal act of worship. That was the meaning of the saying, "Rich people know etiquette." The savages were enlightened. He hoped that they would develop better from generation to generation. Under Chongyang's lead, the two came to a tomb. Chongyang knelt down and leaned the flowers on the stone tombstone. Dong, dong, dong. 3 loud kowtows. Jiang Shao listened to the muffled sound and looked at the small pit in front of Chongyang. Jiang Shao couldn't help but feel helpless. He smiled and shook his head. Her recklessness ran through all aspects of life. Following this, Jiang Shao heard Chongyang whisper, "Mom, I've come to see you." She scratched her head embarrassedly and revealed 2 cute canine teeth. "Hee, I don't usually know when to come to see you. Today is the right day." Jiang Shao said that the 9th of September is the day to worship the ancestors. "In the future, I'll come to see you on my birthday every year." 3 years after you left, Jiang Shao came. "He's my master now. He's very powerful and knows everything. I can even turn the stars into weapons and summon the heavenly halberd." Jiang Shao said that my star map is called the heavenly halberd. Jiang Shao said that I'm the one who trains the hardest out of everyone. Jiang Shao said that as long as I work hard, I can become the strongest and protect everyone. As she spoke, Chongyang's eyes reddened and she choked with sobs. Jiang Shao also said that it's not that you don't want me anymore. You don't want to leave me either. You're the one who doesn't want to leave me the most. Chongyang sniffled and knelt in front of the huge tombstone. She wiped her tears with her arm. Jiang Shao also said that he'll leave the day I can hold back my tears. He said that it's not that he doesn't want me anymore. He's the same as you. He doesn't want to leave me. I'm with him every day. I watch over him every minute and second, afraid that he'll suddenly disappear. Today is the first time he didn't go to training with me. I've been worried the entire morning. I was afraid that by the time I got home, he would already be gone. Hearing Chongyang's soft words, Jiang Shao couldn't help but turn his head away. Chongyang suddenly raised his head and took a deep breath. He wiped his tears and revealed a heart-wrenching smile on his tear-stained face. Chongyang crawled 2 steps forward and pressed his forehead against the cold tombstone. He whispered, "Jiang Shao carved a small portrait of me on a stone slab. He secretly carved it every night and thought that I didn't notice. I just found out that it's my birthday today. Hee. Mom, please bless me from heaven. Don't let Jiang Shao leave me, okay? After you're gone. He's the one who treats me the best. Please." Jiang Shao turned his head and looked at the tombstone silently. He spoke to Zhu Yu in his heart, as if to express his intention to leave. "When I come back, I'll bring crop seeds, books, knowledge, and technology to the white birch forest. More importantly, I'll bring playmates for little Chongyang. I'll bring the strong-looking Yuan and the uncle and Annie who are trapped in the upper snowfield. They're very nice people. They'll be with me to take care of little Chongyang as she grows up healthily." Jiang Zhao's gaze slowly fell on little Chongyang, who was kneeling on the ground and whispering to each other with his forehead against the tombstone. Under the falling yellow leaves in the silent graveyard, Jiang Shao sighed deeply. "I promise you, the next time I come back, I won't leave again." 9th of September. Chongyang is Chongyang again. Every year, the ancient cemetery is desolate. fallen leaves, and white birch. Human feelings are like home. This is the first time I've written it. I hope that everyone will be together more and apart less. Also, thank you for the ~1,000,000 yuan reward from Silver Big Mang. I'll update it tomorrow. Top. Chapter 798. The next day, in the morning, Ichonyang scampered out with a look of joy on her face. The bone necklace around her neck had been taken apart last night. At this moment, there was a small stone portrait in the middle of the necklace. The portrait was a cartoonish version of Ichonyang. She had short hair, cute big eyes, and a smiling face. She even revealed 2 small canine teeth. Jiang Xiao, Jiang Xiao. Ichonyang ran into the courtyard while carrying a huge halberd that was disproportionate to her figure. Let's go train. You told me that there's a starry sky stage above the galaxy stage. Jiang Xiao stood in the flower field and looked up at the sun that was slowly rising above the mountain. He said, "It's been half a year, little Chongyang." Chongyang looked at Jiang Xiao's back in bewilderment. "Oh, what's the matter?" Jiang Xiao said, "I have a mission. It's time to leave." Chongyang panicked. You, Jiang Xiao said, "When I come back, I'll bring you an uncle and an auntie. I'll bring you a cute playmate who's only 5 or 6 years old. He'll also bring a cute, furry bamboo bear, star pet, Crack." The halberd fell to the ground, and Chongyang stomped her feet. "I don't want uncle and auntie. I don't want them." Jiang Xiao had his back facing her and dared not look at her face. He said softly, "That child's name is Yuan Yuan. He's very young, but he lives in the wind and snow every day. He doesn't have 4 seasons, or day, or night. I'll bring him here, and you guys can play together, okay?" Chongyang stuttered, I, Jiang Xiao said, "You're a sensible child. When you come back, I'll give you a lot of star beads and give you a powerful set of star techniques. Wait for me, okay?" Chongyang's hands drooped, and his little head hung down as well. His voice was choked up as he murmured softly, "But I just made a wish to Mommy yesterday. I just made a wish to her." Jiang Xiao finally turned around and strode towards Chongyang, who had her head lowered. He pressed a hand on her head and said, "Come back again. I promise you that you can take off my mask. Haven't you always wanted to see my face?" Chongyang lowered his head and wiped his wet eyes with his arm. He did not say a word. "After the Chongyang festival, you will be 15 years old today. You are a big child." Jiang Xiao gently stroked her head. "Promise me, take good care of yourself. You have to follow our plan every day and persist in your training. As long as you're obedient, I promise I'll be back very soon." Chongyang finally heard the words she wanted to hear the most. She raised her head, her big eyes filled with mist. In her blurry vision, she saw Jiang Zhao's hateful circle mask. How fast? How fast is very fast? Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "At most, it'll be the 3rd snow." Chongyang pursed his lips, looking rather stubborn. "You promise?" Jiang Xiao nodded seriously and said, "I promise, and I also promise you that when I come back here again, I won't leave. I'll always be with you." "Then let's pinky promise." At the same time, on Earth, at home in Jiangbin City, Jiang Xiao slowly sat up from the bed and looked at the scene of dawn outside the window. Due to his telepathy, he was, of course, in a bad mood. Jiang Xiao picked up his mobile phone from the bedside table. Ever since he returned home yesterday, he made a Weibo post to inform the world. "Jiang Xiao be mischievous or not, October 17, 12:31 from Huawei P10 plus return home in glory. I won another championship in a place you guys don't know about. My bamboo bear is not only of platinum quality, but it's also a mutated one. There's only one of it in the world. Haha, impressive, isn't it? Picture. It was a picture with 9 squares. There was a portrait of the Ying bear wearing a candle cap. There was a picture of the Ying bear gigantic and grinning domineeringly. There was a picture of the Ying bear fighting with the centaur spirit head-on. There was also a picture of the Ying bear holding a round bamboo and smashing the little blue riding hood into the pit, causing its head to look adorable. After the Weibo post was posted, Jiang Zhao's Weibo really exploded. It could be seen that even though the World Cup had passed for more than a year, Jiang Zhao's popularity did not diminish. In fact, the next World Cup would be held in July next year. As the time drew closer, there were more and more toxic milk powders. Damn it! What championship did the Toxic Milk King win? A star pet competition? What kind of star pets are his opponents? Why haven't I seen them before? It's not a domestic competition, is it? Wow. Mutated bamboo bear. So cute. Are the stars on the dwarf's head serious? Is it photoshopped? Question. Capital Star Warriors University. Jiang Xiaopi mischievous or not? Very good. Go overseas and win glory for the school and the country. Pippi is still mighty. After the competition, you have to report to school immediately. I've been waiting for you. Emoticon of Jiang Xiao blinking. In the comment section of Capital Star Warriors University's official Weibo, there were a bunch of comments about Jiang Xiao. He was simply a source of joy. However, the comment that was the most upvoted was not from Capital Star Warriors University's official Weibo, but the Sea Burial King from the Sima Kingdom. Prince Bino had obviously carefully replied to the comment. The first part was in English, and the Chinese translation was also added in parentheses. He must have specially hired someone to translate it. Jiang Xiaopi mischievous or not? Wake up. The European Elite Star Pet Trainer Invitational is a two-pet team competition. I'm your teammate. There are a total of 9 pictures. Why don't I see my star pet? Prince Bino's appearance also shocked everyone. No one expected to see such a person in Jiang Zhao's Weibo. He had simply opened the door to a new world for them. The Sea Burial King, who once opposed Jiang Xiao in the World Cup, actually teamed up with the Toxic Milk to win the championship. Damn it, does this look like a CI? Ha 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 ha. The third prince of the Sima Kingdom is going after God Pippi. Your Highness, please be mindful of your identity. Smile. European Elite Star Pet Trainer Invitational? Did my god Pippi go to Europe? Did I see the Sima King? Did the milk heal him? There was also a person whose identity was verified by the officials. His comments are also being picked up by the netizens. Sophie. B. Jiang Xiaopi mischievous or not? Welcome to the Sima Kingdom. What did I find? Is this the princess? I was too naive. I really thought that Pippi went to the Sima Kingdom to participate in the competition. Jiang Xiao, Pi, I can marry her. I will never allow her to marry into the family. Jiang Xiao selected a few comments about the humming bear and praised his bamboo bear. He then replied to Princess Sophia politely and ignored Prince Bino. Then, Jiang Xiao tossed his phone aside. Immediately, Jiang Xiao reached out his hand, and a decoy wearing a singlet and shorts appeared in front of the bed. He could not afford to make any mistakes in this mission. He had to take it seriously. People always said that he would walk at night in luxurious clothes. However, Jiang Xiao wanted to attract everyone's attention. He had paid such a high price and might even attract the covetous eyes of thieves in the future, all for the sake of completing the mission. Hence, he had to succeed in this mission. Jiang Xiao arrived in the living room, drew the curtains, and opened the shadow ruins. He then jumped in with the decoy, and the door of the shadow ruins immediately closed. This time, there were no sounds of training or the light from the fireworks. In the corner of the resting area, there was only a blue sea soul lamp that was emitting a faint glow. The light was gentle and warm. Jiang Xiao also saw Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin sleeping soundly. It was early in the morning, and they were still resting. Looking at their exhausted looks, Jiang Xiao tried to bear with it and decided not to disturb them. Jiang Xiao walked to the wardrobe and opened it gently. It was filled with the 2 women's clothes, and there was a large black cloak that seemed out of place. Dong. The cloak was really very intelligent. When it discovered that Jiang Xiao had arrived, it automatically fell from the hanger and wrapped itself around Jiang Zhao's body. It even used its black tail to constantly rub against Jiang Zhao's neck, seemingly to tickle him. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but shrink his neck. With a smile on his face, he reached out and patted the cloak that was wrapped around him. At the next moment, the cloak's intimate actions suddenly stopped, and then the black cloak then floated down and floated between the 2 Jiang Zhaos. A black ball of fog gradually emerged from the hood. It had been a long time since it appeared in this form, since it followed Jiang Shao. The hood that was filled with fog looked at Jiang Shao in front of it, then turned around and looked at Jiang Shao behind it. Fortunately, it didn't have a face. Otherwise, it would have a dumbfounded expression. Jiang Shao reached out and grabbed the cloak. His body flashed slightly, and he passed through the entire shadow ruins and arrived at the edge of Mischievous Castle. Jiang Shao reached out and stroked the cloak. He said softly, "You're really obedient. I was a little worried that you would go on a killing spree here." Without the second Jiang Shao by his side, the black cloak circled around Jiang Shao again, seemingly liking the environment there. Since Jiang Shao brought the Sea Devourer into the Shadow Ruins yesterday afternoon, he had been observing the Sea Devourer and realized that the cloak really liked the environment with rich star power. After reminding the Sea Devourer repeatedly, Jiang Shao stayed there until night. He only left after realizing that the Sea Devourer only cared about star power and was not interested in other creatures. The Sea Devourer's star technique was to melt and devour human bodies. However, it only needed to absorb star power, just like most object-type creatures of other dimensions. More importantly, the Black Cloak's intelligence was very high. Ever since it entered the Shadow Ruins, the Sea Devourer seemed to have forgotten its dignity as a platinum overlord. It floated around in the sky and was overjoyed to feel the rich star power there. What does it mean to have a huge appetite? When you're full and about to throw up after eating another mouthful of delicious fat meat, not only will you not open your mouth, but you'll also avoid it. The Sea Devourer was currently in such a state. Why did it devour humans and melt things? For the sake of star power and survival. The environment here allowed the Sea Devourer to have no worries at all. It was no longer able to open its mouth. In fact, it didn't even have to open its mouth for the rich star power to be poured into it. Who could stand that? Huff! A ripple suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Shao, and Han Jiangxue suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing the two of them playing with each other intimately, Han Jiangxue said with a smile, "After you left last night, it has been lying limp on the ground. It might have absorbed too much star power and couldn't even float anymore. So, I hung it in the closet. Hee hee. I'll go out and buy a glass display case and hang it in the display case so that it can see the outside world. After all, it's a living creature, and it'll be too dark if it's locked in the display case." As soon as he finished speaking, the cloak wrapped itself around Jiang Shao again and circled around his body continuously. Jiang Shao was secretly astonished and said, "This creature is terrifyingly intelligent. Have you realized? It seems to be able to understand us. After all, it's only been less than a week since I met it. How can Chinese be so easy to learn?" Han Jiangxue speculated, "Maybe it's a biological characteristic. Maybe it can sense your thoughts. What do you want to do?" Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly, unwilling to believe that the cloak's biological characteristics were that powerful. He said, "No matter what, it's intelligent. Take good care of it. Maybe you can be like me and let it help you without absorbing it as a star pet." Han Jiangxue nodded with a smile and asked, "Did you summon the decoy back?" "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded and continued, "Let's give the decoy a star technique first. I'll go out for a walk tonight, and then prepare to cultivate in the Scourge Ruins. I'll stay for a while and let the decoy hold the fort outside." Jiang Shao didn't mention anything about the mission for the time being. He planned to bring Bamboo Bear out for a barbecue tonight and continue to make it more popular. After he returned, he would talk to Han Jiangxue about the mission. "By the way, I'm at home in Jiangbin City now. I'll help you clean up. You two can go take a hot bath," Jiang Shao said frantically. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "We've always been soaking in hot baths. Every time we take a bath, a fireworks centipede will die." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Is that even possible? Jiang Zhao's mind was filled with images of the two of them soaking in the hot spring while the fireworks centipede jumped into the pool to heat up the water. "Every time I look at it, die. How tragic. How heroic. A real man indeed dies a worthy death." Looking at Jiang Zhao's expression, Han Jiangxue said with a smile, "The decoy has just returned. Go to the trading firm and buy some star beads of mud, earth, and stone to renovate this place. Okay. Jiang Shao agreed on the surface, but in fact, he was planning to do it after the mission. Everything had to be prioritized. The Weibo post had already been posted. As a public figure, Jiang Shao received a lot of attention, and the news was also reposted by many domestic and international online media. However, that was far from enough. Jiang Shao planned to go out with Humming Bear again at night in hopes that the so-called elemental master would notice Humming Bear as soon as possible. Jiang Shao couldn't wait to fight Sophia head-on. It was midnight. There would be another update in 5 minutes, and it would be updated at 20 p.m. Climax. Chapter 799. For the sake of the silver adorable pig, I have to make sure to update it again and again. This time, Jiang Shao did not absorb any star techniques for the decoy. The task of the decoy was to act as bait. Finally, the star technique that Jiang Shao had been playing with had returned to its essence. At night, Jiang Shao and the Humming Bear went out to wander again. The man, the bear, and the candle were just like a walking train. They were filled with the vibe of shopping and eating. What's a barbecue shop? What's a roadside stall? The meal attracted the attention of the crowd. A large number of comments flooded into Jiang Zhao's Weibo again, especially the comments on the official Weibo of the Capital Star Warriors University. They were all gloating over his misfortune. Going to school? No way. Isn't that kidney fragrant? However, they had no idea what Jiang Zhao's reasons were for showing up in public and swaggering through the streets. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to do that either. However, people of Sophia's level, especially since she was an examinee of the Star Conversion Organization, were definitely elusive. As a top international fugitive, how could Sophia not be hunted down? Of course not. Although Jiang Shao was confident, he wasn't conceited. How could he compare to the professional pursuers of so many countries? Hence, he had no choice but to use this trick. Jiang Zhao's impudent behavior also attracted the attention of the Victor's Legion. They reprimanded Jiang Shao in front of all the onlookers and asked him to put the Humming Bear back into the star map. In ordinary society, people were not allowed to use star techniques, and it was the same for star pets. Generally speaking, star pets were more powerful. Although they might be loyal and obedient to their owners, they generally did not have any concept of good and evil. Hence, they would easily cause trouble. For those obedient and weak creatures, society would be lenient and allow them to take their pets out for a stroll. However, for creatures like the bamboo bear, it was still a platinum-quality pet no matter how obedient it was. If there was an accident, it would be a matter of life and death. Therefore, the Victor's Legion certainly could not let this kind of creature wander outside. The Victor's Legion performed their tasks and duties very well, mainly criticizing and educating Jiang Shao. Seeing that Jiang Shao had a good attitude in admitting his mistake, stopped the damage in time, and helped to evacuate the crowd, the patrol members of the Victor's Legion let Jiang Shao off. Before leaving, they even asked for Jiang Zhao's autograph. No matter what, the impact had already been made. Jiang Shao happily returned home and immediately activated the Shadow Ruins. His main body entered it to cultivate, leaving Jiang Shao as bait to wait at home. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. That night, Sophia didn't come to bait Jiang Shao. Instead, she received a call from Qin Wangchuan, who ordered Jiang Shao to return to the team immediately. Jiang Shao indicated that he was on a secret mission and that he was not to be disturbed. Qin Wangchuan was stunned. Early the next morning, Jiang Shao received another call from Principal Yang, who used the same excuse to dodge the call. Principal Yang was rather stunned after hearing it. 1 day, 2 days. Jiang Shao the bait led a normal life, looking like he was enjoying the championship and taking a break. He waited patiently, but to no avail. It was a good plan, and he had done everything that needed to be done. Jiang Shao even returned to Jiangbin City, which was not far from the border, in the name of returning home in glory. However, what could Jiang Shao do if they didn't take the bait? In desperation, on the third morning, Jiang Shao the Bait went to Ruifeng business firm and ordered 30 star beads of the stone series and 30 star beads of the little Lungur monkey of Hubei province from the manager. They agreed to collect them a week later. The star beads of the stone series were all low-level silver quality star beads from the Northern Autonomous Region. They were considered basic star beads there. As for the little Lungur monkey star beads, it was, of course, for the star technique of perception. The little Lungur monkey only had one brass quality, star technique, perception. After absorbing it, Jiang Shao the Bait would absorb the ghost tiger star bead. Hence, he wouldn't have to worry about absorbing the other star techniques in the ghost tiger star bead. After ordering the star beads, Jiang Shao the Bait returned home with fried chicken and Coke. After stuffing himself with food, he returned to his hut and lay down on a large bed prepared for second last. He then fell asleep right away. It was such a beautiful nap, but something happened during that nap. In his sleep, Jiang Shao the Bait seemed to have heard a strange sound. Jiang Shao the Bait frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes, only to see a magical creature. Ghost. Soul. Jiang Shao the Bait immediately woke up and frantically reached out to push away the little guy standing in front of his chest, only to realize that his body couldn't move at all. What's going on? Standing in front of his chest was a little guy with 4 limbs and gray fog. It had a large head and a pair of blood-red eyes that were looking down at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao the Bait held his breath and thought, this little guy is about 50 centimeters tall and seems to be weightless. Yet, it can suppress my movements. English, asked a magnetic male voice from the side. Jiang Shao the Bait turned around abruptly, only to realize that he couldn't move his head at all. In fact, he could only look at the big-headed little guy standing in front of his chest. I've been following you before. During the World Cup, your trash talk was pretty good. So I think. The man paused for a moment and continued with a smile. You can understand English. There was a display cabinet in the corner of the single room, which contained the certificates and trophies that Jiang Shao had won in high school, as well as the photos of him winning the championship. Back then, when Jiang Shao was changing rooms and decorating the hut for her, he wanted to move the cabinet away, but Second Last rejected his suggestion and insisted that he leave the cabinet behind. In the room, a middle-aged Caucasian man with a medium build stood in front of the cabinet and looked at Jiang Zhao's photo of him winning the World Cup. He said in a mocking tone, "Does your country even have to hand over the World Cup trophy?" Jiang Shao was infuriated and wanted to retort, but he realized that he couldn't open his mouth at all and could only make some sounds. Not having a perception-type star technique is your biggest weakness. While lecturing Jiang Shao, the Caucasian man opened the cabinet door and took out the photo of Jiang Shao winning the World Cup. I allow you to speak. On Jiang Zhao's chest, there was a small figure that was made up of gray fog. The blood-red eyes on its huge head were flapping slightly, and Jiang Shao immediately realized that he could speak. What kind of star technique is this? Why isn't it on the information? Who are you? Let go of me. Jiang Shao exclaimed immediately. Jiang Shao the Bait still couldn't move his head, and he could only hear the voice coming from afar. You must have had a hard time crying. You must have sacrificed a lot to obtain such an honor. The middle-aged man's voice gradually approached him. Jiang Shao could tell that he was approaching him. But why aren't there any footsteps? Is he floating? From the beginning to the end, Jiang Shao seemed to have suffered a nightmare. He couldn't move his body at all, and even his eyeballs couldn't move at all. Jiang Shao initially thought that he would see the man's face as the voice approached. However, he saw a photo and the fingers that were pinching the photo. The man's fingernails were a little flat, bald, and short, which made Jiang Shao feel a little uncomfortable. He thought that it should be caused by eating his hands every day. I think you must have put in a lot of effort in order to obtain all this. The fingers that were pinching the photo slowly lowered it and patted Jiang Zhao's face. You don't want all of this to go up in smoke, do you? You mother asterisk her. Before Jiang Shao could finish his sentence, the photo was slapped hard on his face. Dong! A punch. It landed on Jiang Zhao's abdomen. However, Jiang Zhao's limbs were stiff, and he was completely controlled like a corpse. He only felt pain, but he didn't even have the ability to grimace. Watch your words, child. Look at yourself. He picked up the photo again and moved it away from Jiang Zhao's face. You don't want to lose all of this. You don't want her life to be taken away, right? So, you'd better listen carefully to what I want you to do. This concerns your life. However, Jiang Zhao said softly, that's right. Dong. He suddenly clenched the photo and clenched it into a fist before punching the side of Jiang Zhao's face. Dong. 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 After a few consecutive punches, Jiang Zhao's head was completely tilted to the side, but he still couldn't move freely. He trembled and struggled frantically, but to no avail. Only his mouth could move freely. Puke! Jiang Zhao spat out a mouthful of blood that landed on the floor, but he felt that his face was pinched hard and straightened again. Finally, Jiang Zhao saw a familiar face. It was a handsome, middle-aged Caucasian man with an elegant smile on his face. He looked down at Jiang Zhao and said, Child, you will answer whatever I ask you. Be a good boy. You don't want to lose all of this. You don't want to lose your life, right? Jiang Zhao stared straight at the middle-aged man. It was Sophia Karen. He had a long face, a high-nosed bridge, short hair that stuck to his scalp, and a teasing look in his eyes. Jiang Zhao didn't like this face, so... Phew! Sophia Karen subconsciously leaned back and took a step back. He wiped the blood off his face and murmured softly, Oh, child, the two of us are going to have fun. Sophia's expression gradually turned ferocious. He grabbed Jiang Zhao, who was the bait on the bed, and lifted him into the air. Dong! 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 The heavy punches made Jiang Zhao's head spin and his consciousness blur. Although Sophia was a sorcerer, his strength attribute was above average. If this continued, Jiang Zhao might really be beaten to death. A few minutes after his death, Jiang Zhao's body would also turn into star power. Sophia grabbed Jiang Zhao's collar with one hand and shook him violently. A gray fog appeared in his other hand, and he said with a cruel expression, I originally wanted to take your bamboo bear, but now, I'll make you wish you were dead. Jiang Zhao, the bait, saw the fog in Sophia's hand from the corner of his eye. Yes, it wasn't an elemental clone. It was the real body. The soul fog that could destroy a person's soul was not something an elemental clone could cast. Sophia's hand was filled with gray mist as he stared at Jiang Zhao. The mouthful of blood that Jiang Zhao spat on his face seemed to stab his noble and holy heart. However, his vocabulary seemed to be lacking. He repeated what he said before. Child, the two of us are going to have fun. Bang! In the living room, the door of the shadow ruin suddenly opened. 3 figures landed and smashed into the small house with silence. You're so damn right. We're going to have fun. Jiang Zhao's voice came from outside the door. A series of diamond silence bombarded the house. What the hell are you talking about? If you want to see a baby bear, just do it. Jiang Zhao appeared at the door with the giant sword in hand. He casually tossed the dagger beside his leg to Jiang Zhao, who had regained his freedom. At the same time, a ray of countercurrent light had already connected to Sophia's swaying body. The diamond-quality sound of silence seemed to be free and had long smashed the gray fog imps, causing Sophia and Jiang Zhao to feel dizzy and faint. Sophia's expression changed drastically and he thought, why is there another Jiang Zhao? Sophia had long known Jiang Zhao's background and all the star techniques that Jiang Zhao possessed. He had studied them thoroughly. The appearance of the second Jiang Zhao was completely beyond his expectations. Sophia immediately dropped Jiang Zhao in his hand and stepped back, only to discover that there were more things that were beyond his expectations. Not only was it the second Jiang Zhao, but the silence was also far beyond his expectations. It was even beyond what he could bear. What kind of mutated sound of silence is this? Not only can it silence star techniques and make star power go berserk, but it can also imprison one's body. My speed, damn it, my legs. Why, if it wasn't for being silenced, this noble soul would also have said such filthy words. Since ancient times, countless examples had shown that intelligence and information could determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. For an extremely special star warrior like Jiang Zhao, he should never be given any chance. People like Jiang Xiao wouldn't force their enemies to be on par with them. He wouldn't go through 20 minutes of exciting and fancy battles with his enemies. Even if the enemy was a little conceited, even if the enemy made a little mistake, even if Jiang Xiao seized a little opportunity, be it god or a demon, be it galaxy or starry sky, I'll kill all of you. The king of sea burial, Sophia, at least knew of Jiang Zhao's reputation and thus activated the purification domain in advance. Even so, she was still badly beaten by silence. Sophia, who thought that he was infallible and had Jiang Xiao under his control, had been controlled to the point of death by the domain of silence. Pull him back. Han Jiangxue. Jiang Xiao yelled frantically as he watched Sophia stumble towards the window, seemingly in slow motion. Han Jiangxue swung her arm abruptly and threw out a flame torch whip that accurately wrapped around Sophia's waist before pulling him back. Sophia reached out with one hand as if he wanted to grab something, but the flame torch whip cut off his hope. His fair face had already turned red, and blood was flowing out of the corners of his mouth. The window that was right in front of him, the free world outside, was quickly getting further away from him. Han Jiangxue held onto the flame torch whip with her right hand and pushed Baron Wind with her left. The decoy Jiang Xiao, who was feeling lightheaded and stumbling, had a blurry vision. With the help of Jiang Zhao's vision outside the door, Jiang Xiao lit up the dagger in his hand, and with the help of Baron Wind, he plunged towards Sophia, who was being dragged back. Screech! Under the huge force and impact, the dagger pierced into Sophia's heart from the back. Whoosh! A beam of light landed accurately on the back of Sophia's head. In the silence domain, the decoy Jiang Xiao was also moving in slow motion. He pulled out the dagger again and stabbed it into Sophia's heart. The decoy Jiang Zhao's face was contorted like a rabid dog, but his movements were so slow that it was as if he wanted the whole world to see him clearly screech. Screech! Screech! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Somehow, Dongqing District was already covered in dark clouds, and the sky quickly darkened. It began to drizzle. Xia Yin stood by the window of the living room and quietly sensed everything in the city while protecting the people in the hut behind her. Another bolt of lightning flashed and illuminated Jiang Xiao, whose face was covered in blood. The dagger was still stabbing at the person below him slowly and crazily. It was hard to imagine that the words crazy and slow would appear in the same sentence and describe the situation so accurately. Ring, ring, ring outside the door. Jiang Xiao threw bell at Sophia's lifeless body. Jiang Xiao put an arm around Han Jiangxue's shoulder and raised his hand to cover her eyes before turning around with her. Jiang Xiao turned his head and looked at the scene in the hut before murmuring softly, "Don't be in a hurry to die, friend. You're right. We're going to have fun." The 2 chapters are 8,700 words and will be updated at 20 p.m. Please support me with your tickets. Chapter 800. Room 701, Building G7, Huayuan Estate, Dongqing District, Jiangbin City. Xia Yin stood by the window with her arms crossed and leaned against the windowsill, silently feeling everything in Dongqing District. However, her eyes were focused on everything that was happening in the hut not far away. At this moment, she once again saw Jiang Xiao, who was carrying out a mission, but he was very different from when he was carrying out a normal mission. Even though those missions were extremely dangerous and life-or-death matters, Jiang Xiao had never been so crazy before. However, Xia Yin did not blame Jiang Xiao. In the past 3 days, she and Han Jiangxue had already found out what Jiang Zhao's secret mission was. Xia Yin had met One Tail a few times. The first time was in the snowfield a few years ago, and the second time was at Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun's wedding. Since then, they had not met again. Xia Yin did not know what First Tail and Jiang Xiao had talked about at the seaside, nor did she know what First Tail meant to Jiang Xiao. However, when Xia Yin heard that First Tail disappeared after the wedding and was imprisoned and tortured for more than 3 months, she was not surprised by what happened in front of her. Han Jiangxue reached out and grabbed Jiang Zhao's hand that was covering her eyes. She said softly, "I'll go get the handcuffs." Jiang Zhao said, "Okay." Without turning his head, Jiang Zhao could still see the terrifying scene in the room. Because every Jiang Zhao was him, there was no such thing as manipulation. All the actions were done by him personally. Han Jiangxue quickly brought the star power handcuffs and the star power neck cuffs. Everyone tied Sophia Karen up and threw her into the Scourge ruins. Afterwards, the three of them jumped into the Scourge ruins together, and Unit 701 fell silent again, as if nothing had happened. Only the decoy Jiang Zhao, who was staggering toward the bathroom, hinted at what had just happened. Phew! Jiang Zhao, the decoy, pushed the door open and walked into the bathroom. He took off his blood-stained white short-sleeved shirt and looked at his face in the mirror. He couldn't help but grin and turn on the shower. At the same time, in the Scourge ruins, Han Jiangxue casually tossed Sophia Karen onto the ground and kicked her over. The feelings between people were different, and Han Jiangxue had always been extremely calm and even a little cold. Hence, she didn't care about many people. Han Jiangxue turned to look at Jiang Zhao and said softly, "I know what you want to do, but revenge and obtaining information can be carried out at the same time. You know his identity, so he definitely has plenty of secrets." Sophia's neck was shackled with star power, and his hands were shackled with star power behind his back. His star power was locked tightly, and he couldn't do anything else. Jiang Zhao was holding onto the dagger that he had used as bait previously. The sharp blade was still dripping with blood. He turned to look at Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin and said, "Okay, I know. You two go and rest." Xia Yin opened her mouth, but didn't say anything for a long while. She simply turned around to look at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue nodded and tugged at Xia Yin before turning around to leave. Xia Yin asked softly, "Aren't we going to guard him? There might be an accident." Han Jiangxue said softly, "This time, let's listen to him." "Oh." Xia Yin nodded. Xia Yin, who couldn't see anything, felt a little uneasy. She was still a little worried about Jiang Zhao. She sat on the sofa and turned around, only to see that Han Jiangxue had already put on her earphones and was on the treadmill again. In the evening, Jiang Zhao returned to Unit 701. The room had been cleaned up by Jiang Zhao the decoy. Jiang Zhao the decoy took the opportunity to return to the Shadow Ruins. Jiang Zhao returned to the house and rummaged around before finding his mobile phone and dialing a number. Okay. A nasal voice sounded on the other end of the line. Jiang Zhao said, "Do I go to Kongjin myself? Or do you want to contact the military plane to pick me up?" As soon as Jiang Zhao finished speaking, he heard the busy tone on the other end of the line. Jiang Zhao frowned slightly and put down his mobile phone. He glanced at the screen and realized that Second Last had indeed hung up. Maybe she's on a mission? Or? Jiang Zhao thought about it, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. Far away in Kongjin, Second Last was holding onto the shredded mobile phone in her hand and spacing out. As the shredded mobile phone fell to the ground, Second Last looked at her bleeding palm and frantically opened the drawer, not caring about the shredded pieces in her palm at all. She then picked up another satellite phone. Second Last had already found out all the information she needed from Jiang Zhao's question. She didn't have any doubts, only shock. There was also that agitated, even irascible heart. At home in Zhongbin City, Jiang Zhao was secretly feeling bewildered when he received a call from an unknown number. He picked up the call and heard a hoarse and trembling voice. "You've completed your mission." Jiang Zhao said, "Yes, I've completed it. Do I rush over myself? Or do you want to contact the Guardians of the Night? Let's see if there are any flights that are on the way." Second Last said, "You're fine." Jiang Zhao said, "You're thinking too much. He's just Xinghai." "What do you mean by just Xinghai?" This sentence, if spoken by anyone else, would make others scoff at it. Second Last was the only one who found it acceptable when it came from Jiang Zhao. Second Last personally cooperated with Jiang Zhao to kill Kongjin, the leader of Xinghai's crime syndicates. She also watched as Jiang Xiao fought alone and broke into the bandits' lair alone to kidnap Nicholas, the leader of Shanghai's crime syndicates. She knew that he had the right to say such words. Second Last took a deep breath and felt a slight stab of pain in her palm. She loosened her grip a little and almost destroyed another phone. As long as it was not Starry Sky, Jiang Xiao would basically be fine if there was no absolute difference in physical fitness and hardware. The top fugitive, Sophia, did not even use a single star technique since the beginning of the battle. His elemental body, which involved all aspects, attributes, and angles, was nowhere to be seen. He didn't even have the chance to summon his powerful elemental shield. Even escaping had become an extravagant hope for him. His personal martial arts, his astral pets, and all the capital he was proud of had been delayed by his wrong intelligence and completely ruined by his conceit. Second Last slowly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "The whole world is trying to arrest him, but you only took 3 days." Jiang Xiao asked, "Can I say that here?" Second Last said, "Of course, it's definitely safe." Jiang Xiao grinned and said, "Yummy Bear is the key factor, and it seems that it's good to hide some of my abilities. It's a wise choice not to use all my star techniques in the World Cup. If he knew me as well as you do, none of this would have happened." There was silence on the other end of the line. Jiang Xiao waited for a while before asking, Second Last. Second Last said, "Go to Jincheng first. Give me your flight number later. Someone will pick you up." "Okay," Jiang Xiao said before hanging up the phone. Second Last listened to the busy tone on the phone for a long time, thinking about something. The sound of blood dripping on the ground finally snapped her out of her trance. She pinched the fragments in her palm and pulled them out one by one. She then grabbed a piece of paper and held it in her hand before getting up and walking out of the house. The door was opened, and Zhao Wenlong was still standing guard on the left. A young man with a ponytail was leaning against the wall on the right, hugging his knees and dozing off. Second Last, who had the star technique of perception, had long known that Fu Hei was on duty at the door, but she didn't mention it. She kicked Fu Hei's calf, and he looked up with a confused expression, only to realize that Commander was standing beside him. "What's going on?" "Leader, you're finally willing to walk out of the house." Second Last looked at Fu Hei's confused expression and kicked him again. This time, she used a lot more force. Fu Hei was kicked to the ground, but he frantically got up and continuously patted the dust off his body. He smiled and said, "Ah, boss, when did you come? Why didn't you inform me in advance?" Second Last glanced at Fu Hei coldly and threw the blood-stained piece of paper at his face. She then opened her palm and gestured for him to heal her bleeding palm. In the end, Fu Hei's reaction made Zhao Wenlong, who was standing guard at the side, grit his teeth. Fu Hei stomped his feet and cursed, "Damn it, who ambushed our leader? Is that person still in the house? I'll beat him up." No matter how calm Zhao Wenlong was, he still felt that his future was bleak. "Is this my teammate from the fixed team?" This Second Last stared at Fu Hei and said, "I'm in a good mood now. You're very lucky." Second Last then gestured to her bleeding palm with her eyes. The smile on Fu Hei's face changed slightly, and he began to surround Second Last's palm with his star power. He then began to heal her wound. At the same time, Fu Hei's frown gradually changed, and his eyes widened. While casting his star technique, he looked up at Second Last and said, "How long has it been since he left?" 3 days. Fu Hei easily guessed what had happened. Since the death of First Last, when has Second Last been in a good mood? Has she ever smiled? Her face was sullen and sullen. Apart from Fu Hei, the other members of the Tail Feathers team kept quiet out of fear of offending her. There was only one thing that could put her in a good mood. In Fu Hei's opinion, it was almost impossible for that to happen. Second Last never mentioned why she invited Jiang Xiao to conquer Jinda, but it was something that everyone had a tacit understanding about. At least, Fu Hei was well aware of it. Fu Hei murmured in disbelief. "Is that true? There are countless people in the world. How many years have they been trying to capture him? In the past 3 days, he's..." Second Last stared at Fu Hei coldly and squinted her eyes menacingly, seemingly giving him a stern warning. Fu Hei immediately shut up. At the side, Zhao Enlong was standing straight like a javelin, looking straight ahead and not reacting at all, as if he hadn't heard anything. Second last looked at her completely healed palm and wiped the blood off her right palm with her left hand. She then turned around and walked back into the house. Zhao Enlong, go back and rest. Fu Hei, you're on duty alone. If you dare to doze off again, get out of the tail feathers team. Zhao Enlong strode away without looking back. Since the leader told me to rest, I'll go and rest. As for the rest, I don't know anything. There were no flights from Jiangbin City to Jincheng at night, but there was one at 7:30 a.m. the next morning. Jiang Xiao booked the ticket and sent a message to the number on the phone before heading to the bathroom to wash up. He stayed in the Scourge ruins for a night and rushed to the airport the next morning. During the 6-hour flight, Jiang Xiao slept soundly. At noon, he met up with the people who picked him up at the exit and was sent to a familiar military camp. In the evening, he finally rushed back to Manoia City. This time, Jiang Xiao did not meet second last in the courtyard but in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. This time, Zhao Enlong was the one who picked him up instead of Fu Hei. After driving Jiang Xiao there, Zhao Enlong gestured to him about the location of the warehouse before leaving. Jiang Xiao followed Zhao Wenlong's instructions and strode into the basement of the abandoned warehouse. It was dark and damp, smelled disgusting, and was extremely messy. With the help of the flickering flames, Jiang Xiao walked to the innermost area. Beside the small bonfire, there was a figure who was sitting quietly on a metal suitcase. His eyes seemed unusually bright under the flickering flames. While walking, Jiang Xiao opened the door of the Scourge ruins, and at the next moment, a man with handcuffs and neck cuffs was kicked out. Jiang Xiao bent down and moved the collar around Sophia's neck up. He then grabbed Sophia's neck and lifted him up before walking towards the shadowy figure in the distance. In his line of sight, the silent figure began to tremble slightly, as if his breathing had quickened. Jiang Xiao placed Sophia, who was in a daze, on the ground and kicked him in the back of his legs. He grabbed his neck with one hand and pulled his upper body backward. Jiang Xiao turned to look at second last and asked, "This posture, huh?" Second last sat on a metal suitcase with her elbows on her knees and her body leaning forward. She pinched the area between her thumb and index finger with her left hand, seemingly trying to remind herself of something with the pain. She then stared at the Caucasian man who was kneeling in front of her. His face was something that countless people had only seen in the information. At this moment, he seemed to be in a daze and was staring at the ground with a blurry vision. A few seconds later, second last looked up and stared at Jiang Xiao. He had done everything that she had requested of him. Not only did he fulfill her request, but he also fulfilled the specific requirements in her request. 100%. I'll guard the door. Jiang Xiao faced second last and retreated. He then extended his hand and gestured for her to enter. He's yours now. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 801. I'm thankful that Silver Ming has given me another $1,000,000 reward. Thank you for your support. Jiang Xiao stood on the first floor of the abandoned warehouse and leaned against the staircase railing, staring at the night sky outside the warehouse in boredom. An hour later, Jiang Xiao heard some footsteps. Jiang Xiao turned his head and looked down at the entrance, only to see that second last face was stained with blood as she walked out. Blood dripped from her slender fingertips and dripped down her palms. Second last walked up 2 steps and stopped. She then leaned against the wall and looked up at Jiang Xiao. He's already confessed. Ah, Jiang Xiao answered casually. Second last waved her hand and said, that's not in line with his character. He confessed too quickly. Hee. Jiang Xiao grinned and turned around to look at the desolate scene outside the warehouse. Last night, I treated him to a bath with tears of sorrow. If it weren't for Bell and Blessing, he would have collapsed long ago. Second last was speechless. Why does this courier have no professional ethics at all? Why did he open the parcel privately? Second last leaned against the wall and looked up at Jiang Xiao's back. You know everything? Jiang Xiao said, yeah, I know everything that I should and shouldn't know. Second last asked, do you think he's telling the truth? Jiang Shao leaned his elbows against the railing and shrugged. My tears of sorrow is of star quality. I believe in its effects. Second last asked in a slightly different tone, Stardust? Yeah. Jiang Shao nodded and continued. That might be the highest level of star technique quality, star. Second last said, the most basic level of star power, stardust. Jiang Shao said, no, it's not dust, it's stardust. Second last looked at Jiang Zhao's back thoughtfully and said, do you think that's the highest level of star technique quality? Jiang Shao grinned and said, I'm not too sure, but you know that my star techniques can be upgraded, but they can't be upgraded after I reach the stardust stage. What do you think of my name? I have a friend named Xia Yin who wants to call it a large colored diamond. I rejected it without hesitation at all. Second last stiff expression eased up a lot. Chatting with Jiang Shao in such a state had also calmed her down a lot. Phew. Second last took a deep breath and rubbed her blood-stained knuckles with her left hand. That's why you didn't stay in the basement, so you're not afraid that I'll kill him. Jiang Shao asked, he's dead. Second last said, almost. Huh. Hearing this, Jiang Shao turned around and looked down. You can actually hold it in? Second last looked up and smirked. In the dark environment, her face that was stained with blood and her eyes that were emitting a faint glow seemed rather horrifying. I've indeed had a hard time holding it in. Second last continued, I know why you left. You exposed all your strength to capture him, so you're letting me do some things. Jiang Shao smiled and did not respond. Second last reached out to wipe away the bloodstains on her face, but the more she wiped, the more blood there was. I'll hand his corpse to the higher-ups. Even if it's just a corpse, it's still of great value. He's an international fugitive who has been on the run for many years. Now that we've arrested him, you know how great the impact of such news will be. Of course, the specific operation will be up to the higher-ups. I'll also report all the information that I get. If it's credit, I'll give it to you in private. If it's a mistake, I'll bear the consequences myself. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, I just helped you in private. As for the mission, I have nothing to do with it. Whether it's credit or mistake, it's all yours. Second last thought about it and decided not to dwell on it. When they were talking on the phone previously, Jiang Shao said something that particularly touched her heart. He thought, it's good to hide some of your strength. It's a wise choice not to use all your star techniques during the World Cup. The facts had proven that Jiang Zhao's forbearance had achieved great results, and the living example was right in front of her. If Jiang Shao wanted to disassociate himself from this matter and maintain his current state, she wouldn't force him. Second last said, since you chose to believe him, we have something to do next. Okay. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, what did he say to you when you interrogated him just now? Second last said in a hoarse voice, he just wanted to join the Star Conversion Organization and be accepted by the assessment like the last 3 members of the organization. He tracked the traces of the members of the Star Conversion Organization and finally caught up with a member of the Star Conversion Organization in a dimensional space. He even got a verbal promise from that member. The so-called assessment mission was not formal, but Ash had promised that if Sophia produced some outstanding results, that person would recommend Sophia to the Star Conversion Organization. Ash was one of the 12 official members of the Star Conversion Organization. He was a melee fighter and was nicknamed the Blood Lunatic. Even in a top-notch organization like the Star Conversion Organization, he was an extremely special one. He was a Star C stage fighter who truly burned his life to fight. Jiang Shao nodded and said, that's about the same as what I heard. What do you plan to do? Second last said, finding Ash is like finding a needle in a haystack. What do you plan to do? Sophia's height is within the range of my disguise. I can transform into his appearance and contact Ash, so Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders, and it was obvious what he meant. Second last frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, this matter needs to be studied carefully before making a decision. Okay. Jiang Shao nodded and said, there's no rush. Take your time. I'm just glad that there was no mole at Hai Tianqing's wedding. Before interrogating Sophia, I was afraid of hearing that there was a mole. I was afraid of hearing that one of Teacher Fong's friends or someone from the Fong family tipped Sophia off. Second last said, how could they possibly know of Su Li's whereabouts? Su Li was invited by Xiao Hai alone. Guarding the Dragon Cave is a mission that requires the soldiers to be disciplined. Su Li's sudden departure is enough to attract the attention of those who are observant, even if it's under the premise of keeping a secret. Sophia's strength is still there. Jiang Shao was afraid of the appearance of a mole, but so was second last. Jiang Shao asked, have you informed Hai Tianqing? Second last shook her head and said, no, but he'll find out sooner or later. Hearing this, Jiang Shao sighed deeply and said, he'll probably blame himself. Second last pursed her lips and didn't respond. The abandoned warehouse fell silent again. After a while, Jiang Shao tried to change the topic and lighten the mood. He had just completed such a difficult task, so it was only right for him to be happy. By the way, I got the location of many rare dimensional spaces from Sophia. Second last said, okay. Jiang Shao said emotionally, I really didn't expect our country's void dimensional space to be opened in that location. Remember to keep it a secret, second last said. What do you think about the other dimensional spaces? They're all great. They've opened the door to a new world for me, Jiang Shao said with a look of admiration. However, 9 out of 10 of them are top-secret dimensional spaces of the various countries. I won't do anything out of the ordinary, Jiang Shao exclaimed in amazement, but he suddenly changed the topic and continued. However, 9 out of 10 of them are top-secret dimensional spaces of the various countries. Second last nodded gently. There were too many magical spaces in this world that she didn't know about. Even though she was knowledgeable, she was still shocked by the information that Sophia had given her. It was as if she was listening to him describe the dimensional spaces on another planet. She could only say, everyone had their own specialties. Jiang Shao dragged Caesar over and compared her knowledge of star pets with second last. Caesar's knowledge of star pets was definitely not on the same level. Jiang Shao looked at second last and asked, will you be able to go home for the Lunar New Year this year? Second last hesitated for a moment and said, it seems that the Tengu is not bad and is suitable for acting as a team. Although we can't solve the problem of the opening of the dimensional spaces in Kongjian, the order in this country is gradually being restored and the armed forces are gradually improving. We're just here to help. One day, we'll have to leave this place. Besides, our team is relatively independent and has a high degree of freedom. Jiang Shao chuckled and teased. You're the one with a high degree of freedom, aren't you? Second last looked up and glanced at Jiang Shao calmly. One of them had his head lowered and his elbow was resting on the railing of the first floor. The other was leaning against the wall and standing on the second step at the entrance of the basement with his head up. One up and one down, they chatted softly like this. He looked down at the stairs on the second floor, where second last was standing, and into the basement. There was a person lying in a pool of blood beside the bonfire in the basement. His face was distorted and his eyes were wide open. His face was pressed against the cold ground, and his body was trembling nonstop. It was as if every weak breath he took drained all the energy in his body, and every weak exhalation sent extreme pain to his limbs and bones. He didn't know how long his life would last, and he felt that it might end in the next second. That's actually good. I don't have to struggle helplessly and live in extreme pain anymore. After some time, the chatter at the entrance of the basement gradually disappeared. More than 10 seconds later, in Sophia's hazy consciousness, he heard the crisp sound of a bell ringing. It seemed to be coming from the sky, indistinctly. Sophia gradually regained consciousness, but the sound of bell, which was supposed to be inspiring, was the culprit behind the continuation of Sophia's nightmare. At the next moment, Sophia felt himself being lifted up by his collar. The ferocious beast's gaze was cruel and violent, and its scorching breath made his body tremble violently. I've told you everything. I've really told you everything. Sophia shook his head continuously and cried like a child. I've told you everything. Please, please, let me die. You'll get what you want. There will always be times when I slip up. Second last pulled Sophia towards her and said in a hoarse and gloomy voice, tell me, First last, have you ever begged for mercy like this? Sophia seemed to still be recovering as he stuttered and said, He's never said a word. He hasn't said a single word in the past 3 months. Second last, who had just calmed down, began to pan again. Seeing such a scene, Jiang Shao sighed deeply. You're watching from the sky, aren't you? I promise that we can do more than that. Go well, first last. Bookmark for easier reading. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.